Today we're going to break down every deck that made Duelist Kingdom one of the most iconic arcs in Yu-Gi-Oh history. From Yugi's legendary deck to Pegasus's reality-bending toon monsters, Duelist Kingdom introduced us to a cast of duelists whose cards became just as memorable as the characters themselves. Heroes, villains, eliminators, champions, and underdogs. Every deck brought something unique to the island, whether it was raw power, clever strategy, psychological warfare, or pure chaos. These decks weren't just a collection of cards, they were extensions of the duelists who used them. Weevil's insects reflected his cunning nature, Rex's dinosaurs embodied his aggression, Mako's sea monsters mirrored his connection to the ocean, while darker duelists like Bakura, Panic, and Pegasus used decks that tapped into the sinister roots of early Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the past year, we've explored every single one of these decks individually. So today we're bringing it all together as we're about to uncover 892 fascinating facts about every Duelist Kingdom deck. Did you know that Bandai originally held the license for Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, they released 3 sets between 1998 and 1999 before Konami obtained exclusive rights to the Yu-Gi-Oh brand. Because of this, we have some really interesting differences between the two branded cards. In the case of Beaver Warrior here, the Bandai version of this card has 1400 attack and 1800 defense, whereas the Konami card we're all familiar with has 1200 attack and 1500 defense. Those who pay attention to detail will see that Beaver Warrior's tail is more similar to that of a mouse or a rat than a beaver. Therefore, its TCG name is technically incorrect. However, I don't think Rat Warrior has the same ring to it, and would of course lose all the witty innuendos associated with Beaver Warrior. Yeah, I'm looking at Gemini Elf for those of you trying to work that one out. Every now and then, monsters tend to hop on over to feature in other cards' artwork. Everyone's favourite beaver appears in the artworks of Emergency Evasion, Scrum Force, and Pinpoint Guard. Scrum Force is probably my favourite of the bunch. In episode 2, when Yami summons this monster for the first time during his duel with Videotape Pegasus, he refers to this monster as Elf Swordsman, which is its Japanese name. Sticking with the Japanese theme, some versions of Celtic Guardian's Legend of Blue Eyes 007 print have the Japanese version of the logo on the back bottom right corner of the card, where Yu-Gi-Oh! Should actually be written in English. Celtic Guardian's second OCG artwork is taken from the title page of Chapter 66 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, titled Seen Through, which is the beginning of the final duel against Pegasus. Don't you love it when moments from the story are referenced? In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game's Dark Duel stories, the Duelist of the Roses, the Sacred Cards, and Reshef of Destruction, Curse of Dragon can change the field into a wasteland field. This is a reference to its combo attack with Burning Land against Weevil. Curse of Dragon will always be a really nostalgic card. This card's OCG and TCG artwork, like Celtic Guardian and so many others, is taken directly from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. Curse of Dragons comes from Chapter 8, the Ultimate Great Moth, from the panel where this monster is summoned. And did you know that this card had one consistent artwork throughout the story? However, in the Labyrinth battle game, it was drawn in a different position, and in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories, the card was drawn with different artwork. Curse of Dragon has 3 retrained counterparts: Curse of Dragon Fire, Curse of Dragon the Cursed Dragon, and Curse of Dragon the Magical Night Dragon. Retrained counterparts are basically monsters that have been reprinted with a new effect or a slightly different name, but keep the same base attack and defense, and usually they're level 2 as the original. Dark Magician's card text is legendary. It reads the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense. As its lore text states, this monster has the highest attack and defense total combined sum for a normal monster wizard at 4,600. But there is a monster spellcaster who tops him with a combined attack and defense total of 5,350. Do you know what card that is? High five if you got it, it's Cosmo Queen, but since she's a queen and not a wizard, our boy Dark Magician keeps his title. Dark Magician's attack of 2500 set the standard for the attack value of the other Yu-Gi-Oh! Series protagonists' ace monsters moving forward. We have Jaden's elemental hero Neos from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Yusei's Stardust Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Yuma's number 35 Utopia from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, Yuya's Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, and Yusaku's Firewall Dragon and Cyberverse Clock Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Interestingly, nearly all those ace monsters have 2000 defense, though Dark Magician has 2100. However, the Bandai version of it has 2000 defense for those who like balance. Card names are pretty fun. In the German dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, this card was always called Schwarzer Magier. This translates as Black Magician. This was Dark Magician's original name, which was changed to further the brand from things like Black Magic. We see Bandai Konami differences often in these classic cards, but we don't see stat differences between the anime and manga all too often. In this case, we do. Feral Imp is a level 5 monster in the original manga, while the card is a level 4 in the anime. I love Feral Imp, but when I saw that its Japanese name directly translates to simply Gremlin, well, I couldn't help but love it more. And it works perfectly with its card text lore as well, which says, a playful little fiend that lurks in the dark, waiting to attack an unwary enemy. This card feels like a classic nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh! Card whenever I see it, and its artwork is taken from the manga's 7th chapter titled The Trap. This is from the panel where it's being summoned against Weevil. Feral Imp has always had the same card artwork, however, in the Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories game, it does have a different artwork, which every time I see it, all I can see is a shiny Espeon. Most people don't pick up on this, but in the Tablet of Lost Memories, where the Pharaoh is facing off against Priest Seto, Gaia the Fierce Knight can be seen on the Pharaoh's side of the field. I don't know about you, but Gaia always felt like a proper Duelist Kingdom card. Super nostalgic. Yugi played this monster in his very first duel against Kaiba and played it 5 times during the Duelist Kingdom tournament. After that, it's played just once more in the virtual reality game and one more time against possessed Bandit Keith just before Battle City. After that, it was never played again. Understandably, when tribute summoning is brought into play, Gaia isn't really worth the payoff. It's sad to see this legendary monster fade into the background after being such a staple for Yugi during Duelist Kingdom. Fusions have given us some awesome monster combinations, and when Gaia and Dark Magician fuse, it's pretty amazing. I mean, you only need a warrior monster for this and not Gaia specifically, but either way, it's awesome. Gaia's horse appears in the artwork of Dark Cavalry, with Dark Magician riding it, which in itself visually represents a fusion between the two for me. At the time of Giant Soldier of Stone's release in 2004, it was one of the most powerful level 3 monsters in terms of its 1300 attack and 2000 defense. Slam that in face down defense position and watch your opponent struggle. It was amazing. Because the only other way you could do that back then was by pulling a super rare mystical elf from a Legend of Blue Eyes pack, which had the same defense but nearly half the attack. However, once Giant Soldier of Stone was finally available, it came as a common card in the structure deck Yugi Evolution, as well as Mystical Elf. But hey, at least you had both now, as well as everyone else. When Yu-Gi-Oh! Makes cards specifically for moments in the series, especially those super questionable moments, it's like pure gold. Unfortunately not Giant Soldier of Stone, but Giant Soldier of Steel features in the artwork for the card Attack the Moon. This card's name and effect are a reference to Yugi and Meiko Tsunami's duel, in which Yugi changed his Giant Soldier of Stone to attack position and then attacked his own Full Moon card, with it causing the tide to go out and beaching Meiko's sea monsters. Details you miss unless you really study a card's artwork. Maybe you knew this one, but I'm sure there are some of you that missed this. Did you know the monster is actually holding 2 swords in the card artwork? Yeah, one is slightly hidden under his right arm with only the tip of the sword visible. I personally knew he had 2 swords, but I thought they were holding them in a crossed pose, fully visible. I was wrong. Griffor's debut was in episode 4, which aired in Japan in the year 2000 and aired in 2001 for us English viewers. The card itself isn't amazing, but for nostalgia and those building character decks, Griffor was near the top of their older cards needing a print wishlist. 15 years, yeah, 15 years after its anime debut, it finally came out in 2015's Yugi's Legendary deck set as a common card. Until its release, what we did have, however, was a monster card called Tripwire Beast from the first set of Yu-Gi-Oh! Legend of Blue Eyes. If you pair the two side by side, you can see that Griffor strikes a pose identical to that of Tripwire Beast. In addition to that, despite neither monster being a counterpart of the other, both of them share the same attribute, level, and attack. But it was still no Griffor though, was it? But I'm glad we've got him now. Celebrating his introduction to the TCG, Griffor appears in the artwork of the Super Soldier Ritual spell card, which also came out in 2015. This card helps you ritual summon a Black Luster Soldier monster. Horn Imp is up next, and it hasn't had the same look as Griffor as it has not been printed yet. Now, it did get a print in the OCG, but that was in set 6, released way back in 1999. Maybe we'll get it one day. In the original manga, Horn Imp was a level 5 monster, but was changed to a level 4 monster in the anime and OCG print. Now, if we do get it, I hope it stays that way, because could you imagine having to tribute for that? I mean, to be honest, I think it'll only be character decks that ever play it though. Now, while we wait for its release, we can at least see Horn Imp in the artworks of Stimpak and Side Effects. Neither are really that flattering for him though. Did you know that Komori is the Japanese word for bat? Therefore, this card's name should be read as Bat Dragon. However, I think Komori Dragon sounds much better, much more cool. Now, it seems the anime favored this purple critter, as in the 2 episodes that it appeared in, the card had 1700 attack instead of its regular 1500 OCG and TCG attack. I never noticed this until I found this out recently, but do you see how this card's artwork displays the monster with 2 legs? Bat Dragon makes a lot more sense now. However, in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game that shows the 3D versions of the monsters, this card is seen with 4 legs. I kind of like the 2-leg version though. Sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! Attributes and types can seem, well, a little odd. Although this card is a moving mammoth skeleton, this card is a dinosaur type instead of a rock or zombie. Like, I kind of understand it, but it's a mammoth. It's a mammoth, not a dinosaur. You love to see Mammoth Graveyard get some love. This monster has 3 counterparts: a fusion, Great Mammoth of Goldfine, a living one, Last Tusk Mammoth, and a zombie in Zombie Mammoth. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Japanese closing song, Borderline Battle, a bunch of cards from the original era and GX are featured, and at 58 seconds, you get to see our boy Mammoth Graveyard. As well as most of Yugi's Duelist Kingdom deck, to be fair, but let's put the spotlight on our best Mammoth for a second. I mentioned Mystical Elf's impressive defense earlier in the video and how good it was back in the day, but it could have been so much better. In the anime, it had an effect where you could transfer the card's attack to one other monster you control, and the effect can only be used once while this card is face up on the field. Personally, I would have loved to have seen Mystical Elf keep this effect, or have an errata of it so it's not too broken. Interestingly though, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories the game, this card is an effect monster that can increase the attack and defense of the Blue Eyes White Dragon by 500 points. Question: do you see this? Some fans believe that the Mystical Elf appears to be based on Galadriel from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. Is it because she's an elf with blonde hair? Is there more to it? Or have they completely missed the mark? This one is brilliant, and it's more fun with name translations. This card's Arabic name, which I am not going to try and pronounce, translates to Mysterious Girl. And now for the rest of time, every time you see the Mystical Elf, you'll be reminded of the Peter Andre classic Mysterious Girl. However, Mysterious Elf? Mystical Girl? I'm sorry. Either Silverfang has a doppelganger or it's found its long-lost twin, because in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World set, a monster card called Wolf was printed. Both are wolves and have the same level, type, attribute, attack, and defense. Literally, the only difference between the pair is that Silverfang is a fusion material for Flower Wolf, and, well, Wolf is not. Just like Horn Imp, in the manga this card was a level 5 monster instead of the level 3 monster that it is in the anime and TCG. Silverfang appears in the artwork of the trap card Superior Howl, which unfortunately is an anime-only card at this point, and I'd love to see Silverfang featured in more cards or this get a print, I don't know. We need more Silverfang. Did you know that Summon Skull was Yugi's ace monster? That's right, in the manga this card functioned as Yugimoto's ace monster before he received his grandfather's deck that contained Dark Magician. Now I'd love to have gotten more on this, was this card special to Yugi the same way Dark Magician was to the Pharaoh? Did Yugi inherit his grandpa's deck without a Summon Skull in it, adding his own ace monster as part of himself to the legendary deck? I don't know. I mean, it has the 2500 attack required of a protagonist ace monster. I'd love to find out more, really would. If you take a look at Summon Skull's original manga artwork, it looks almost identical to the artwork of the Magic the Gathering card called Lord of the Pit. Not just that, but the two are also both rare and powerful demons. In the manga, Summon Skull was a level 7 monster, much like Lord of the Pit's converted mana cost of 7. Summon Skull's Japanese name also translates to Summon Demon, which is also similar to Lord of the Pit's printed type line of Summon Demon. Because of the strong similarities between Magic the Gathering and the early form of duel monsters, this was likely intentional on Takahashi's part as a nod of respect. Talk the talk and walk the walk. Summon Skull's lore text reads, "A fiend with dark powers for confusing the enemy. Among the fiend-type monsters, this monster boasts considerable force." This is no joke because this monster has the second highest attack of all fiend normal monsters, behind only Zoa with an attack stat of 2600. Torike is the last monster in Yugi's Duelist Kingdom deck that has not been printed yet. However, just like Horn Imp, it was printed in the OCG's Set 6 back in 1999. Torike has appeared in Yu-Gi-Oh! R. Yu-Gi-Oh! R is a spin-off manga series published in V-Jump in Japan and in English via Viz Media. It takes place after the defeat of Marik and follows the protege of Maximilian Pegasus, Yako Tenma, who is looking to avenge the death of Pegasus. Anyway, back to Torike. It can be seen during a demonstration of how the hologram creating duel tables worked, and look at it. Doesn't it look cute? Now, Torike is a strange name, especially for an international name, but I guess anything goes in these shows, right? However, the name could originate from the words tri and spike in reference to its 3 horns. Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress was the monster that started it all, as it was the first ever monster summoned by Yami Yugi, which was of course in episode 1 versus Seto Kaiba. We all know that Yu-Gi-Oh! Likes to make up its own rules from time to time. In the case of Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress, its attack in the anime is called Fireball Attack. However, the monster is a wind attribute and its lore text says that this card's signature attack is a sweeping dive. Now, they did play on its attribute and ability to fly in the manga. In Yu-Gi-Oh!'s Death Tea duel with Kaiba in Chapter 37, it is attacked by the Wicked Worm Beast, but the attack was evaded because Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress has the power of flight, which gives it a 30% chance of evasion. There may have been a reason for this though. Did you know that in the manga and early designs of this card, it had an effect? Its effect was each time this monster is declared as an attack target, declare 2 numbers between 1 and 6. Your opponent then rolls a 6-sided die. If the result is either of the 2 numbers that you announced, the damage to this card and this card's controller becomes 0. Sounds like it would fit right into Joey's deck, that, wouldn't it? Catapult Turtle was the first ever card to receive an errata that changed its overall functionality. This card's errata gave its effect a once per turn clause, and the change was implemented to prevent the card from being used as any infinite loop or first turn kill strategies. Of course, the card's anime effect would never make it into the OCG and TCG, as it was pretty OP. Its effect could destroy one card on your opponent's side of the field while inflicting half of the tributed monster card's attack on the monster's owner. Did you know that during Duelist Kingdom, Yugi only used this card to tribute a monster he owned once? Every other time he used this card, he would use monsters taken from his opponent's side of the field using brain control. This was in view of Yugi's belief against sacrificing monsters for victory. Because of that, this card is not used again during Battle City or the Virtual World arc. This card was only used again in the Waking the Dragon storyline during Yugi's first duel with Raphael, and this was as a metaphor for the Orichalcos' impact on his decision to sacrifice monsters. Kuriboh is often recognized as the first and earliest example of a monster that can activate its effect from the hand, also known as the first ever hand trap. Now, Kuriboh isn't only a fan favorite, but also one of the writer's favorites too. In volume 14 of the Duelist manga, Kazuki Takahashi listed his 10 favorite monsters and Kuriboh finished third. Second place went to the Dark Magician, and taking his top spot was the Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, there are those who don't give Kuriboh the respect it deserves. Kaiba called this card one of the weakest monsters in the game due to its low stats. Ironically, Kaiba Man, a card that is based on Kaiba himself, has less attack points than Kuriboh.
I don't want to hear another word! You're a disgrace to the game, Yugi!
But it does have more defense. Kuriboh's apparent weakness is also pointed out in chapter 131 of the manga, and we see that Pegasus was shocked that anyone would use it in their deck. Poor Kuriboh Man, put some respect on that name. Blackluster Soldier had the honor of being the first ritual monster to be summoned during the second series anime, as well as being the first ritual monster summoned by Yugi himself. Most video game texts and the lore of this card's normal monster counterpart indicate that its power is identical to that of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, most likely because of the fact that its attack, defense, and level are all equal to those of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now, it also symbolizes a connection or competition between these two cards, which is similar to the relationship between Yugi Muto and Seto Kaiba, because while being rivals, they occasionally fuse the two together to become Dragon Master Knight. Most cards have an 8-digit passcode on the bottom left corner of the card. Passcodes don't really do anything, but in some of the video games you could enter this code and you'd get a copy of that card in the game for part of your collection. Blackluster Soldier was one of very few cards to not have an 8-digit passcode until its reprint in Legendary Collection 3 Yugi's World Mega Pack. However, its reprint in Duelist Pack Battle City, which came after, lacks this code again. Magician of Black Chaos is a legendary and super nostalgic card for many reasons, but one of them is because it is the card that appears in Yami's hand and in the background of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories video game case. What a game that was. Did you know that this card was released in the TCG nearly 4 years after Dark Magician Girl? Why is that relevant? Well, it's all to do with the Dark Magician Girl's effect. Her effect is that she gains 300 attack for every Dark Magician and Magician of Black Chaos in the graveyard, meaning that for 4 years this card could only benefit from the Dark Magician being in either player's graveyard. As a kid, one of my favorite memories of the card game was calling out the attack names of the monsters before I attacked, just like they would in the show, and Magician of Black Chaos had a badass attack name. In the original manga and anime, its attack was called Destructive Spell Death Ultima, but was changed to Chaos Scepter Blast in the English anime. And sometimes they end up making other cards based on these attack names, and they did just that. In Chaos Scepter Blast, you can see the Magician of Black Chaos doing his thing in the artwork. Gaia the Dragon Champion is as iconic as they come, and it was also the first fusion monster to be summoned during the second series anime. Not only that, but it was the first fusion monster to be summoned by Yugi. This was in episode 5 in his duel against Weevil, and in the same episode, this card was simply referred to as a Dragon Knight combo. Interestingly, though its fusion materials, Gaia the Fierce Knight and Curse of Dragon, are dark and earth monsters, this card is a wind monster. Now, we see the exact same thing with Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast in Battle City, which coincidentally is used again by Yugi. Gaia the Dragon Champion appears in the artwork of Corrosive Scales, but it's not alone, as the perfectly ultimate Great Moth is there too. The card artwork and its effect are based on the battle these two monsters had in the series, where Gaia continuously lost 100 attack points from the wings of Great Moth. Just like the monster it summons, Blackluster Ritual was the first ritual spell card ever released. It was also the first ritual spell card that appeared in the anime series. Despite being able to summon one of Yugi's best ever monsters, the Blackluster Ritual card only made 5 appearances and was only ever played twice. Once in episode 45 against Mai, and again in episode 177 during his tag duel with Kaiba against Darts. Blackluster Ritual was seen in his hand in episode 111 during his tag duel with Joey against the Big Five, but he was forced to discard it when he activated card destruction. However, he was seen to have a second copy in his hand later in the duel. Did you know there seemed to be a relationship between the Blackluster Soldier and Gaia the Fierce Knight? In the manga and in some of the video games, Gaia the Fierce Knight is listed on Blackluster Ritual specifically as a requirement to ritual summon the Blackluster Soldier. The Book of Secret Arts made 3 appearances in the series. In episode 2 against Videotape Pegasus, it was seen in his hand, and then it had gameplay twice during Duelist Kingdom. Once in episode 10 against Ghost Kaiba, and again in episode 34 in Yugi's final duel against Joey. The card was then never played again until the ceremonial duel in episode 223, when Yami used it to power up the Dark Magician against Yugi. In the English version of the Tag Force series and the non-English versions of Starter Deck Yugi, the quill above the book was removed and the book was vertically centered. Did you know that this card had 14 counterparts in the first set of Yu-Gi-Oh! Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon? These cards all increase the attack and defense of a certain type of monster by 300 points. These cards were Beast Fangs, Dark Energy, Dragon Treasure, Electro Whip, Follow Wind, Laser Cannon Armor, Legendary Sword, Machine Conversion Factory, Mystical Moon, Power of Kaishin, Raised Body Heat, Silver Bow and Arrow, Vile Germs, and Violet Crystal. Brain Control was a pretty OP card back in Duelist Kingdom, as it did not have a cost. Its effect read, control an enemy monster for 1 turn by brainwashing it into an ally. However, when it came to the TCG, they added the 800 life point cost. Pretty sad. Now, this card was supposed to be an alternative to the Forbidden Change of Heart card. The difference between both cards was that Brain Control had the life point cost and the target had to be face up. This was meant to balance the card, however, it then became forbidden itself. When this card was released, it was completely redrawn compared to its anime and manga artwork. The international dub of the series, however, does use the OCG artwork of this card. A lot of Yugi's spell cards' anime effects were vague, and they seemed to vary across their appearances, basically to suit Yugi's current situation. Burning Land is one of those cards. In episode 5 versus Weevil, Yugi activated the card that allowed Curse of Dragon to attack the forest field, depriving Weevil of his field power bonus. But in episode 7, Yugi activates Burning Land to target all of Meiko Tsunami's monster cards at the same time. Sometimes a card's artwork can go unnoticed as, well, simply just looking cool. This card's effect is cleverly referenced in the card's artwork. The fire first burns and scorches the ground surrounding it, destroying field spell cards, then lingers until nothing remains. Basically the player's life points. I thought that was pretty clever. For those of you who like different artworks, when this card appeared in the anime, the scenery was modified to depict only a large forest, although the manga and OCG/TCG artworks showed a forest, an ocean, and a set of mountains. The form of the flames also vary in the anime artwork. The entire Dark Magician archetype was renamed to avoid referencing black magic. In the anime and video games, this card is called Dark Magic Ritual. However, this card did manage to retain its original name of Black Magic Ritual in the TCG. In the Japanese version of this card's artwork, a pentagram was featured in the center of the magic circle. However, this hexagram was removed from the card's international artwork due to censorship reasons. Everyone loves a misprint, not just for fun, but also for their value. When this card was released in the TCG Premium Pack 1, there were several misprints of the card with the text Marshmallow replacing Black Magic Ritual. This was because Marshmallow was the next card on the set's list, and I recently saw one of these misprints selling on eBay for $500. D-Spell had an anime-only counterpart called Cursebreaker, which was used by Yugi in episode 61 in his duel against Arcana, which he used to negate and destroy Thousand Knives and Magical Hats. Their effects are similar, yet definitely different in power. D-Spell lets you destroy one spell card on the field, whereas Cursebreaker negates all spell effects inflicted by your opponent. Wordplay is always fun, and this card, D-Spell, is a play on the word dispel, in, of course, reference to its effect. We have more misprint fun up next. Did you know that all copies of this card found in Starter Deck Kaiba Evolution have the word spell not capitalized? This misprint isn't going for nearly as much as the Black Magic Ritual ones, however. In the anime, this card was the equivalent to the TCG card Beast Fangs, where it increased the attack and defense of an equipped beast-type monster by 300 points, rather than a beast warrior type. What I really like about this card is that the card's effect is inspired by the idea of a human becoming a werewolf under a full moon. Of course, this card was a part of one of the most infamous moments in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! In episode 7, Yami plays this card during his duel with Mako Tsunami to power up Silverfang. However, because of the moon in play, the level of the tide rises, giving Mako a huge advantage in the duel. To combat this, Yami uses his giant Soldier of Stone to destroy the moon. Horn of the Unicorn is a classic Duelist Kingdom card and a pretty powerful one, increasing a monster's attack by 700. Sadly, this card was only ever used in Duelist Kingdom. We saw it in episode 4 against Weevil, episode 7 against Mako, episode 23 against Kaiba, and lastly, episode 35 against Pegasus, never to be played again after that. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories, Horn of the Unicorn was drawn with a different artwork, where I think it looks more like an upside down ice cream cone. I don't know how that would look on the monsters. Okay, let's have some more fun with names. In the German dub of the anime, this card's name is Stolz des Einhorns, which translates to Pride of the Unicorn. It did go back to the normal Horn of the Unicorn in the TCG, which in German is Horn des Einhorn. I can't do accents or other languages, I apologize. The Living Arrow card was another of Yugi's classic vague card effects that differ between episodes. The most famous use of this card was in his duel with Seto Kaiba in episode 24. Yugi uses this card with Polarization in order to fuse Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon with his own Mammoth Graveyard, causing the Fierce Dragon to deteriorate and lose 1200 attack during each of Yugi's end phases. Now, we see a different effect in episode 37 when Yugi uses this card during his duel against Pegasus. When Toon Summon Skull attacks Dark Magician, Yugi activates this card to destroy Toon World by activating the effect of Pegasus's magical neutralizing force as this card's effect. And we get yet another effect. In episode 51, Yugi uses this card against a possessed bandit Keith. Keith activates Tribute to the Doomed to destroy Yugi's set monster. However, Yugi activates this card to switch the target of Tribute to the Doomed to Zero the Mant, which ends up destroying it. Interestingly, this is the only episode where the card is played with its actual effect as stated on the card. Most of us will always know this card by its anime name, Living Arrow, but for some reason, when it came out in 2008 as part of the Zombie World structure deck, it was called Spell Shattering Arrow. When this card was released, not only did it have a name change, but it was also completely redrawn compared to its anime artwork. And you can see the upgrade here. Like, I'm all about being faithful to the original series, but this change, I think it was an upgrade. The original's still classic though. Magical Hats was another card that was very different in the anime compared to what we got in the TCG. First of all, this card was a quick play spell card instead of a normal trap card. Secondly was the effect of the card. In the anime, 4 hats appear and cover the controller's monsters. After that, the hats rearrange themselves at random to conceal the monster or monsters and keep the opponent from identifying them without attacking. I think Yugi could also hide traps under these hats as well to add further insult to injury. Though the TCG's effect was different, the artwork remained the same. The artwork still shows 4 hats, though in the game you can only select 3 cards as hats. I get the change, but I think reducing the hats from 4 to 3 is just such a shame. Maybe we can only use 3 out of the 4 hats because one of them has blown off into another card's artwork. That's right, yeah, we can see one of the magical hats in the artwork of Twin Twisters and Fusion Recycling Plant. When Makio the Magical Mist was released, its artwork was completely redrawn compared to the manga and anime artworks. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure which one I prefer here. Both look really good. Makio is yet another vague Yugi Duelist Kingdom card that differs between duels. The card's lore in the anime was also very vague. It simply read, better electrical conductivity boost attack by 30%, which kind of really says it all. Looking at these different uses, in episode 5, Yami first uses this card in his duel against Weevil. He uses the card to wash the poison made by Weevil's Great Moth off of the field. Not only that, but it also covers Great Moth in water, which enhanced Yugi's Summon Skull's Lightning Strike and raised its attack by 1000 when it attacked Great Moth. Yami uses a different effect of this card in episode 34 against Joey. When Joey's Thousand Dragon attacks his Dark Magician, which has 100 attack at this point due to the effect of Time Wizard, Yugi tributes Dark Magician to special summon Dark Sage. Yugi then uses Dark Sage's effect to activate Makio from his hand, which extinguishes Thousand Dragon's Noxious Nostril Gust. Finally, in episode 50, Yugi used this card during his duel against the possessed bandit Keith. The water from Makio caused Keith's machine-type monsters to rust, decreasing their attack and defense to drop by 300. Makio, of course, also increased the attack of Yugi's Summon Skull by 750 this time. When Makio was released, its TCG effect worked with either Summon Skull specifically or one Thunder monster. What would happen is all monsters your opponent controls are destroyed if their defense was lower or equal to the selected monster's attack. Pretty powerful card. Funnily though, there was a period in the Game Boy Advance platforms where the card listed left arm of the Forbidden One instead of Summon Skull by mistake. Now the left arm's 200 attack wouldn't do you much good there. Did you know that Monster Reborn was known as Reborn the Monster for the first 27 episodes of the original anime's dub before they started calling it by its proper TCG name? Personally, it'll always be Reborn the Monster to me. The Ankh in Monster Reborn's Japanese artwork is an ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic that reads as life, symbolizing the idea of eternal life. This fits perfectly with this card's effect. Now, the Ankh symbol was completely removed and redrawn in the card's international artwork to steer clear of religious overtones. Interestingly, there are some international manga and video games that still use the original Japanese artwork. Now, the design that came out of the change was so good that many Japanese players preferred the design of the international artwork over the original Japanese one. There was enough demand that a Japanese version of this card with its international artwork would finally be printed. However, this was an extremely rare promotional card among the 3 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2017 attendance cards. Monster Recovery was another classic but Duelist Kingdom only card that would only ever get used twice in the series. The first was in episode 5. A lot of these cards are in episode 5. The episode where Yami duels against Weevil. He activates this card to return his hand, Dark Magician and Torike back to his deck and draw 5 new cards. After redrawing a new hand, Yami summons Kuribo and Weevil activates Parasite Worm to destroy Kuribo and inflict its attack as damage to Yami Yugi. The last time it was used was in Yugi's duel against Mai in episode 30. Yugi sets this card as a successful bluff so he could get another turn. On Yami's next turn, he activates this card to return Catapult Turtle and his hand to his deck to draw 5 new cards. Now, the card did make one more appearance in a duel. In episode 36, the card can be seen in Yami's hand in his duel against Pegasus. 2 episodes later, we see that the card is still in Yami's hand. When Monster Recovery was released, its artwork received a bit of a glow-up. It was redrawn with more details and a different coloration. Like many cards, Monster Recovery had some differences between its anime and TCG effects, though pretty minor this time. In the anime, its effect was to return all monsters on your side of the field and cards in your hand to your deck, and then you shuffle the deck and draw 5 new cards. The TCG effect was that you can target one monster you control that is owned by you. If that monster is still on the field, shuffle it and your entire hand into the deck. Also, after that, draw cards equal to the number of cards you shuffled from your hand to the deck by this effect. There's pros and cons to both, but it's not the worst change we've seen, that's for sure. In the series, Monster Replace was a spell card, but when it was released in the TCG, it was a trap card under the new name Shift. That wasn't the only change. The effect also changed, with the anime effect being far superior. Its anime effect was you can target the monster on your side of the field and replace it with the monster with the highest attack in your hand. Pretty beast, right? The TCG version was when your opponent targets exactly one monster you control for an attack, or with a spell or trap effect, target another monster you control, that would be an appropriate target. That attack, spell, or trap now targets the new monster. It's not bad, but the anime effect is better in my opinion. Sadly, this again is another Duelist Kingdom only card. We only saw it used in 2 duels as well. The first was in episode 21, which was Yami's tag team duel with Joey against the Paradox Brothers. Yami uses this card to switch the position of his Dark Magician and Black Skull Dragon as part of the legendary winning move. The second and last time was in episode 22, in the duel that followed that with Seto Kaiba. Yugi uses this card when Swordstalker attacks Curse of Dragon. Yami activates this card to return Curse of Dragon to his hand and special summon Dark Magician in its place. In the anime, this card could summon 2 additional copies of a targeted monster with 500 or less attack. However, you could alternatively use it on Kuribo, just like Yugi would, and in that case, as we saw, an infinite amount of Kuribo tokens would be summoned with disregard to the limit of the amount of monster card zones. TCG players would have to wait a very long time to recreate one of Yugi's most famous plays, as this card, along with Time Machine, which was a card used by Bandit Keith during Duelist Kingdom, was released almost a decade after it was released in the OCG. When this card was released, its artwork was recolored compared to the anime artwork, where the monster looked exactly like Gengar from Pokemon. Did you know that there is another spell card with a very similar effect to Multiply that was also used by Yami in the anime? Well, this card was called Tricky Spell Form, and it was designed for the Tricky, which we saw at the very end of Duel Monsters. Did you know that Mystic Box is based on escape artistry, a popular magic trick that involves the magician reappearing somewhere else? Another card commonly used by Yugi, Magical Hats, is also based on a classic magic technique of utilizing hats to hide and make things emerge. What's also cool is that both cards were the effect of Dark Magician in Dungeon Dice Monsters. On multiple occasions after Yugi used this card to transport the Dark Magician to another location on the field, his opponent would ask Yugi how he did it. Yugi explains that a magician never reveals his secret as the Dark Magician shakes his finger at them. I always loved the sass in that response. Interestingly, in the anime, Mystic Box could only be used with Dark Magician, as the text on the card reads, "A combo attack that can be done with Dark Magician." Said combo attack would destroy one card on his opponent's side of the field. In the TCG, Mystic Box was changed to be able to be used with all monsters. Its effect was to target one monster your opponent controls and one monster you control. Destroy the first target, then give control of the second target to your opponent. Science lesson time. In chemistry, polymerization is the process of joining two or more molecular units to form bigger chains of units known as polymers. This is of course similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! In that two or more monsters are joined to create a new, more powerful monster. Did you know that polymerization has the most errata of any card in the OCG, with 9 different errata? In case you were wondering, errata are changes to any part of the text of a card that occur between reprints. An errata can be made to a card for a variety of reasons, including to fix mistakes, to update a card's terminology, or to clarify the behavior of a card so that its rulings are easier to understand. Polymerization is such a powerful and important card that, to no surprise, it is one of the most used cards in the entire series. In fact, Yugi plays this card 21 times throughout the entirety of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime and movies, fusing into some of his most legendary monsters, including Gaia the Dragon Champion, Dark Paladin, Black Skull Dragon, and many, many more. Swords of Revealing Light, like Gaia the Fierce Knight, can also be seen on the Tablet of Lost Memories behind the Pharaoh. Behind Priest Seto, the cards Monster Reborn and Battleox can be seen behind him, as well as the God cards and the 2 Duelist Ace monsters Blue Eyes White Dragon and Dark Magician. In the 2002 Limited and Forbidden lists, the Swords of Revealing Light card was originally semi-limited, but became limited on the September 2003 lists. It remained limited for 16 formats, which was exactly 8 years before it became semi-limited again on the September 2011 lists. This makes Swords of Revealing Light the card to have spent the longest time on the limited list before leaving. When this card was used in this series, many swords appear, some with the power to hold up a castle without its flotation ring, but in the artwork, only 3 swords are featured. This is because the 3 swords represent the turns that this card can be active for. The artwork for this card features the Eye of Widget, also known as the Eye of Horus. The colour scheme of the Eye of Widget, as well as the 3 characters below it in the card's artwork, have a strong resemblance to those of the Lens of Truth from the Legend of Zelda games. This is further supported by the card's name sounding similar to the tool. As well as that, both this card and the Lens's name share the same theme of ocular ESP, and the Lens of Truth possesses the magic to reveal hidden creatures, secrets, and traps, which is also similar to this card's effect. The Eye of Truth is also similar to the power that the Millennium Eye has in the anime, where you can see your opponent's hand, except this card's effect is a legal way of doing things. The Eye of Truth was another card that had changes when it came to the OCG and TCG. In the anime, this was a spell card and it didn't increase the opponent's life points by 1000 if they had a spell card in their hand. Did you know that Mirror Force was the first ever card released that could only be activated in response to an attack, and what an effect it was in response to that attack as well? If Mirror Force's effect wasn't already devastating enough, it was even more OP in Duelist Kingdom, as this card would also inflict damage to the opponent equal to the difference between the target monster card's attack and the total attack of all the opponent's monster cards destroyed by this effect. Mirror Force is such an iconic and powerful card that it is the only trap card to appear in each of the first 6 Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series. Spellbinding Circle is another card that was so much better in the anime, and I personally think it didn't need changing. Both the anime and TCG cards target a monster so that it can't attack or change its battle position. But in the anime, you also have the option of reducing the attack of that targeted monster by 700 points. Spellbinding Circle was another card that got hit by censorship, as all international versions of the card have its hexagram removed. This was to avoid any religious overtones, of course. However, this change ended up benefiting so many other cards. In the TCG, Spellbinding Circle's artwork appears in other cards' artworks as an easy replacement for other cards that featured hexagrams or pentagrams. Examples of these are the 5 Exodia pieces, Magician's Unite, Magician's Circle, Spell Reproduction, Owner's Seal, and Release Restraint Wave. And that's the main bulk of Yugi's Duelist Kingdom deck, but we're not done yet. Let's dive deeper into other cards that were either seen in his hand, fusions with other duelists, and of course the infamous monster lost to the ocean on the boat trip over to the Duelist Kingdom island. The monsters Battlesteer, Rude Kaiser, and Sangan were all set in defense position in Yugi's first duel against Kaiba in episode 1. Their beating was so bad that they were never seen in the deck ever again. The cards Zombie Warrior and Breath of Light were both seen in Yugi's hand during his duel with Videotape Pegasus, but were never played or seen again in Duelist Kingdom. Dark Hole is used by Yugi in episode 44 to destroy a horde of monsters in the virtual game, but was never played by him in an actual duel. Soul Release wasn't played during the Duelist Kingdom tournament, but just after, or should I say, again, not played. I remember this moment upsetting loads of fans back in the day. In episode 42, Yugi duels Rebecca Hawkins, and this card is shown to be at the top of Yugi's deck after he surrenders to her. The Aspal was that though Yugi surrendered, he technically won because of what would have happened next. If Yugi had drawn and activated Soul Release, he would have used this card to reduce the attack of Shadow Ghoul by 2,300 by banishing 5 monsters from Rebecca's graveyard. This would have then allowed Dark Magician to attack and destroy the weakened Shadow Ghoul and drop Rebecca's life points to 0. Yugi chose to surrender and not play this card because he wanted to show Rebecca that is more to a duel than just winning. Try telling Kaiba that. Good old Zedzrig, right? Yes, the TCG and Korean versions of Soul Release have censored artwork, where the woman featured in the artwork is given clothing to make her less revealing. They didn't need to do this after clothing her, but the woman's bust size was also reduced. Did you know that some players speculate that the girl in this card is one of the elf sisters or counterparts? Mystical Elf and Dark Elf have long been counterparts to one another, and people think the girl in Soul Release could also be a relative. This is based on the shared skin color she shares with the Mystical Elf, and that she has a somewhat similar hair color to the Dark Elf. Are they stretching with this one, or do you agree that this could be possible? Yami played Bakura in a duel using a deck titled the Friendship deck. In this deck, Yugi combines some of Joey's, Teia's, and Tristan cards into his own deck, including the souls of Yugi as the Dark Magician, Joey as the Flame Swordsman, Tristan as the Cyber Commander, and Teia as the Magician of Faith. The deck was garbage, pretty much. It featured cards like Basic Insect and whatnot, but it did include the Horn of Heaven, which was the first card shown in the anime to require the user to sacrifice something first in order to use it. Did you know that the Dark Sage's stats are the inverse of the Sorcerer of Dark Magicians, another upgraded counterpart to the Dark Magician that featured in the Yu-Gi-Oh movie Pyramid of Light? Darksage is definitely an OP card, so it came as no surprise that the card's effect in the TCG is a much weaker version of its anime effect. In the anime, you could activate one spell card from your hand during each of your opponent's turns, and you could add one spell card from your deck to your hand during your draw phase instead of conducting your normal draw. However, in the TCG, you are only allowed to add one spell card from your deck to your hand if you are able to summon the monster. The Darksage is one of the few monsters, if not the only, in the game that quite literally requires pure luck to be summoned, as you have to call a coin toss correctly from Time Wizard's effect. The Bandai version of Black Skull Dragon is level 7 and has 2600 defense, whereas the Konami version is level 9 and has 2500 defense. Did you know that this card is in fact the first ever level 9 monster in the Konami OCG? Similar to the Red Eyes Black Dragon and Meteor Black Dragon, Black Skull Dragon was also known as B Skull Dragon. This was from its initial release in the TCG in 2002 until its reprint in Legendary Duelist Season 1 18 years later in 2020. Black Skull Dragon is one of the most iconic and nostalgic monsters in the game, partly due to its first summon in the series when Yugi and Joey teamed up to summon it against the Paradox Brothers, but also because this monster is the cover card for Metal Raiders, which was the second ever TCG set. Dragon Master Knight is summoned by Yugi and Kaiba in episode 45 to face off against the Big Five's five-headed dragon. The really cool thing about this is that Dragon Master Knight and Five-Headed Dragon are based on Bahamut and Tiamat, the gods of good and evil dragons from Dungeons & Dragons. Dragon Master Knight is called Master of Dragon Soldier in the original Japanese version, as well as in some episodes of the English dub. The attack name of this card also differs between the Japanese and English dubs. This card's attack is called Galaxy Crusher in the original Japanese version and Dragon Saber Blast in the English dub. Did you know that Dragon Master Knight has the highest defense amongst all light monsters with 5,000 defense points? Winning with Exodia is a hard task in itself, unless your opponent is top decking, of course. But did you know that the odds of drawing all 5 pieces in your opening hand in a standard 40 card deck is a low rate of 0.000152%? Put simply, it'll only happen 1.5 times per 1 million games, which means you're more likely to be struck by lightning while drowning in the Atlantic Ocean. Exodia's dismemberment is said to be a reference to the Egyptian god Osiris, the god of death and judgment, who was sealed away and dismembered himself by the god Set. Exodia the Forbidden One was one of the first 5 effect monsters to ever be released. It came out in 2002 in Yu-Gi-Oh's first ever TCG set, Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon. The other 4 were Armed Ninja, Man-Eater Bug, Hane, and Reaper of the Cards. Out of all 5, this is the only one that doesn't have a flip effect. If we break down the name Anthrosaurus, we get a pretty neat translation. The term anthro refers to the Greek word anthropos, which when translated means either human or man, while saurus means lizard. So, this card's name reads as man-lizard when translated, but we'd obviously go with Lizard Man, which I think really sounds more like a card name Joey would run in his deck, right? Anthrosaurus sounds kind of too posh for his Brooklyn twang, don't you think? Anthrosaurus' first TCG release was in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack. This set was heavily based off Joey, featuring 81 cards that he played, along with cards used by other duelists in the show, including My Valentine, Yami Marek, Rex Raptor, Bandit Keith, and the Paradox Brothers. Now, one of the coolest things about this set is that 8 monster cards have their flavor text written with Joey's legendary Brooklyn accent. And Anthrosaurus' text read, "This man like dinosaurs got a high IQ even though he's lacking in the strength department. Kinda like yous if you had a high IQ. Yeah." Apologies for my Bad Joey impression there, by the way. We all know that Kaiba isn't Joey's biggest fan and will get one over on him at any given opportunity, whether that's beating him in a duel or making a sly comment about him. But I think we can all agree that one of his best quotes towards Joey was,
"You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck."
But what's interesting here is that despite calling his deck fourth rate, Kaiba actually owns a lot of Joey's cards himself. So introducing the Kaiba's fourth rate briefcase count, where we will tally up how many of Joey's cards Kaiba actually owns himself. So let's play a game. Place your guesses on how many cards he owns now and let me know down in the comments if you get it right. Here we go. So we can see in episode 1 that this card is in Kaiba's briefcase when he offers a bunch of rare cards to Solomon Moto in exchange for his Blue Eyes White Dragon. A bonus anime appearance for this card is in episode 13. Now, this card features in the Friendship deck, which is a combination of Yugi, Joey, Tristan, and Teia's cards that Yami used in his duel against Bakura. Here we can see Anthrosaurus in Yami's hand. Armored Lizard came out in 2002's Metal Raiders set and has a counterpart, Lesser Dragon, that came out in the set before it, Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, which was again released in 2002. In the games Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2 and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, Armored Lizard was drawn with a different artwork and had a different colour scheme being purple. Now, every time I see this, it kind of makes me think of a shiny Pokemon. Kaiba's fourth rate briefcase count too. Yes, in episode 16 of the anime, Armored Lizard can be seen in Kaiba's briefcase when he takes out one of his new duel discs from his briefcase and tosses it to Joey for their duel. We also see this card in Kaiba's briefcase again in episode 26 when he gets ready to face off against Maximilian Pegasus. Did you know that Bandai held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! Shortly before Konami? Well, there are some really interesting differences between the two brands' cards, and we'll take Axe Raider as an example. We can see the artwork is different, but take a look at its level, attack, and defense stats. In the Bandai version, it's a level 6 monster with 2,300 attack and 1,500 defense, whereas in the Konami version, it's a level 4 monster with 1,700 attack and 1,150 defense. Now, I think we can all agree that Axe Raider is an awesome card and it has great stats for a level 4 monster, but during the Duelist Kingdom arc, you didn't have to tribute for monsters, so I think the Bandai version would have been a beast in Joey's deck then, especially because the Bandai version also has an effect that let you draw one card from your deck after the battle phase. Honestly, this takes this card to a whole new level of super special awesome. Axe Raider can be seen in other cards' artworks. It appears in the artworks of Flat Level 4, Summoning Clock, and Crossline Counter. In episode 46 of the anime, Joey takes on Duke Devlin in a duel at his game store. As the guys enter the game shop, there are a bunch of TV monitors that were showing the duels that occurred in Duelist Kingdom. Now, one of those screens you can actually see Axe Warrior doing his thing. And yes, again, this card is seen in Kaiba's briefcase during episodes 16 and 26. Baby Dragon's flavor text reads, "Much more than just a child. This dragon is gifted with untapped power." Now, the untapped power in this card's text is actually a reference to Thousand Dragon, which Joey would summon multiple times during Duelist Kingdom through Time Wizard's effect. The untapped power could also possibly be a reference to Alligator's Sword Dragon, a fusion used by Joey in Battle City in his duel against Mako Tsunami. Now, on the theme of Baby Dragon, Time Wizard, and Thousand Dragon, did you know that Joey obtained Baby Dragon differently in the manga? Now, in the anime, Joey got this card in a trade on a boat trip to Duelist Kingdom with a random person. In the manga, the monster was originally used by Yugi, and we saw it in his first duel against Pegasus. Yugi later gave Joey Baby Dragon along with Time Wizard to be used in combination together just before the Duelist Kingdom tournament. Baby Dragon has a Red Eyes counterpart called Red Eyes Baby Dragon, and I've got to say, isn't this one of the cutest little critters you've ever seen? Like, this little chibi Red Eyes are just so damn awesome. As fans, we love to see family connections between cards, be them real, by lore, or ones we make up for fun. Here's one between Battle Steer and Battle Ox. Brothers, perhaps? Now, they both share a similar name. Both are normal Beast Warrior cards, and both of their appearances take after bovines. What do you think? Do these guys come as a pair? One of my favorite things in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the translations of the names in different languages. It's just really fun. And now, there's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce this, but the Arabic name of Battle Steer translates to War Dog. How freaking awesome is that? Okay, let's check out more Bandai differences. Battle Steer is still a level 5 monster, but it has 2100 attack, 1600 defense, and it has the same effect that the Bandai Axe Raider card had too. And guess who also had this card? Yep, it was Kaiba. This card is seen in his briefcase in episode 1 as one of the many rare cards he was trying to trade for Solomon's Blue Eyes. Battle Warrior was a really terrible card. Terrible, but super nostalgic. Did you know that we had to wait 14 years for this card's TCG print just to be able to, or not able, to put it in our Joey character decks? The crazy thing is that in the OCG, Battle Warrior's first print was in 1999 in the Booster 1 set. It even got reprinted 3 times before we finally got it in 2013's Number Hunters set. I mean, we did get it as a super rare while it has only been printed as a common in the OCG, but still. Battle Warrior appears in the artworks of Sneak Exploder, Small Stopper, and Draw Muscle. And I mean, just look at that pose in Draw Muscle. This guy, he ain't packing much, but he looks like a boss in this artwork. Battle Warrior is a level 3 monster, but in the dub, it was a level 2 card. It also had different names for its attacks. In the original, it was Ultimate Screw Knuckle, and in the dub, it was called Ultimate Battle Fist. Both sound badass, but which one is your favorite? Okay, the biggest disappointment when it comes to Joey's deck has to be that Flame Swordsman is a fusion monster. Like, why is that? In the anime, it was always treated as a normal level 5 monster despite being colored in that fusion violet, and in the manga, it was just a normal monster. Now, in the Japanese version of the anime, it was colored yellow like a normal monster, but its card lore stated that it was a fusion monster and listed its materials, Flame Manipulator, and Masaki the Legendary Swordsman. We can also see the Flame Swordsman in the first outro for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and it's colored as a normal monster there as well. So why couldn't we get it as a normal monster in the TCG? I did some digging on this and there is no clear reasoning as to why. However, the best and most likely reason Flame Swordsman became a fusion was that they just wanted to promote fusion summoning as it was fresh, brand new, and they wanted to hype it up at the time. Now, Flame Swordsman came out as a super rare card in 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set as one of 10 fusion monsters. The only one fans would have wanted to play in that set was Gaia the Dragon Champion, but that was one of the set's secret rare cards. So, making an iconic card like this a fusion monster to encourage us to play fusions before better ones came out makes a lot of sense from a marketing perspective, but it still sucks, man, it sucks.
It's not fair!
Now, if you look closely at Flame Swordsman's sword, you can see a Japanese kanji character on it. This is the kanji Hono, which means flame. Did you know that there is a misprint of this card in 2004's Dark Beginning 1 set, where it has its name misprinted as Cyberstein? Now, some of these are going for a tasty price online. The highest one I found was £215, which is around $264. Did you know that Garuzzi's is the first non-Earth Beast warrior monster? Now, this is strange if you think about it, because don't you think based on its appearance, it should be a reptilian instead of a beast warrior? Garuzzi's isn't the only one though, as it shares this trait with Rude Kaiser, XX Saber Ragigura, and Dragoons of Draconia. In the original anime, Garuzzi's attack name is Speeding Killer Slash. In the dub, Garuzzi's attack had 3 different names. Its attack names were Battle Blade Strike, Battle Axe Crush, and 5/Strike. All sound pretty awesome though, to be fair. Garuzi's has always felt like an iconic Joey card to me, but did you know that it was only played once after Duelist Kingdom? Like, this card was a staple for Joey in the Duelist Kingdom tournament arc as he played it in 4 of his 7 duels. Joey played it against Mako Tsunami and Battle City, but after that, it was never seen again. And I hope you're keeping count because this card was seen in Kaiba's briefcase in episodes 16 and 26. Giltia the D-Knight is another monster that had the same treatment as Flame Swordsman, but there was never nearly as much heat about it when it came to this card. Like Flame Swordsman, in the manga and anime it appeared as a normal monster, but was made into a fusion monster in the OCG and TCG. I presume this was for the same reasons as Flame Swordsman, which I guess makes sense. Giltia the D-Knight came out in 2002's Metal Raiders, and it was one of 15 fusion monsters in the set as a common card. Now, the ones you wanted in that set were Black Skull Dragon and Thousand Dragon, but Black Skull Dragon was an ultra rare card and Thousand Dragon was one of the set's secret rares. So the theory stands, though Giltia isn't nearly as iconic as Flame Swordsman. Quiz time! Do you know what the D stands for in Giltia's name? Well, it stands for Dark, and this is super ironic because Giltia was the first light warrior monster. Okay, let's look at some differences this card had between the manga and anime. First of all is that the card is a level 6 in the manga, while it is a level 5 in the anime. The other difference is in its artwork. When Giltia the D-Knight was released, it was drawn in a completely different position compared to its manga artwork. And yes, we're increasing Kaiba's 4th-rate briefcase count again, as this card was seen in his briefcase in episode 1. To sum up this monster would be to say that it's basically cannon fodder. In episode 18 of the anime, Joey summons this card during his duel against Bones. We don't really see a lot of Glassman as Bones' dragon zombie attacks and destroys this card after it was powered by the effects of Pumpkin, the King of Ghosts. In fact, we see so little of this card that we don't really know anything about it. We see that it has 1100 attack and 1000 defense, but its level and attribute are both unknown. The reason for this is that Glassman is a filler-only card that's never been printed, and I don't think it ever will. Also, the name Glassman makes no sense to its appearance. I mean, maybe his spikes are glass or something, but I don't really get it otherwise. The OCG and TCG artwork for Koji Kosi is taken from chapter 11 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where this monster is summoned in Joey's duel against Mai. We also see that in the manga, Koji Kosi was a level 5 monster, whereas in the anime and TCG, it is a level 4 card. Now, it doesn't really matter in the Duelist Kingdom rules, but I'm glad that we don't have to tribute for those stats of his. When it comes to the Bandai version of this card, however, well, that's a different story. The Bandai card is a level 5 monster, but it has 2100 attack and 1300 defense. And I gotta say, I love the red beard and angry dwarven vibe that this card artwork has. Nothing against the TCG one though, that still feels really nostalgic, but I like the Bandai one. The Japanese artwork for the card Ultimate Offering is pretty gnarly, and it looks like the monster featured in this card's artwork could very well be our boy Leogun. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, Leogun was drawn with a different artwork. Now, it's somewhat similar to its anime and TCG version, but it puts a lot more focus on that mane of his. That, and he has a bluer tone to him as well. Sadly, Leogun has only ever made one appearance in a duel, which was in episode 11 when Joey took on Rex Raptor. It also fell victim to one of Joey's earlier dumbass moves, where he summons this monster to attack Rex's two-headed King Rex, forgetting that Rex's dino had a field power bonus, which ends up wrecking Leogun. Can we get an F in chat for Leogun, please? Did you know that Masaki the Legendary Swordsman was the first card in the OCG to feature English alphabetical characters in a card name? Masaki the Legendary Swordsman's flavor text reads, Legendary Swordmaster Masaki is a veteran of over 100 battles. Now, for some reason, the German flavor text states that 1,000 battles were fought by Masaki, whereas other laws only talk about 100. This is either a translation mix-up, or Germany just have a lot of love for this legendary swordsmaster. The Masaki card appears in the artwork of Chain Material, right underneath Flame Manipulator. And Masaki is another card found in Kaiba's briefcase during episodes 16 and 26. I've got to say, these cards, they are racking up now. They are racking up. Mio Toko is another card whose first TCG release was in Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, meaning its flavor text is written with Joey's iconic Brooklyn accent. Yes, it reads, "This big old guy with a big old eye shoots a nasty ray beam right at ya." I wonder if we'll see the accent improve over the video. Probably not. Sorry. Direct translations from Japanese can be really fun when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh cards. In the case of Mio Toko, the card's TCG name is from the Japanese Me Otoko. When directly translated to English, reads as I Man, which I kind of think sounds cool and funny, but it literally says what it is, right? I Man. In the Yu-Gi-Oh game Dark Duel Stories 2, Mio Toko has different artwork and is coloured a more vibrant pink, which again makes me think of it as a shiny Pokemon. In 1999, a Yu-Gi-Oh movie called simply Yu-Gi-Oh was produced by Toei Animation, and the Red Eyes Black Dragon was the main card of that film. In the movie, the card is owned by Shogo Aoyama. Shogo pulls this card in a pack, but is too scared to duel with it and still lose, so he only ever uses it to intimidate others out of duels. Now, it's kind of funny, but Kaiba invites him to participate in a Duel Monsters tournament, but Shogo is too shy, so he decides not to go. So, what does Kaiba do when he wants something he can't have? Well, he sends his bodyguard to go and get it for him, of course. Shogo is kidnapped, and Yugi and Joey turn up to save him, etc, etc. It's a cool movie, definitely check it out. Now, we also get some cool comparisons in the movie between the Red Eyes Black Dragon and the Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's stated in the movie that Blue Eyes represents power, while Red Eyes represents potential. Now, there are plenty of themes out there regarding the two dragons, as well as other cards in their archetypes. Based on their descriptions in the Yu-Gi-Oh game The Sacred Cards, the Red Eyes Black Dragon stands for violence and anger, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon represents destruction and pride. Now, if we look at the cards in their archetype, we can see that Inferno Fire Blast, Red Eyes Burn, Red Eyes Black Flare Dragon, Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon, Archfiend Black Skull Dragon, and Meteor Black Comet Dragon all inflict burn damage. As for the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Burst Stream of Destruction, and Neutron Blast, yeah, they all revolve around destroying the opponent's cards. Now, you could argue that these traits also describe the characters that represent their archetypes. The violence and anger of the Red Eyes could describe Joey's past as a bully and temperament when ridiculed. The Blue Eyes White Dragon and its references to destruction and power could represent Seto Kaiba and his vanity. If we compare the Red Eyes Black Dragon's first and second OCG and TCG artworks with its third, fourth, and fifth ones, we can see that the Red Eyes has 3 claws in its first and second artworks, while the third, fourth, and fifth show the Red Eyes with 4 claws. The Red Eyes Black Dragon had a legendary and iconic attack name in the original series and the dub, which was of course Inferno Fire Blast. Now, for some reason, the attack name was changed when it featured in episodes 29 and 30 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It had 2 different attack names actually. The first was Black Fire Bullet, and the second was Dark Mega Flare. Both sound pretty badass to be fair, not beating the original attack name though. Now, this is really interesting, but did you know that the Red Eyes Black Dragon is a part of our Kaiba's 4th-rate briefcase collection? Yes, it can be seen in there in episode 16. Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 has a machine counterpart called Steel Ogre Grotto number 1. And in case you're wondering what a counterpart is, when two cards are purposely intended to seem or feel alike, or when a monster's alternate artwork is transformed into a different monster with only a palette change, this is referred to as a counterpart. We can see that clearly here using these two monsters as an example. Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 is almost identical to the card Stone Armadillo. They have the same level, attribute, type, attack, and defense stats. Now, I wouldn't put these two in the same family or anything like that, but it's really interesting to see that these two are pretty much the same card. Okay, let's stick on the theme of similarity, but this one is actually kind of strange. We have Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 and Rock Ogre Grotto number 2, right? They are somewhat similar in terms of the appearance or design, but their Japanese names are completely different from one another. Rock Ogre Grotto number 1's Japanese name when translated is Ogre Rock, and Rock Ogre Grotto number 2's name is War Earth. Now, I wonder why they decided to make their names this way in the English versions. But the crazy thing is that the Rock Ogres aren't the only ones this has happened to. This has also happened to the Darkfire Soldiers and the Flying Kamakiri. Did you know that Rude Kaiser is the only monster card that Yugi, Kaiba, and Joey have all used in the anime? Yugi uses it in episode 1 in his duel against Kaiba, Joey uses it in episode 16 in his duel against Kaiba, and then Kaiba uses it in his duel against Maximilian Pegasus in episode 26. And now this wasn't actually seen in Kaiba's briefcase, but he owns it and so does Joey. So this is definitely going in our Kaiba's 4th-rate briefcase count, that's for sure. Okay, this one doesn't add up. If you read Rude Kaiser's flavor text, it reads, "With an axe in each hand, this monster delivers heavy damage." Now, I don't doubt that this guy can kick out the damage, but if we look at the axes he wields in his hand, well, he doesn't. He actually wields them on his wrists. It's time for more fun with name translations. In the German version of Forbidden Memories, what a game, the name of this card was Grausamer Kaiser, which when translated to English means Cruel Kaiser, and I think that sounds pretty cool. Tiger Axe's second OCG artwork, but first TCG artwork, is taken from Chapter 10 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga from the panel where Joey summons this monster against Mai. Tiger Axe has two artworks, and what's really interesting here is that the longtime OCG exclusive artwork was used in the international versions of the anime, while the TCG and OCG one was used in the original. Tiger Axe has hopped on over to feature in the artworks of the cards Wall of Disruption and Parasite Reborn. And Tiger Axe can also be seen in Kaiba's 4th-rate briefcase in episode 16 of the anime. Copycat is such a nostalgic Joey card. Did you know that when Copycat was released in the OCG and TCG, it was given a different color scheme compared to its Japanese anime artwork? It has a pale blue top with orange stripes, its gloves are white, the cape and hat are black, and the mirror it's holding is gold. We never would have noticed this change, as the international anime has always used the OCG and TCG artwork. Copycat has a Metal Morph archetype counterpart named Metal Illusionist, and this guy looks so badass. Like, it's cool to see Copycat get some love, that's for sure. Let's go back to anime differences, this time from the OCG and TCG. In the anime, Copycat was shown as a level 5 effect monster, though it was a normal monster in the dub that is a dark attribute monster with 0 attack and 100 defense. Now, in the TCG and OCG, it is a level 1 light effect monster with 0 attack and 0 defense. Yu-Gi-Oh! Took inspiration from Magic the Gathering in the early stages of Duel Monsters, and if you look at both Lava Battle Guard and Swamp Battle Guard, you'll see that they both bear a resemblance to Sol Kanar, the Swamp King. Lava Battle Guard can be seen in the card artworks of Skill Successor, Spell of the Ruler, Ego Boost, Battle Guard Rage, and Feast of the Wild level 5. Lava Battle Guard has 2 errata in the TCG. Errata are changes to any part of a card's text that can occur between reprints, fixing mistakes or making rulings easier to understand. Its original effect from its 2002 Metal Raiders print read, increase the attack of this card by 500 points for each face-up Swamp Battle Guard on your side of the field. Now, its first errata came in its 2013 Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack reprint, simplifying the wording to this card gains 500 attack for each Swamp Battle card you control. Its second errata, and last so far, occurred in its 2022 OST Tournament Pack 19 reprint, where it just reduced the wording on the card to read, gain 500 attack for each Swamp Battle Guard you control. Lava Battle Guard is also a part of Kaiba's 4th rate briefcase, as it is seen in both episodes 16 and 32. The Bandai version of this card is an absolute tank. First of all, its appearance is crazy. It looks like a total combo of itself and Lava Battle Guard. But let's look at its stats. It's a level 6 monster that has 2,300 attack and 900 defense, whereas the Konami version is a level 5 card with 1,800 attack and 1,500 defense. The Bandai version also comes with an effect that is not linked to Lava Battle Guard. Its Bandai effect is that each player counts the total level stars of all monsters that they destroyed. The player with the highest amount is declared the winner, and I've got to say that's a really crazy effect, right? Swamp Battle Guard can be seen in the artwork of Skill Successor, Spell of the Ruler, Battle Guard Howling, and Feast of the Wild level 5. Remember that Bandai effect that we talked about earlier? Well, there could be a reason that it changed, other than it being super OP, of course. Swamp Battle Guard and Lava Battle Guard's effect work together in that they both gain 500 attack for each of the other that they control. The way in which they support each other represents the friendship between Joey and Tristan in the show, and how they always have each other's back. Swamp Battle Guard can also be seen in Kaiba's 4th rate briefcase during episodes 16 and 32 of the anime. This is also the last of Joey's cards seen in Kaiba's briefcase, so out of a, let's say, 40 card 4th rate Duelist Kingdom deck, Kaiba actually owns 11 of them. How close was your guess? Did you get it right? Let me know in the comments. Time Wizard is one of those cards that was used so differently in the anime compared to the OCG and TCG. In the anime, it was always played as a spell card despite being an effect monster, and coloured as one too. Now, the Bandai version of this card matched the way that it was used, and it is a spell card. In the manga as well, Time Wizard was also a spell card and not an effect monster. This wasn't the only difference. In its original manga artwork and in the Bandai game, Time Wizard doesn't actually have a physical clock face. Its face consisted of 2 disembodied eyes and clock hands floating inside a ring, and it's kind of creepy if you really study it. Because it doesn't have a physical face, its cape was visible through the hole. Now, because you could see half of its cape and half of the card's background, this likely became the inspiration for this monster's half blue, half yellow face in the anime and TCG. What we don't know is if Time Wizard's altered design in the anime and Konami card game was due to an artistic choice or a misinterpretation of the original artwork. They perhaps found the original creepy too, maybe. Did you know that in the Arabic anime dub, Time Wizard has been referred to by 3 different names? We have Clock Hand or Dial in Duelist Kingdom, and then post Duelist Kingdom it was known as either Clockman or Time Clock. Black Skull Dragon is the cover card for the iconic 2002 set Metal Raiders, but it was also the cover card of Revival of Black Demon's Dragon, a Japanese OCG-only reprint set that came out in 2000, featuring reprints that mainly came from the OCG's Volume 5 and Volume 5 sets. These would later become Metal Raiders. Now, the appearance of Black Skull Dragon on this set is taken from chapter 38 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the full-page panel displaying this monster in Yugi and Joey's tag team duel against the Paradox Brothers. When it comes to the Bandai version of this card, the main difference you see straight away is that the Black Skull Dragon is red in the Bandai artwork, which kind of goes against its name, but I guess part of its skull is black, so it works, I suppose. The other differences are of course in its stats. The Bandai card is a level 7 monster that has 2600 defense, whereas the Konami version is a level 9 monster that has 2500 defense. Did you know that there are some similarities between the Black Skull Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend? Red Dragon Archfiend's Japanese name, Red Demon's Dragon, is very similar to Black Skull Dragon's Japanese name, which was Black Demon's Dragon. Both of these monsters are also demonic dragons that are summoned from the extra deck. Not only that, but they also share the archetype Archfiend. Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon is the metal counterpart of Red Eye's Black Dragon. And did you know that this card is the first variation of Red Eye's Black Dragon that does not abbreviate Black with B? Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon and Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon are the only Red Eye's monsters whose Japanese names are written without kanji. The card artwork for Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon's second OCG and TCG artwork is taken from chapter 63 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where we can see Red Eye's Black Dragon being equipped with Metamorph in Joey's Duelist Kingdom semi-final duel against Bandit Keith. Thousand Dragon is one of the first 2 fusion monsters to be released in a TCG starter deck, the other one being Flame Swordsman. Both of these fusion monsters were released in 2003's starter deck Joey. Now, you'll need to keep your eyes peeled for this one. Regular secret rare cards are supposed to have their foil stripe in a top right to bottom left direction. However, some of the secret rare versions of Thousand Dragon have their foil stripe in the top left to bottom right direction. Did you know that Thousand Dragon shares the same 2400 attack and 2000 defense as Red Eye's Black Dragon? Yes, this is an interesting stat when you consider that Thousand Dragon was Joey's ace monster before he acquired the Red Eye's Black Dragon from Rex. With a name like Dragon Nails, you'd think that it can be used by any dragon monster, right? Well, that's based on this card's English name. The Japanese name of this card is Claw of the Dark Dragon Tribe, which clearly indicates that it is for dark dragon monsters only. However, this isn't entirely the case, as in the TCG and OCG version of this card, it states that it can be equipped to any dark monster. What's really cool about this card is how its effect is a reference to Joey's duel against Bandit Keith in the semi-final of the Duelist Kingdom tournament in episode 32 of the anime. The card's added effect of not being allowed to be destroyed by your opponent's card effects is a reference to how it was used to avert the effect of Blastsphere. The card's effect of being able to revive the equipped monster if it is destroyed by battle and re-equipping the card to it is also a reference to the end of the duel where Joey used Grave Robber to steal Keith's time machine and used it to revive his Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon equipped with Dragon Nails immediately after it was destroyed in battle with Keith's slot machine. When the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime was dubbed, Dragon Nails was completely redrawn to be like the more detailed artwork of the card that was from the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses artwork. Interestingly, the uncut English DVDs continue to use the original artwork of this card. Okay, let's check out another translation for this card. The Arabic name, which again I'm not going to try and pronounce, translates to Steel Claws. Did you know that the sword shown in this card's artwork is the sword wielded by Flame Swordsman? And for me, this makes the combo Joey used seem so much cooler now, right? The entity that engulfs the sword bears a resemblance to that of Darkfire Dragon. Why Darkfire Dragon, I hear you ask? Well, this is all because of card storylines. The tale tells the story of the petite dragon evolving into the previously mentioned Darkfire Dragon in order to gain strength, ultimately becoming the five-headed dragon. All this only to be vanquished by the Blackluster Soldier, who took the form of Dragon Master Knight, who then imprisoned it in the sword that the Flame Swordsman currently wields. These card storylines are pretty cool. There's loads of them. The unofficial term card storyline refers to the stories that can be put together from card artworks about the relationships between specific monsters and group of monsters. Many of these stories were actually documented in the Japanese master guidebooks, featuring stories for other monsters like Dark Ruler Hades, Warrior Dai Grepher, Sangan, and many, many more. In the first series anime, yes, the one where Kaiba has green hair, Salamandra was actually a monster instead of a spell card. Let's look at the evolution of Shield and Sword's artwork from the manga through to the TCG. In the manga, the knight holding the shield and sword is shadowed, but when this card appeared in the anime, the knight featured on its artwork was drawn in much more detail. Of course, when this card was released in the OCG and TCG, it used the artwork from the anime, showing the warrior a bit more zoomed out. The last difference is that the international version of this card has its kanji removed and replaced with attack and defense. Shield and Sword has a continuous spell card counterpart called Weapon Change, which also features a knight switching his shield and sword around. The card allows you to once during each of your standby phases pay 700 life points and target one warrior or machine monster you control. Switch the current attack and defense of that target until the end of your opponent's next turn. As well as that, it also has a trap card counterpart called Inverse Universe. Inverse Universe only targets effect monsters, and its effect only lasts for one turn. Shield and Sword's artwork is similar to that of Chaos Barrier Field, an anime-only card used by Noah Kaiba, in that it depicts two textural circles, one red and one blue, with an arrow notations in front of a human figure. Did you know that in the anime and manga, Chasm of Spikes is one of the very few cards that require calculating a quarter of a value? When Chasm of Spikes was redrawn in 2016's Millennium Pack, it was redrawn with a lot more detail compared to its plain anime artwork. Its name was also changed to Trap Hole of Spikes. Let's stick with the topic of names. In the manga, this card has the same Japanese name as Trap Hole, which was Otoshiana, meaning pitfall. In the anime and Japanese OCG, it has a different Japanese name, Kushizashi no Otoshiana. Grave Robber is not only one of Joey's most iconic cards, but it's also up there on the list of anime cards that got nerfed so bad in the TCG. The negative effect of taking 2,000 points of damage while activating the spell card was of course not in the manga or anime version, but was added to the card when printed for the TCG. There's no need for that, right? There's no need. Did you know that the Grave Robber card can be seen in the artwork for Fake Feather, a card with a somewhat similar effect to Grave Robber, allowing you to use the effect of one of your opponent's cards? Grave Robber also fell victim to censorship. If you look at the international version's artwork, you will see that the cross on the grave has been completely removed. Grave Robber has really been done dirty by the TCG, right? I bet you've never thought about this until right now, but the weapon attached to the chain in Kunai with Chain isn't actually a kunai. Real-life kunai are Japanese digging tools used by ninjas as stabbing weapons, though they can also be thrown like shuriken. Kunai can be linked with a chain or rope, but this is to make a rope dart, similar to a chain whip in Chinese martial arts. However, the weapon in this card is more like a kusarigama. As well as that, the OCG name for this card is Chain Attached Boomerang, which I guess is closer to what it is, but still incorrect. In the video games Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses, The Sacred Cards, Reshef of Destruction, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam, Kunai with Chain is a spell card instead of a trap card. Kunai with Chain has two different artworks featuring the air quotes kunai in different positions and with different backgrounds. Also, in the video games Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2, this card was drawn with different artwork. And I've got to say, I'm surprised that this card got so many different artworks, but I'm happy that it got some love. Did you know that Trap Hole was the first ever trap card released in the OCG? Not only that, but Trap Hole was also the first trap card to ever be limited in the OCG on its very first list. However, it was only limited for one format and was put back to unlimited in the very next one. The poor monster trapped down the hole in this card's artwork also appears in the artworks of Giant Trap Hole, Treacherous Trap Hole, Oh Fish, and Trap Tricks Trap Hole Nightmare. There is hope for this guy though, as the trapped monster is shown to climb out of his hole in the artwork of Fisher. As for the card Trap Hole itself, it can be seen in the artwork of Speed Spell Gap Storm. And that is it for Joey's Duelist Kingdom deck, but we are not done yet. Yes. Let's first look into a card that is seen in his hand during Duelist Kingdom that he never played. And I wonder if you can guess it actually. It's said to be one of the weakest monsters in the game. In fact, Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of Duel Monsters himself, was even shocked to see someone use it in their deck. That someone being Yugi. Have you guessed the monster? That's right. It's Karibo. Karibo is seen in Joey's opening hand in his duel against Rex Raptor in the original version of the anime. In the dub, it was replaced by Sword Arm of Dragon. Now, let's dive into facts on Joey's amateur deck. Joey's first deck included only normal monster cards and didn't have a single spell or trap card. We saw him use this deck in the first 2 episodes of the second anime, and his win rate was absolutely shocking. He lost 6 duels with this deck, 1 against Yugi and 5 against Taya. However, I still feel like this deck is somewhat legendary to Joey's character in the series, so let's see what he was running and learn some cool facts about these monsters. Anthrosaurus didn't get a print in the TCG until 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, but did you know that this guy has been kicking around in the OCG since 1999 in the Volume 3 set? Anthrosaurus has a counterpart in Crocodilus, a card that has never been printed in the TCG but came out again in 1999 in the OCG's Booster 5 set. In the games Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2 and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, Anthrosaurus was drawn with a different artwork, which looks a lot more like the artwork for its counterpart, Crocodilus. Did you know that Claw Reacher was one of the first cards seen on screen? It was seen in Joey's hand in his duel against Yugi along with Kaganingen, the Furious Sea King, and Skull Stalker. In episode 13 of the anime, Yugi dueled Bakura using the Friendship deck, the deck made up of cards from Yugi, Joey, Tristan, and Taya's own decks. During the episode, we can see that somehow Claw Reacher made the cut, as we see it in Yugi's hand. However, he was forced to discard this card due to the flip effect of Bakura's Morphing Jar. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2 and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, Claw Reacher was drawn with a different artwork, where I personally think this monster looks a lot more terrifying, don't you think? Destroyer Golem appears in the artwork of the card Catastrophe Draw, an anime-only card from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. Did you know that Destroyer Golem was never played in the anime? It made a couple of appearances but didn't get any gameplay at all. This actually shocks me a bit considering its stats compared to other monsters that got played, especially in Duelist Kingdom. This guy would have actually been decent, I think. Destroyer Golem was one of the legendary cards that came out in one of the first ever TCG starter decks, Starter Deck Kaiba. It was printed shortly after in 2002's Metal Raiders set and was brought back in 2020's Speed Duel Battle City box. It was good to see this OG make a return. Did you know that Kagemusha of the Blue Flame is the very first monster played in the first episode of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime? This means that it also made it the first card ever played in any series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Besides the Toei anime, of course. Kagemusha has a counterpart, or possibly even a later form, in Kagemusha of the Six Samurai. They both share the same color clothing and hair, as well as their poses being a mirror image of each other. Kagemusha also looks to be Shadow of the Six Samurai Sheen. They both share the same skin and hair color and have similar roles in operating as the body double and bodyguard of Great Shogun Shin. Kagemusha also appears in the card artwork of Unification, albeit with more clothing. Kage Ningen was one of the epic cards released in 2013's Legendary Collection for Joey's World Mega Pack, whose flavor text is written with Joey's Brooklyn accent. His text read, "He uses both a physical form and shadow form to attack, so he's a tough monster to beat." Now, if we continue to study the flavor text of this card a little longer and highlight that the text of this card is basically saying that it's a difficult monster to overcome, well, we will see that if we look at its 800 attack and 600 defense stats, that this is really not the case. Stating this is classic Joey energy pre-Duelist Kingdom, right? Kage Ningen's artwork is so super creepy. Its name, when translated from Japanese, reads as Shadow Man, and I don't know what's creepier in this one, the shadow or the man. Miyotoko has a counterpart in Hero's Shadow Scout, a flip effect monster from 2002's Spell Ruler set. And I gotta say, these two look like brothers for sure, as they both look exactly the same, except Miyotoko has red hair and Hero's Shadow Scout has green hair. The Miyotoko family may even go further than that, as it also bears a resemblance to Big Eye from 2002's Metal Raiders set. My guess is that Big Eye is the daddy of Miyotoko and Hero's Shadow Scout. Miyotoko was another of Joey's cards featured in the Friendship deck. We can see it in episode 13 in Yami Yugi's hand. Again, he was forced to discard this card due to the flip effect of Morphing Jar. Do you know what the M stands for in M Warrior number 1? Well, it stands for magnets. If you translate the card's Japanese name, Magunetsu Ichigo, you get Magnets number 1. The clue to its name is also in its flavor text, which reads, specializing in combination attacks. This warrior uses magnetism to block an enemy's escape. M Warrior number 1 can be seen in the card artworks of Dino Domain, Live Twins Sunny Snitch, and Evil Twins Trouble Sunny. M Warrior number 1 is another card that never sees any gameplay during the series, apart from one exception. In episode 133 of the anime, Joey is dreaming about a duel against some random kid in the finals of a tournament. Joey plays this card in combination with Legendary Sword to take out the kid's Nekogai number 1. M Warrior number 1 is later taken out by the kid's Lesser Dragon. Did you know that M Warrior number 2's attack and defense values are the same as its counterpart M Warrior number 1's, except switched? M Warrior number 2 appears in the card artwork of Live Twins Sunny Snitch with his bro M Warrior number 1. Remember the memorable moment in episode 2 of the anime where Yugi is looking in absolute horror as he shifts through Joey's garbage deck? Well, did you know that M Warrior number 2 is also shown at the bottom of the deck when Yugi tells him that he will keep losing his duels if his deck is filled with nothing but monster cards? Now, we talked about Joey's awful record with this deck before getting into the facts here, and Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 was the poor sucker that was the showcase for this in the anime. In episode 2, Joey uses this card during his duel against Taya. He uses it to attack Taya's set Happy Lover, but while it was flipped face up, Happy Lover wasn't destroyed. But why? Well, that's because Taya activates Breath of Light to destroy Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 and win her the duel. Did you know that Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 went by a couple of different names during Duelist Kingdom? Well, in the dub version, of course. In episode 11, Rex Raptor named this card Rock Ogre based on its appearance, which isn't technically incorrect, it's basically a shorter version of its full name. But in episode 16, in Joey's duel against Kaiba, the card was named Smashing Rock. In the manga, Rock Ogre Grotto number 1 was shown to be a level 4 monster instead of the level 3 monster that it is in the anime and TCG. Skullstalker is another card that got its first print in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack and received the Joey's Brooklyn accent in its flavor text treatment. It read, "First he's gonna grab your monster with his claws, then attack again with his poison stinger." I felt like that was the best one so far. Skullstalker was another of Joey's cards seen in the Friendship deck Yugi used against Bakura, and I've got to say, pretty much all of Joey's cards in this deck were from his amateur deck rather than his Duelist Kingdom one. I've always thought this was strange, but hey, we roll with it. Anyway, it got the same treatment as the others in episode 13, where we can see the card in Yami's hand that he would then be forced to discard due to the flip effect of Morphing Jar. In the video games Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Dark Duel Stories 1 and 2 and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, Skullstalker was drawn with a different artwork. Stone Armadillo's first TCG release was also in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, meaning its flavor text is another written with Joey's iconic Brooklyn accent. Its flavor text read, "This stone critter's got rock hard fur. That gives him some really good defense." Interestingly, the stone armadillo bears closer resemblance to that of a pangolian rather than its namesake. Stone Armadillo has some Kaiba shade thrown at it pretty brutally in episode 9 of the anime. So, the card can be seen on Kaiba's computer when he was searching for the duel arena that Yugi was currently dueling on. Stone Armadillo was shown being used in a duel that was on a random arena that Yugi wasn't on. Because it was Stone Armadillo, Kaiba just leaves this arena and starts searching through other arenas to find Yugi. I'm not gonna say poor Stone Armadillo, man. The Furious Sea King has a counterpart called Night Lizard, which was an OCG only card printed back in 2000 in the Booster 7 set. In Yugi's first ever duel with Kaiba, which happened in Duel 9 of the manga, this was before the famous duel we all remember from the first episode of the anime. Now, Yugi has what appeared to be an early version of the Furious Sea King. However, we don't get to see a lot of it though, as Battleox destroys it along with a bunch of other monsters. Name translation fun again, and we're looking at the epic Arabic translations that, I'm not attempting to pronounce. The Furious Sea King's Arabic name translates to the Furious King of the Seas or the Angry King of the Seas. And this wraps it up for Joey's amateur deck, but again, we are not done yet. We still have one more deck to go, which was the one he used against Duke Devlin at his game store. In the anime, Joey dueled Duke Devlin with a deck built up of booster packs that were opened right before the duel. Yugi objected to Joey dueling with cards he was unfamiliar with, but Joey didn't care one bit. He just wanted to humiliate Duke in his own arena. But here's the really interesting part. Did you know that all of the cards in these packs that they opened came from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game's Thousand Eyes Bible expansion? In the TCG, this set was combined with another OCG set that would be issued as Pharaoh's Servant. Now, of course, we don't get to see all of the cards Joey pulled and put into this deck, but let's go over the ones we do know that he had. Did you know that Goblin Attack Force is the first monster to have 0 defense among all level 4 Earth and Warrior monsters? This non-existent defense stat was the price for it having 2,300 attack points for a level 4 monster, as its effect forces you to put the monster in defense position at the end of your battle phase, and it can't be changed until the end phase of your next turn. Its effect is portrayed beautifully in the anime and in the card Prepared to Strike Back, as the goblins are shown to fall asleep after attacking. I've got to say, I have always loved that. Do you remember card storylines that we talked about earlier in the video? Well, there are a bunch of cards that indicate that Goblin Attack Force and the Marauding Captain are actually enemies. In short, as the story of the Marauding Captain is a long one, the Marauding Captain is a famous warrior monster who has led his allies to many victories. The captain has accomplished numerous achievements. One of these is the eradication of the goblins. In a one-man mission, he invaded their camp and surprised the goblins. Their defeat was so devastating that they decided to form their own squad centered around the captain himself, named Goblin Marauding Squad. Goblin attack forces had a lot of counterparts. They are the Toon Goblin Attack Force, the Goblin Elite Attack Force, the Goblin Recon Squad, the Goblin Black Ops, the Goblin Decoy Squad, Goblin Marauding Squad, and the anime-only Goblin Dancing Force. Did you know that Mad Sword Beast was not only the first dinosaur effect monster, but it was also the first monster to have a piercing effect? What's really interesting about the Mad Sword Beast is that despite the fact that it has the appearance of a rhinoceros, this card isn't actually a beast type, it's a dinosaur type. Which was crazy to me. I always looked at this card as if it was a rhino, but no, it's a dino. This is further supported by the fact that the Mad Sword Beast can be seen in the card artwork of Lost World, with many other of its dinosaur brethren. The duel against Duke isn't the only time we see Joey with this monster. In episode 104 during the Virtual World arc, Joey is seen with this card during his duel against Johnson. However, the card must hold some very bad memories for our boy, as the card is among Joey's choices for his deck master, in which he of course chooses Flame Swordsman. And I mean, he was always going to choose Flame Swordsman, but it was there. He had the choice. In the video games Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4 Battle of the Great Duelist, this card was drawn with a different artwork. Sword Hunter has had 3 errata to its effect. Its original print from 2004's Pharaoh's Servant read, "A monster destroyed by this card becomes an equipped magic card. Equip Sword Hunter with this card to increase the attack of this monster by 200 points. The equipped card remains on the field until the card is destroyed." Now, the first errata came in Dark Beginning 1, where it basically simplified the wording and changed the term magic card to spell card. The second errata dropped the spell card term completely and simply called the defeated monster an equip card. The third and final errata came in its 2013 release in the Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, lengthening the explanation of the monster's effect, naming specific phases and locations on the field. Basic Insect has a counterpart called Invader from Another Dimension. It's a level 4 Dark Attribute Fiend type with 950 attack and 1400 defense. Now, if you're wondering what a counterpart is, a card is called a counterpart of another card if it has an intentionally identical appearance or effect. If we look at Basic Insect's Japanese name, which is simply Beshiko Insecto, the kanji used in Basic Insect's card name reads as Insect Human. The Basic Insect monster appears in the card artworks of the spell cards Verdant Sanctuary and Giant Ballpark. Big Insect is based on the Black Ant. The phrase black ant applies to a variety of ants, but it's most commonly associated with the common black ant or garden ant. These ants are common, glossy black or brown, and worker sizes range from 3 to 5 millimeters. Now, while they are beneficial outside for pollination and soil aeration, they can be super annoying inside when they seek for food. Big Insect's card artwork is different from the one it has in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. Interestingly, it's also called Big Flea in the manga. Its OCG and TCG card artwork is taken from Chapter 7 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, when Weevil's monsters are gathered together, creating a creepy and terrifying atmosphere. Did you know the Big Insect has one of the longest gaps in years from its initial OCG release to its TCG release? It came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 4 set, and then came to the TCG 20 years later in 2019's Speed Duel Starter Decks Ultimate Predators. Gokubor's Japanese name is pretty interesting. It's made up of 2 words, Gokibori meaning cockroach and Boru meaning ball. Put together, its Japanese name when translated is roach ball. Gokubor came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 6 set as a common card. Its TCG release was in 2006 in the McDonald's Promotional Cards 2 set, which were a series of cards included in McDonald's Happy Meals. Other Duelist Kingdom cards included in this set were Metal Guardian, Trachodon, and Dungeon Worm. The Gokubor monster appears in the card artworks of the effect monster Goki Pole and the spell card Giant Ballpark. The Hercules beetle is based on the beetle of the same name. The Hercules beetle. This is a rhinoceros beetle species found in the tropical forests of southern Mexico, Central America, South America, and the Lesser Antilles. It is the world's oldest beetle species and one of the world's largest flying insects. The card and beetle's name are based on the Roman hero Hercules. Hercules is the Roman equivalent of the Greek divine hero Heracles, son of Jupiter and the mortal Alcmea. Hercules is well known in classical mythology for his strength and numerous epic adventures. The Romans used the Greek hero's imagery and mythology to create literature and art under the name Hercules. In later Western art and literature, as well as popular culture, Hercules is more usually used as the hero's name than Heracles. Hercules beetle's OCG and TCG artwork is taken from Chapter 7 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where it is summoned to the field. Bandai originally held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Konami, and the cards they released have some really interesting differences from the ones we're all familiar with. In the Bandai version, Hercules Beetle has 800 attack and 2200 defense compared to its 1500 attack and 2000 defense in the TCG. Interestingly, unless the monster had a special rule, the Bandai cards each had one of the game's 13 rules printed on them. Hercules Beetle has Rule 3. Select one monster card from your hand and play it to start the battle. Kamakiriman's Japanese name is Kamakira, which when translated reads as praying killer. The Japanese name is a blend of the word Kamakiri, which means mantis, and Kira, which is the Japanese word for killer. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game Dark Duel Stories, the cards have alternate artworks. Kamakiriman's artwork is reversed and has an open, terrifying mouth. Kamakiriman was released in the OCG in 1999 in the Volume 3 set. To this day, it hasn't been printed in the TCG, alongside other classic Duelist Kingdom cards such as Pillager, Horn Imp, Prophecy, and, so many more. Did you know that Killer Needle is the only monster in the TCG and anime dub with the word killer in its name rather than having it censored? However, its name was altered from Killer Bee to Killer Needle, most likely to avoid association with the real-life insect. Killer Needle's OCG and TCG artwork is another that is completely different from the one it has in the manga. The artwork for its OCG and TCG release was taken from the manga, however it came from Chapter 6 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga from the panel where Weevil summons it to the field. Did you know that Killer Needle was the first wind insect monster released in the OCG? It came out in 1999's Volume 5 set. However, it didn't receive the same honor when it was released in the TCG, as it was printed alongside Bladefly and Insect Soldiers of the Sky in 2002's Metal Raiders set. Cocoon of Evolution wasn't only the first insect monster, but also the first level 3 monster to have 0 attack points. Did you know that Cocoon of Evolution is one of the very few cards not to have an 8-digit passcode printed on the bottom left corner of its card? The 8-digit passcode is a unique numerical code printed on the bottom left corner of each card that can be used in certain video games to unlock that card. It is a key identifier for the card, distinct from the card number, which has a different format and function. Cocoon of Evolution has 2 counterparts, an upgraded spell counterpart called Cocoon of Ultra Evolution, and a dinosaur counterpart called Miracle Jurassic Egg. The French Metal Raiders Prince of Great Moth were printed with a mistake that said it could be summoned after 2 turns instead of 4. An errata was later issued on the official Upper Deck Entertainment site correcting this. Okay, let's check out more Bandai differences. The Bandai print of Great Moth is a level 7 monster with 2600 attack and 2300 defense compared to Konami's card, which is a level 8 monster with 2600 attack and 2500 defense. The Bandai monster doesn't have a special effect, so it has Rule 5 printed on the card, which is if your monster's attack is higher, your opponent's monster is destroyed. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, we never see the Great Moth's card. The artwork taken for its OCG and TCG release comes from Chapter 9 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, in a panel of it bursting from the cocoon of evolution. Did you know that Lava Moth is the weakest Semi-Nomi monster without any other effect? Semi-Nomi monsters, the name given to special summon only monsters, are those with the card text "cannot be normal summoned or set, must first be special summoned." Lava Moth has a counterpart called Needleworm. It's a level 2 insect type with 750 attack and 600 defense, with a flip effect allowing you to send the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. There is also a similar looking Lava Moth monster in the card artwork of the trap card Needlebug Nest. Lava Moth was released in the OCG in 1999's Volume 5 set as a common card. It came out in the TCG in 2002's Metal Raiders set, again as a common card. Insect Armor with Laser Cannon has a 14-year gap between its debut OCG and TCG releases, making it one of the longest. The card was first printed in 1999 in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories promotional cards. It was not reprinted in the OCG until 2015's Duelist Road Pierce of Memory Side Dark Yugi set. It was first printed in the TCG in 2013's Number Hunters booster pack. Except for the defense bonus, this card is an upgraded version of another of Weevil's spell cards, Laser Cannon Armor. Insect Armor with Laser Cannon's Japanese name is Kakutsuki Netsuko Armor, which when translated reads as Firearms Attached Insect Armor. Like we mentioned, Laser Cannon Armor has an upgraded version of it in Insect Armor with Laser Cannon. Laser Cannon Armor boosts an insect monster's attack and defense by 300 points, whereas its upgraded version boosts only the attack of an insect monster by 700. Laser Cannon Armor has 14 type counterparts. They are Beast Fangs, Book of Secret Arts, Dark Energy, Dragon Treasure, Electro Whip, Follow Wind, Legendary Sword, Machine Conversion Factory, Mystical Moon, Power of Kaishin, Raised Body Heat, Silver Bow and Arrow, Vile Germs, and Violet Crystal. In the Greek dub of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, this card name has also been mentioned as, well, something I will not try to pronounce, but it's here on screen for you anyway. This translates to Level 3 Laser Cannon, which follows the theme of the next card we're about to go into. In the German dub of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Level 2 Power Boost's name is Level 2 Power Booster, and in the Greek dub, its name is translated as Level 2 Power Shield. Did you know that Level 2 Power Boost is an anime-only card with no OCG or TCG release? Similar to My Valentine's Rose Whip Equip spell card, I'd love to see this get a release for the collectors and anime deck builders. Level 2 Power Boost would benefit from a release because it has a great effect for a Weevil deck. Based on the math in the anime, once Basic Insect gets its 30% power boost, it has 650 attack and 910 defense. When equipped with Laser Cannon Armor, its attack rises to 950 and its defense raises to 1210. Now, after being equipped with this card, its stats rise to 2150 attack and 1410 defense, meaning that this card boosts an insect monster's attack by 1200 points and its defense by 200. Parasite Worm is another anime-only card without an OCG or TCG release that would really fill out his deck, like other missing cards from other decks in Duelist Kingdom, such as Pegasus with his Trap Displacement. Now, the reason this card hasn't been printed could be down to how powerful an effect this trap has, which is that when your opponent summons a monster, you destroy it and inflict damage to your opponent equal to its attack. This would have been a devastating card, especially in the anime during the Duelist Kingdom arc, so it makes sense as to why this one hasn't got a print. This card was so powerful that it was written out of Weevil's deck. That's right, he only ever played it once, and that was in his duel against Yugi in episode 5. Again, the card's strength makes sense as to why it was never seen again, because it's arguably one of Weevil's strongest cards. Did you know that Infinite Dismissal, known as Vortex in Weevil's deck, is the very first trap card played in the second episode of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, which means that this makes it the first trap ever played in any series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Infinite Dismissal's Japanese name is Messa no Arijigoku, which, when translated, reads as Messiah's Antlion Lava. This name is used to describe a situation in which one has fallen into inevitable doom and must languish while awaiting disaster, as implied by this card's effect. Infinite Dismissal came out in the OCG in 2000's set Thousand Eyes Bible as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2002's Pharaoh's Servant set, again as a common card. Despite this card's name being Dark Witch, the card isn't actually either a Dark Attribute or Spellcaster type monster. The card is actually a Light Attribute Fairy type, and this could be because of the card's Japanese name, which when translated is Valkyrie, which makes sense to me. Though you could argue this because in Old English, a Valkyrie meant a female magic user or a witch. Dark Witch has a counterpart called Lamoon, which in turn has two more monster counterparts of its own, Pendulamoon and One Length Lamoon. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with counterparts, a card is called a counterpart of another card if it has an intentionally identical appearance or effect. This also occurs when a monster's alternate artwork is converted into a different monster, with the only difference being a palette switch. Now, a coherent theme with Mai's deck is that a bunch of her cards are a little on the not safe for work side and have been censored in the West compared to the Japanese originals. A fun fact is that Mai herself actually underwent some censorship of her own. Here is what her original manga appearance looked like before the anime got their hands on her. Pretty tasty. Anyway, in terms of this spicy little witch, or Valkyrie, we can see that to avoid showing sexual content, the international version of this card lengthens her skirt and reduces and covers her cleavage. Her horns have also been recolored and made slightly less pointy to prevent any association with religion. Along with the other protagonists' ace cards such as Dark Magician, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Red Eyes Black Dragon, Harpy Lady is widely regarded as one of the franchise's best known monsters. The monster is also tied heavily with mythology. The series creator Kazuki Takahashi has used mythology as inspiration for some of his monsters on many occasions, and Harpy Lady is another one of them. In Greek and Roman mythology, harpies are female monsters that take the shape of birds with human faces. They take food from their victims while they are eating and carry evildoers. Did you know that the TCG name of this card is a mistranslation? That's right, the TCG name is a mistranslation as Harpy is singular, whereas the Japanese name when translated, Harpies, is plural. Interestingly, in earlier episodes of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, the card was also known as the correct Harpy's Lady. We're back with more censorship, and you could argue that Harpy Lady is the flagship card when it comes to this topic. Her artwork in the original Japanese version included a provocative attire as well as sharp, scary details, giving her a strong presence. They made considerable adjustments to the Western version of the card, including adding a full bodysuit to cover her exposed skin. These modifications were aimed at decreasing her sexualization and making the card more appealing to a younger audience. Did you know that Harpy Lady Sisters is the first wind main deck monster that cannot be normal summoned? Additionally, here's something I always find interesting about these type of cards. As we know, the Harpy Lady Sisters are 3 harpies, right? Well, this card's attack, defense, and level are equal to half of the combined attack, defense, and levels of 3 Harpy Ladies. To put it simply, Harpy Lady Sisters have 1.5 times the stats of a single Harpy Lady. Remember when we talked about mythology as inspiration for the cards earlier? Well, the game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom takes it a step further. The three Harpy ladies are named Aero, Occupate, and Karrarin, which are variant spellings of the three Harpies from Greek mythology. Aelo, Ocypete, and Seleno are the names of three Harpies, often referred to as the Harpy sisters. Aelo is famed for her swiftness, Ocypete known for her speed, and Seleno is frequently linked with darkness. While Harpy Lady had a bluish skin tone in the original artwork, Harpy Lady Sisters has a typical human flesh skin tone. Interestingly, only Harpy Lady and the anime version of Harpy Lady Sisters have blue skin, while the rest of the Harpies have a human skin tone. Thematically, Harpy's pet dragon is said to signify submission or loyalty. This comes from the anime when Yugi used brain control on this card and it did not attack Mai's Harpy Lady. This effect where it refuses to attack Harpy Lady no matter what was limited to the anime version of this card and later added as a legitimate card effect on the retrained versions of the monster, where Harpy monsters could not be targeted for attack. Another thing this dragon is said to signify is, well, a little odd, but it does make a lot of sense. So, the Harpy's pet dragon may be based on a gimp, as the archetype is also inspired by BDSM culture. Take that one how you will, I suppose. This card has three counterparts, which could also be seen as potential Harpy's pet dragon offspring. We have Harpy's pet baby dragon, Harpy's pet phantasmal dragon, and the retrained variant called Harpy's pet dragon Fearsome Fire Blast. Did you know that the Harpy's pet dragon is the first dragon effect monster released in the OCG, which came out in 1999 as a promotional card for the Japanese release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories? However, the game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses didn't like Harpy's pet dragon being an effect monster.
No, don't like that.
In this game, it was made a non-effect monster, and Harpy Lady has the effect that increases its attack. Cyber Shield is another of Mai's cards that got censored in the West. The nipple spikes on the armor that were present in the Japanese manga and anime were removed from Western artworks to avoid sexual associations. And when it comes to the card's artwork, the manga and Bandai versions of Cyber Shield feature a different background than the OCG and TCG as well as the Japanese anime. What is also interesting is that the color and style of the armor have varied throughout the anime. Here's a cool detail. Did you know that one of Harpy Lady's counterparts, Cyber Harpy Lady, is basically just Harpy Lady equipped with Cyber Shield? Its 1800 attack is Harpy Lady's 1300 plus the 500 attack boost from Cyber Shield. Interesting extra detail is that in the anime, Cyber Shield also increases the defense of Harpy Lady by 500 points. Cyber Shield came out in the OCG in 1999 as a promotional card for the game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories. This card wouldn't drop in the TCG for another 11 years, where it came out as a common card in 2011's Storm of Ragnarok set. D-Spell's Japanese name in the manga was Maho Kaijo, which when translated reads as Magic Cancellation. Now, D-Spell has an anime-only counterpart called Cursebreaker, which negates all spell effects inflicted by your opponent. As for D-Spell, that only allows you to target and destroy one spell card. D-Spell was used a handful of times during Duelist Kingdom, but an interesting use of it came in episode 23 when Kaiba used it against Yugi. The anime, of course, has its own set of rules most of the time, and this case was no different. So, D-Spell had to be used in combination with a monster that could use magic, and then it destroyed one random spell card in your opponent's hand. In this episode, Kaiba used D-Spell with Lajin, the mystical genie of the lamp. Elegant Egotist's card artwork depicts Harpy Lady's head through a kaleidoscope. This is supported by the card's Japanese name, which is Mangekyo Kareinaru Bunshin, which when translated reads as Kaleidoscope Magnificent Doppelgangers. On top of that, the numerous heads shown in the kaleidoscopic view also represent this card's ability to summon several copies of Harpy Lady. Elegant Egotist came out in the OCG in 1999 in the Volume 4 set and was the first card to special summon monsters from the main deck. In the anime, this card came with an interesting rule. Elegant Egotist prevented the summoned monster from attacking in the same turn. This effect was scrapped post the Duelist Kingdom arc. Harpy's Feather Duster is the first and only Harpy card to appear in the TCG and OCG Forbidden and Limited lists. It was initially forbidden in the OCG in March 2004 and in August 2004 in the TCG. However, it was reverted to limited status in the OCG in January 2015 and forbidden in the TCG until September 2020. A really cool detailed link to this is that Harpy's Feather Duster's effect is featured in the card Karrarin Kazan, along with 4 other forbidden cards. This card has 4 effects, each representing a forbidden normal spell card. The 4 spells were Raigeki, Harpy's Feather Duster, Delinquent Duo, and Pot of Greed. Some versions of Harpy's Feather Duster's card artwork include a monster card alongside the artwork for House of Adhesive Tape. The artwork depicts the card as a classic OCG monster card and not a trap card. This artwork has been changed in the TCG to remove the name of the swept card. Did you know that Harpy's Feather Duster was the first spell and trap card printed in holographic rare? Now, holographic rare is a rarity added to the OCG edition of Tactical Evolution. It features the same silver text as a secret rare card, but many colours have been removed from the card image, and the entire card is holographic. This is the OCG version of Ghost Rare. Now, Harpy's Feather Duster was released as a holographic rare in 2018's Duelist Pack Legend Duelist 4. Monster Reborn is famous for having 2 different artworks, each with their own iconic symbols on them. Did you know there is a card out there that features both of these symbols? That card is Monster Reborn Reborn. Most people prefer the international version of Monster Reborn, and that card features in the artwork of the trap card Monster Rebirth. Monster Reborn has an anime-only counterpart called Rebirth Tablet, which also features an Ankh symbol in its artwork. Monster Reborn's Japanese name is Shisha Sosei, which when translated reads Resurrection of the Dead. Rose Whip is the anime-only counterpart to Electro Whip. However, Konami's effect for Electro Whip prevented it from being used in the same context as it was in the manga. A similar change was also made for Dark Energy, becoming Negative Energy Generator. Rose Whip's Japanese name is Bara no Michi, which when translated reads as Rose's Ignorance. Rose Whip is one of those cards that hasn't been printed that many collectors and character deck builders would love to have a physical copy of because it just feels like an iconic Mai card. It's iconic because of how it fitted into Mai's Harpy strategy and how often she played it. So let's play a little game. Can you guess how many times Mai played Rose Whip in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters? The answer is 6 times. Did you know that Mirror Wall has the highest life point maintenance cost in the game? Interestingly, Mirror Wall didn't have a maintenance cost when it first appeared in the manga and later in the anime. However, it's safe to presume that the maintenance cost was added to the card when it was printed for the TCG was most likely to balance it. This one is really interesting. Mirror Wall appears in the card artwork of the anime version of Trap Jammer, but it's replaced with a bear trap in the OCG and TCG prints. Mirror Wall's Japanese name is Ginmaku no Mirawaru, which when translated reads as Silver Screen Mirror Wall. And while we're on the topic of name differences, in the German dub, this card was named Silberner Spiegelvorhang, which means silver mirror curtain. Apologies, awful German pronunciation there. Did you know that the eyes on this card look to be those of Harpy Lady? The argument for this is that Shadow of Eyes was used by Mai in the anime, and she also uses a Harpy deck, making it a perfect choice. In the anime, this card was a magic card, but in the English version, it was shown as a trap card and incorrectly referred to as an accessory card. Now, the anime effect of Shadow of Eyes states that your opponent's monsters are moved to attack position, requiring them to attack whenever available. However, this card's effect do not apply to female monsters. This card, in the anime and manga, is one of 3 with an effect that targets a certain gender of monster. The other 2 are the anime's Maiden in Love and the manga's number 22, Zombiestein. Shadow of Eyes' Japanese name is Yuwaku no Shadow, which when translated reads as Shadow of Seduction. The card has also been referred to as the Alluring Shadow. Fiend Kraken is based on the Kraken from mythology. Known as an enormous squid or octopus that can wreck ships and pull men to their deaths, the Kraken is a mythological gigantic sea creature from Norse mythology that resembles a mollusk. The myth depicts the enormous squid as living in the North Atlantic, commonly between Norway and Iceland, and it appears significantly in literature and popular culture. Bandai originally held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Konami, and the cards they released have some very interesting differences from the ones we're all familiar with. In the Bandai version, Fiend Kraken is a level 5 Sea Beast type that has 1500 attack and 2000 defense, compared to it being a level 4 monster in the anime and TCG, with 1200 attack and 1400 defense. Appearance-wise, its Bandai artwork shows the monster as having a rainbow-coloured scheme to it. Another interesting fact about the Bandai cards: unless the monster had an effect, the Bandai cards each had one of the game's 13 rules printed on them. Fiend Kraken was printed with Rule 5. If your monster's attack is higher, your opponent's monster is destroyed. Fiend Kraken has a retrained counterpart called Doom Kraken. If you're unfamiliar, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Retrained counterpart is a newer version of an older, often iconic monster with updated artwork and a modern, more powerful effect, making it relevant for today's game, while usually maintaining similar stats. Stats like level, attack and defense. They often have a name theme as well, such as Battle-Ox becoming Enraged Battle-Ox. These improvements, known as card evolutions, reintroduce legacy monsters into the competitive environment, giving them fresh life and greater powers. Did you know that the anime and manga artwork for Great White Terror resemble that of the theatre poster for the movie Jaws? Yu-Gi-Oh! Series creator Kazuki Takahashi has often used things he liked as references for the cards, and I imagine that this one is no different. Sticking on the theme of artwork, the artwork for Great White Terror was redesigned in the Japanese version of the anime, whereas the dubbed anime artwork is based on the manga version, where the Great White Terror has an aura surrounding it. Another interesting difference between the Japanese and dubbed version of this card is that the Japanese Great White Terror has 1500 attack, just like the card has in the manga, whereas the dubbed version has 1600 attack, like the OCG and TCG version of the card, Great White. Speaking of the OCG and TCG version of the card, Great White is based on the Great White Shark. The Great White Shark is the world's largest predatory fish. It's an apex predator in the mackerel shark family. It can reach a length of 20 feet or more and is easily recognized by its distinctive grey top and white bottom coloration. In temperate coastal waters around the globe, it hunts fish and marine mammals. However, it is vulnerable to threats like overfishing. The Great White Monster also has a remora attached to it. A remora is a type of ray-finned fish famous for its unique ability to attach to larger marine animals like sharks, whales, and turtles. They hitchhike for free rides, protection, and food scraps. There aren't many monsters whose flavor text includes their name, but jellyfish is one of these unique monsters. The others are metal fish, peacock, and wolf, with the latter two being directly based on their real-life equivalents. Multiple copies of Jellyfish can be seen in the card artworks of Jelly Rain and Jelly Bind, while one appears in the artwork of Jelly Hole. What's interesting here is that all three of these cards are used by Chironex in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, who uses a jellyfish-themed deck. However, the deck does not contain the monster jellyfish itself. In the anime, Jellyfish has a pretty cool effect where it can attract electric attacks aimed at any monster on a water field. Jellyfish actually has a retrained counterpart called Electric Jellyfish, whose effect is pretty similar to the effect Jellyfish has in the anime. Did you know that Karrarin is based on the Leviathan from mythology? The Leviathan is a great primordial sea serpent or monster from Hebrew mythology and the Bible, frequently symbolizing chaos, fierce foes, or God's enormous strength. It is portrayed as having impenetrable scales, fire-breathing, and occasionally numerous heads. Karrarin appears in the card artworks of Karrarin's Dark Reel, Rage of Karrarin, and Fury of Karrarin. A further interesting detail is that the last card's effect suggests that the torrent of water summoned by Karrarin is actually that of Torrential Tribute. Karrarin's Japanese name is Rabiasan, which when translated is read as simply Leviathan, which is what the monster is based on. The card's English name, Karrarin, is a direct translation of the kanji in the monster's card name, which when translated reads as Sea Dragon God. Crocodilus has a counterpart called Anthrosaurus. And you could also argue that this card has a Toon counterpart in Toon Alligator, though it is in name only, as Toon Alligator is actually just a normal monster card. Crocodilus appears in the card artwork of the trap card Gradle Parasite. Did you know that Crocodilus has never been printed in the TCG? It did, however, get a release in the Japanese OCG in 1999's Booster 5 set as a common card. Did you know that Man-Eating Plant has the exact same level, type, attribute, attack, and defense as both Man-Eater and Mushroom Man? Man-Eating Plant has a counterpart called Dark World Thorns. Just like the previous card, Crocodilus, Man-Eating Plant also has never been released in the TCG, but again got a print in the Japanese OCG in 1999's Booster 1 set, again as a common card. Crawling Dragon No. 2's English name suggests that it has a connection to Crawling Dragon, but there is actually no link between the two monsters when we look at the Japanese name of the cards. Crawling Dragon's Japanese name when translated is Dragon which crawls on the ground, and Crawling Dragon No. 2's Japanese name when translated is Dragon which devours corpses. Throughout Rex's deck, you'll notice that he plays a lot of dragons, which contradicts him as being a dino duelist. However, this is very simply explained. Crawling Dragon No. 2 is a perfect example of why Rex Raptor's deck looks like it's full of dragons, even though he's a dinosaur duelist. So, while the card's English flavor text calls it a powerful dragon with teeth that can grind almost anything to dust, the original Japanese flavor text tells a very different story. In Japanese, Crawling Dragon No. 2 is described as a Kyoryo, meaning dinosaur, not a traditional dragon at all. The confusion basically comes down to language. The kanji for dragon appears in the names of many dinosaur species in Japanese, and it's even part of the word for dinosaur itself. So, despite having dragon in the name, Crawling Dragon No. 2 was always meant to represent a ferocious, prehistoric creature, fitting Rex's theme perfectly. Crawling Dragon No. 2 has a counterpart called Bee Dragon Jungle King. In case you're wondering what a counterpart is, a card is considered a counterpart to another card when it is deliberately designed to mirror it, either in appearance, effect, or overall concept. This often happens when two monsters share the same design or role, but are present as separate cards, sometimes with only minor differences. A common example is when an alternate artwork of a monster is turned into its own standalone card, with the only real change being a different color palette, all while the pose, structure, and identity remain largely the same. Megazaula has a Transcendosaurus version called Transcendosaurus Gigantozaula. The Transcendosaurus versions are a particular archetype of dinosaur monster released in the Wild Survivors set. The theme is around manipulating and destroying other dinosaur monsters to summon powerful extra deck monsters that overrun the field. Transcendosaurus, which are also known as Transcendent Dragons in the OCG, are a series of level 12, rank 6 and link 3 dinosaur monsters based on classic dinosaur normal monsters. Did you know that Megazaula is very similar to another dinosaur monster called Sabersaurus? Perhaps they are of the same species, or perhaps one of them is the shiny form of the other, just like in Pokemon. Bandai held the license for Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Konami and had released its own cards, some of which have some very interesting differences from the cards we're all familiar with. If we look at Megazaula, both cards are level 6 with 1800 attack, but the Bandai version has 2300 defense, whereas the Konami card has 2000. Also, if the monster doesn't have an effect, the card features one of the Bandai rules on the card. Megazaula has Rule 1 printed on it, which is both players must use the same number of cards as their decks. Red Eyes Black Dragon's card artwork is different from the one it has in the manga. The Red Eyes' OCG and TCG artwork is taken from chapter 27 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where Joey summons the monster against Kaiba. Did you know that the Red Eyes Black Dragon has a similar design to a boss from Nintendo's Metroid series called Ridley? Now, we don't know if Ridley, who debuted in 1986, was used as inspiration for the Red Eyes, who itself debuted in 1999, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Series creator Kazuki Takahashi has taken influence from other franchises for his cards in the past, so there is possibility. The Red Eyes Black Dragon appears in the card artworks of Red Eyes Burn, Red Eyes Spirit, Inferno Fire Blast, The Rival's Name, Red Eyes Insight, and Cyber Dark Invasion. Did you know that Serpent Knight Dragon's English name is a translation error? Its Japanese name is Ebiru Naito Dragon, which translates to Evil Night Dragon. So the name is right, but it's the wrong kind of knight. Sticking on the theme of this dragon's name, as the Japanese name suggests, Serpent Knight Dragon is the evil counterpart of Seiyayu, as that card's Japanese name when translated is Holy Night Dragon. Serpent Knight Dragon resembles one of the 5-headed dragon's heads. Coincidentally, it was also one of the 5 dragons used in Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule monsters to merge together and become the 5-headed dragon. Although Sword Arm of Dragon is based on a Stegosaurus, it does have some differences from the actual dinosaur. For one, it doesn't have the 4 tail spikes seen on the real dinosaur. Instead, it has a stinger, resembling that of a scorpion's. Did you know that Sword Arm of Dragon is one of 3 dinosaur monsters that include dragon in their card names? The other 2 dinosaur monsters are Crawling Dragon number 2 and Root Dragonwood. Sword Arm of Dragon's card artwork is different from the one it has in the manga. Its OCG and TCG artwork is taken from chapter 19 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, where the monster is attacking and destroying Joey's Axe Raider. The Japanese name for Trachodon, Torakodon, is a pun on the actual dinosaur species that the monster is based on, the Trachodon. Also, the Japanese word Tora, meaning tiger, is integrated into Torakodon. Trachodon has a counterpart called Yurubi. Now, what's really interesting about their connection is that Trachodon's OCG and TCG card artwork is directly based on the manga artwork of Yurubi. The Trachodon monster itself appears in the card artwork of the Dinosaur Field spell card, Lost World. In the English version of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, the Japanese sound effect of this monster's roar was switched with the Blue Eyes White Dragon, while the original roar of said dragon was used for two-headed King Rex. Here, take a quick listen. Here's an interesting one. Though the two-headed King Rex has two heads, none of the fusion monsters that require this card as a material, being Brachioradius and Cybersaurus, have two heads. Despite being Rex's ace monster, did you know that the two-headed King Rex has the exact same attack, defense, attribute, type, and level as Crawling Dragon number 2, another monster in his deck? A further interesting detail linking the two monsters together is that they are the fusion monster materials required to summon Brachioradius. Yurubi's Japanese name directly translates to Wild Raptor. Now, while its design doesn't feature the iconic sickle-shaped toe claw commonly associated with this type of dinosaur, this isn't actually inaccurate as it might seem. Paleontology has identified several raptor-type dinosaurs that lacked this claw entirely, making Yurubi's depiction more grounded in real dinosaur diversity than it first appears. Now, we've talked about Yurubi's manga card artwork in the video already, and instead of its OCG and TCG artwork being based on Trachodon's manga version like you'd expect, well, it's actually taken from chapter 20 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga from the panel of the monster being summoned against Joey. Along with its counterpart Trachodon and many others, Yurubi appears in the card artwork of the dinosaur field spell card Lost World. While this card's English name suggests that it can be used by any dragon monster, its Japanese name, Yami Yuzoku no Sume, which when translated reads as Claw of the Dark Dragon Tribe, clearly indicates that it is for dark dragon monsters only. Dragon Nails came out in the OCG in 2022's Animation Chronicle 2022 set as a common and normal parallel rare card. It came out in the TCG in 2022's Battle of Legend Crystal Revenge set as an ultra rare card. When the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime was dubbed, Dragon Nails was completely redrawn to be like the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses artwork, which was a lot more detailed. However, the uncut English DVDs still used the original artwork. Bottomless Trap Hole's Japanese name, Naraku no Otoshiana, translated as Pitfall of Naraka, refers to Naraka. It's a hellish realm or purgatory in Indian religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, as places of torment for sinners, commonly known as the underworld. Now, the card's English name, Bottomless Trap Hole, may be derived from the verse in the Bible where God casts Satan into the bottomless pit in the end times. The biblical concept of the bottomless pit is also known as the abyss. The goblin seen in this card's artwork is also seen in the Trap Hole card artworks, DD Trap Hole, Giant Trap Hole, Adhesion Trap Hole, Treacherous Trap Hole, Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare, and Floodgate Trap Hole. Did you know that the dinosaur monster Tyranny Infinity appears in the card artwork of Chain of the Underworld? Chain of the Underworld is sadly an anime-only card at the moment. It's an interesting trap card that activates when an opponent's monster is destroyed and sent to the graveyard. You then special summon that monster to your opponent's side of the field in attack position. It loses 700 attack and they also get to draw a card. Chain of the Underworld is an interesting card because Rex never uses it during Duelist Kingdom. It is seen in a flashback episode, 161, where Rex drops cards from his deck after being beaten up for taking a child's card after he returned from Duelist Kingdom.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Now, it would go on to see some playtime later on in the series. Domar the Angel of Silence is based on Dumar from rabbinic and Islamic literature. The angel Dumar is associated with the netherworld and the dead. Dumar's responsibilities included delivering souls to the netherworld and guiding the wicked to their judgment. This angel is described as having authority over the wicked dead, sometimes depicted as a thousand-eyed angel of death with a flaming sword. The name Dumar also translates to silence and is linked to the stillness of death. Also, those who remember the Legacy of Kain games will also know Dumar as one of Kain's 6 vampire lieutenants in the game Soul Reaver. Domar the Angel of Silence's original card text makes a blatant reference to death, reading, "This fairy rules over death and administers when necessary." This is something that is usually censored in the international card text. However, it was one of very few to slip through the censorship net before it was eventually errated to read, "This fairy rules over the end of existence," which still sounds pretty cool to be fair. Did you know that Domar the Angel of Silence was the first light fairy type monster when released in 2002's starter deck Yugi? Interestingly, it was also the only card in the deck that was weakened by the spell card Yami that was also in the deck. Happy Lover has a counterpart called Tenderness. This card, like the one mentioned above, is based on Cupid, as the text describes it as a cherub capable of emitting real rays of love. Happy Lover is the familiar of Ling the Light Charmer. Now, a witch's familiar is a supernatural entity, usually an animal, that is said to aid in magical practices. These spirits or guardians were considered to guide, protect, and provide magical aid to the witch. While current beliefs sometimes focus on animal companions such as cats or dogs, familiars were traditionally viewed as either friendly spirit guides or low-ranking demonic servants who were sometimes represented as sucking on the witch's blood. Happy Lover appears in the card artwork of the spell card Sprite's Blessing alongside Petit Angel, Winged Egg of New Life, Galenduo, Lo the Prayers of the Voiceless Voices, and Dark Magic Circle. Lady of Faith has a counterpart called Dorido. She also has a dark counterpart called Shadow Priestess of Om. Now, the dark counterparts are a group of dark monsters that can be identified by their existing non-dark counterpart. Dark counterparts have a twisted, malevolent appearance when compared to their original forms, which is especially noticeable if the original form was that of a really nice, light-eyed, kind monster. Almost all dark counterparts have the same attack, defense, and level as their non-dark counterparts. Lady of Faith also has a Bubble Era counterpart called Fashion of Faith. Bubble Era is a series of light aqua female monsters used by Mimi in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's anime. Interestingly, the Lady of Faith's Japanese name is High Priestess, which, of course, when translated is High Priestess. The Lady of Faith was released in the OCG in 1999's Volume 6 set as a common card. It would come out in the TCG's 2002 set Metal Raiders as a common card for us in the West. Electric Lizard is not a card you'd first think of when looking back on Bakura's cards, and that's because it only ever had one appearance in a duel, and that was in Yami Bakura's duel against Yami Yugi in episode 13. Bakura sets it in defense position, and little Yugi as the Dark Magician then attacks and destroys this card. However, this activates Electric Lizard's effect, which prevents little Yugi, aka the Dark Magician, from attacking on Yami Yugi's next turn. Now, other than a brief flashback appearance, it does appear in a short Battle City montage in episode 74, where it appears in front of a man's car, absolutely terrifying him. Electric Lizard has a counterpart called Thunder Kid. Electric Lizard appears in the card artwork of the anime-only trap card Mobius Glacier from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, alongside Legul, Mystic Tomato, Yatagarasu, and Kai Top Terror. Man-Eater Bug came out in Yu-Gi-Oh's first TCG set, Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, as one of the first 5 cards ever released to have a card effect. The other 4 were Exodia the Forbidden One, Arm Ninja, Reaper of the Cards, and Hain Hain. Man-Eater Bug is the larval form of Noble Man-Eater Bug, which resembles a larger, more powerful man-eater insect with beetle-like wings. Also, Noble Man-Eater Bug has twice the attack and defense of Man-Eater Bug and can destroy 2 monsters on the field instead of 1. Man-Eater Bug appears in the card artwork of the trap card Chain Disappearance. Well, 2 Man-Eater Bugs appear in the artwork if we're being technical, but you know. The Mask of Darkness is the counterpart of Taya Gardner's favourite card, Magician of Faith. Where the Magician of Faith lets you target 1 spell card in your graveyard and return it to your hand once flipped, the Mask of Darkness allows you to do the same, but with a trap card. The Mask of Darkness as a card appears in the card artwork of the 5D's Tag Force 6 spell card, Future Destruction. The Mask of Darkness card also appears in the card artwork of the trap card, Vain Betrayer. Did you know that the Mask of Darkness shares the same name as Battle City tag team duelist Umbra?
Meow! That's right!
In the Japanese version of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Umbra is known as the Mask of Darkness, and Loomis is known as the Mask of Light. Morphing Jar is inspired by the Mimic, a popular enemy in RPG games. In fantasy settings like Dungeons & Dragons, a Mimic is often a monster that imitates objects such as chests, to lure and attack unsuspecting prey. Morphing Jar's Japanese name is Metamoropoto, which when translated reads as Metamor Pot. Now, this doesn't make a lot of sense based on its meaning. Metamor is a general term used to refer to an individual who is the lover of one's lover, or a partner of one's partner, whom one is not directly romantically involved with. Personally, I think metamor is used here more in reference to the word metamorphosis, which is the process of transformation from an immature form to an adult form in 2 or more distinct stages, which I guess fits better for the monster and its effect. Did you know that Morphing Jar was the first rock flip monster ever released when it came out in the OCG's Booster 5 set in 1999? Morphing Jar also has an alternate version in Ancient Jar and a retrained counterpart in Morphing Jar 2. The White Magical Hat is said to be based on the main character of the Magic Kaito series, Kaito Kuraba. The story follows the adventures of Kaito, a teenage magician who secretly operates as the internationally wanted phantom thief, Kaito Kid. White Magical Hat has 2 counterparts, the Bewitching Phantom Thief and Great Phantom Thief. White Magical Hat also appears alongside Great Phantom Thief in the card artwork of the trap card, Fighting Dirty. White Magical Hat's Japanese name is Howaito Shifu, which when translated reads as White Thief. In the Duelist Kingdom arc, Yami Bakura has a cool moment where he brings some of his cards to life using the power of the Millennium Ring, and Chain Energy is one of them. In episode 36, Yami Bakura used this card to confront 2 guards preventing Tristan Taylor from taking the soulless Mokuba Kaiba with him. When this card was activated, Yami Bakura utilized its magic to make it appear in reality. Tristan, the soulless Mokuba, and Yami Bakura were all able to escape after the 2 guards were temporarily restrained by the energy rings. Chain Energy's Japanese name is Marioko no Kaze, which when translated reads as Shackles of Magic Energy. Chain Energy was released in the OCG in 2000 in the Magic Ruler set as a common card. For us in the West, we'd get it 2 years later in 2002 in the same Magic Ruler set, again as a common card. Change of Heart had a really powerful effect, where you could target and take control of 1 monster on your opponent's side of the field until the end of your turn. To no surprise, this card quickly landed itself on the ban list because the effect was super strong and it didn't require a cost. To this day, it's still limited. Now, the card has had 7 downgraded counterparts, being Brain Control, Mind Control, Snatch Steal, Mark of the Rose, Comic Hand, and Mind Pollutant. Change of Heart is one of 3 banned cards that has its effect recreated in the spell card Triple Tactics Talon. The other 2 cards are Pot of Greed and the Forceful Sentry. In the German dub of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Change of Heart kept its same name. However, in the TCG, its name was changed to Defector. The Japanese name of Just Desserts is Jigo Jitoku. This is a common Buddhist saying, which when translated means you reap what you sow. Did you know that Just Desserts' English name is an eggcorn? An eggcorn is a regularly misplaced word or phrase with similar sound and meaning. In terms of this card, the correct spelling of the sentence contains just one S in desserts. Now, according to the dictionary, desserts spelt with two S's are that which one deserves. Spelt with two S's, any connection to food or eating one's just desserts is the incorrect expression, though this typo is used as an intentional play on words. Just Desserts has a counterpart in the Gift of the Mystical Elf. It also has a weaker spell card version in Thunder Short and a monster counterpart in the Princess of Tsurugi. Anthrosaurus has a counterpart called Crocodilus. Now, if a card is intentionally designed to resemble another card in appearance or effect, it is considered to be a counterpart. This also occurs when a monster's alternate artwork changes into a different monster, with a palette shift being pretty much the only difference. Anthrosaurus' Japanese name is Kyoryujin. When translated into English, this reads as Dinosaur Man. Anthrosaurus came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 3 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, also as a common card. Now, a bunch of the monsters in that set had their flavor text written in Joey's iconic Brooklyn accent. Anthrosaurus's went like this. This man, like dinosaurs, got a high IQ, even though he's lacking in the strength department. Kinda like yous if you had a high IQ. Yeah. In the German dub of the anime, Basic Insect's name was Urinsect, which is translated as Primal Insect. Its name remained Basic Insect in the German TCG. Bandai held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Konami, and some of their cards have some really interesting differences compared to the cards we're all familiar with. In the case of Basic Insect, it has 1000 defense in the Bandai game compared to the 700 defense it has in the TCG. Another interesting fact is that the Bandai cards all had one of the game's 13 rules printed on them if they didn't have their own designated effect. Basic Insect was printed with Rule 7 on it. When the battle ends, draw one card from your deck, and you can end your turn. Basic Insect appears in the card artworks of the cards Verdant Sanctuary and Giant Ballpark. Clawreacher's Japanese name is Kira Zakuro, which when translated to English reads as Killer the Claw. Clawreacher came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 2 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2002's Starter Deck Yugi, also as a common card. Clawreacher was one of the first cards seen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Now, it only made 3 appearances overall and was never actually played. In episode 1, it was seen in Joey's hand against Yugi, it was seen in Joey's deck when Yugi was checking out his cards in episode 2, and finally it was seen in Yami Yugi's hand in episode 13 when he faced Bakura. Not only was the Cyber Commander Tristan's favourite card, but the monster was actually based off of him and his appearance, as you can see by that iconic haircut. As well as that, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, Tristan has an ability themed around this monster. Cyber Commander is one of many Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that was censored in the West. The Cyber Commander's gun was edited to look a lot less violent, and the bullet belt around the monster's torso was completely removed. Cyber Commander appears in the card artwork of the anime-only spell card, Rescue Xyz. Unsurprisingly, the Dark Magician is most likely the single most supported card in the entire game, with at least 15 cards that specifically state Dark Magician as part of their effect. Again, Dark Magician is so popular and iconic that, to no surprise, it has the most alternate artworks of any monster in the game, along with the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Sticking on the topic of artwork, did you know that the Dark Magician's first OCG artwork, second in the TCG, comes from Chapter 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga? It comes straight from the panel where Yami Yugi declares an attack on the Komori dragon using this monster. Did you know that in the OCG and TCG, Flame Swordsman was the first Fire Warrior monster? As well as that, it was the first level 5 monster, as well as the first Warrior Fusion monster in the OCG. In the Brazilian-Portuguese dub, Flame Swordsman was called Guerreiro da Espada de Chama Dourada, which means Warrior of the Golden Flame Sword in English. Flame Swordsman appears in the card artworks of the cards Speed Spell Speed Fusion, Flame Wall, and the Undying Legion. The monster's sword also features in the card artwork of Salamandra. In the Arabic dub, Happy Lover was referred to by two different names. One was Happy Lover, and the other was Fun Friend. In Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Happy Lover's attack name in the Japanese version is Happy Burning. However, in the English dub, its attack name is called Gushing Burst. Happy Lover came out in the OCG in 1999's Booster 1 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2007's Champion Pack Game 2 pack as a common card. These Champion Packs were designed to be replacement tournament pack series across the USA, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. It has since been followed by Turbo Packs. Kagemusha of the Blue Flame was the first monster played in episode 1 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, making it the first card played in any series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Besides that of the Toei anime, of course. Kagemusha of the Blue Flame's Japanese name is Shin no Kagemusha, which when translated into English reads as Shin's body double. Kagemusha of the Blue Flame appeared in the card artwork of the trap card Unification, although the monster is seen in a completely different colour palette. Kage Ningen's Japanese name is Shadow Fighter. Its English name uses a transliteration of the Japanese for Shadow Human. Kage Ningen made 3 appearances in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but was never played. It did eventually see some action in 2 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Kage Ningen came out in the OCG in 1999's Starter Box as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, again as a common card. Kage Ningen's flavor text was also written in Joey's iconic Brooklyn accent, and it went a little like this. He uses both a physical form and a shadow form to attack, so he's a tough monster to beat. Miyotoko's Japanese name is actually Babylon. The West wanted the monster to have a Japanese name, and Miyotoko in Japanese means I-Man. Miyotoko has a counterpart called Hero's Shadow Scout. Also, there's no confirmed connection, but Miyotoko bears a strong resemblance to the monster Big Eye. Miyotoko came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 1 set as a common card. Again, it was released in the TCG in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, again as a common card. And just like before, Miyotoko's flavor text is written in Joey's Brooklyn accent that went a little like this. This big old guy with a big old eye shoots a nasty ray beam right at ya. Did you know that Rock Ogre Grotto No. 1 has nothing in common with Rock Ogre Grotto No. 2 besides its name? The two are separate monsters, and their Japanese names are also completely different. Rock Ogre Grotto No. 1's Japanese name is Jin Ogre Rock, and Rock Ogre Grotto No. 2's Japanese name is War Earth. Rock Ogre Grotto No. 1 has a machine counterpart called Steel Ogre Grotto No. 1, and guess what? Yeah, that monster's Japanese name is completely different, as it is called Giant Idol of Steel. The naming issue continues in the anime. In Joey's duel with Rex, the monster was called Rock Ogre.
I'm playing Rock Ogre in defense.
And during Joey's duel against Kaiba, the monster was called Smashing Rock.
Okay, let's see here. Smashing Rock.
Skullstalker's Japanese name is Deathstalker, which when translated into English is Deathstalker. Skullstalker made 3 appearances in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but didn't actually see any play. The monster did eventually get some duel time in episode 43 of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Skullstalker came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 3 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, again as a common, and you've guessed it, that's right, Skullstalker's flavor text is also written in Joey's Brooklyn accent, and his flavor text went like this. First, he's gonna grab your monster with his claws, then attack again with his poison stinger. When the Furious Sea King was released in the OCG, it was the first level 3 monster to be a water attribute or aqua type. The Furious Sea King has a counterpart called Night Lizard. The Furious Sea King's Japanese name is Ikari no Kaio, which when translated reads as the Wrathful Sea King. Did you know that when the Magician of Faith was released in the OCG, it was not only the first spellcaster flip effect monster, it was also the first spellcaster effect monster in general. Magician of Faith has a trap counterpart called Mask of Darkness. It also has a monster counterpart called Dukkha Mobile Cannon. As well as that, it has an upgraded counterpart called Magician of Faithfulness. This monster features in a funny era in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. In episode 13 of the English dub, Yami Yugi's Dark Magician card is mistakenly placed under Taya in place of the Magician of Faith's card. Breath of Light's Japanese name is Kami no Ibuki, which when translated in English reads as Breath of God. Also, in the English translation of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, this card is called Wind of the Gods. In episode 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, Breath of Light is the card that Taya used to beat Joey, but did you know that this card makes another appearance in the same episode? Yes, well, it can be seen in Yami Yugi's hand during his duel with Pegasus. Breath of Light came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 4 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2006 as a Duelist League Series 10 participation card as a super rare. Now, the Duelist League participation cards were previously handed out to Duelist League participants. These were replaced by the Hobby League participation cards. Monster Reborn can be seen in the card artwork of the card Monster Rebirth. Now, both versions of the Monster Reborn symbol can also be seen in the card artwork of Monster Reborn Reborn. As well as that, the Ankh in the Japanese version of Monster Reborn can be seen in the card artwork of the card Twin Twisters. Did you know that Monster Reborn has not one, but 2 separate trap cards made specifically to counter it? The 2 cards are Call of the Grave and Call of Darkness. Monster Reborn has an anime-only counterpart called Rebirth Tablet that also features the Ankh from its Japanese artwork. Horn of Heaven has 2 counterparts. They are Black Horn of Heaven and Grand Horn of Heaven. Horn of Heaven can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Harvest Angel of Wisdom and Smashing Horn. Horn of Heaven's Japanese name is Shoten no Tsunobue, which when translated in English reads as Horn of Ascension. When you think of Panic, you think of his fear tactics, that legendary moment where Yugi brought down his Castle of Dark Illusion, but some also remember the odd stats that his monsters had. Did you know that Barracks, as well as all of his other monsters, had attack and defense stats that were not divisible by 50? All of these monsters featured in his duel against Yugi, but interestingly, there were 2 other monsters not owned by Panic whose stats followed this same pattern. They were Sword Arm of Dragon, used by Rex Raptor, and number S39 Utopia Prime, used by Yuma Tsukumo. When Barracks was summoned in the anime and manga, it was a normal monster. However, when it debuted in the OCG and TCG, it was printed as a fusion monster. Now, there is no clear reason as to why, but the most plausible theory was that it was printed this way to promote the use of the fusion mechanic in the game, just like Joey's Flame Swordsman. Monster attack names are always fun to check out. Now, in the original anime, Barracks' attack was called Dark Absolute, and in the dub it was changed to Dark Grasp of Fury. Which one do you prefer? We touched on the weird attack stats of Panic's monsters already, but let's look at Dark Chimeras. In the anime, it had 1,610 attack and 1,460 defense, but in the manga and the Yu-Gi-Oh video game The Sacred Cards, it had 2,100 attack and 1,600 defense. Did you know that the monster Dark Chimera itself appears in the card artwork of the anime-only trap card Amazonas Substitution? It's kind of just chilling there in the back for atmosphere, I guess. Dark Chimera was printed in the OCG in 2000's Volume 7 set as a common card, but it has never been released in the TCG. It remains one of those classic Duelist Kingdom cards that is anime only for us in the West, just like other cards such as Yugi's Horned Imp, Pegasus's Prophecy Trap card, Bandit Keith's Pillager, and so many more. Maybe we'll get these classics someday. I can hope. We can hope. As a kid, and even now, I think the King of Yami Makai has one of the most badass names in the game, but let's amp up just how cool a name it is, shall we? Because when you translate its name, it gets even better. So let's break it down. In Japanese, Yami means dark or darkness, Ma means demon, and Kai means world. So when you put all that together, its name translates as King of Dark Demon World. Now that is so much more badass, right? The monster King of Yami Makai appears in the card artworks of the spell card Dark Contract with the Yami Makai, and I've got to say, how freaking cool is that artwork, by the way? It also appears in the trap card DDD Headhunt, another card with amazing artwork. I mean, if artwork had aura, this is it, right? On the topic of artworks, let's look at the differences between the King of Yami Makai's card artworks. So we have its original manga artwork that gives off a much creepier vibe than the one we got in the OCG and TCG, but if you look closely, you'll also see how different its attack and defense stats are. Then you have its Bandai artwork. Now, Bandai held the license for Yu-Gi-Oh before Konami, and their cards are really fun to compare against the Konami cards that we're all familiar with. So firstly, the artwork has a slightly different color scheme, and we have a full body print of the monster that looks pretty cool, but again, there are stat differences. The Bandai card is a level 7 card with 2,600 attack and 1,600 defense, which is of course much different from the anime and TCG version of the card. On the topic of stats again, certain media just said no to Panic's monster's weird numbers. In a bunch of the Yu-Gi-Oh video games, they changed Metal Guardian's stats to 1,500 attack and 2,800 defense, compared to its 1,150 attack and 2,150 defense in the anime and TCG. The Bandai version of Metal Guardian is also completely different from what we got in the TCG. For starters, it's a level 6 monster compared to its TCG's level 5. Its Bandai attack is 1,500 and its defense is 2,800, just like in the video games. The Bandai version is also a warrior type monster compared to the fiend type that it is in the TCG, which I guess was only made a fiend type to fit in with Panic's theme when you think about the monster's name and appearance, but appearance is certainly another huge difference between the two versions. I mean, it's pink in the Bandai version, which, as always, I liken to shiny Pokemon when comparing these kinds of differences between Bandai and Konami's art. Metal Guardian came out in the OCG in 2000's Booster 7 set. As for the TCG, well, this one is really cool actually. Metal Guardian has only ever been printed once, and that was as a McDonald's promotional card that came with Happy Meals. It was printed as a rare card in 2006's McDonald's Promotional Cards 2 set, which also included other cool Yu-Gi-Oh cards, as well as Duelist Kingdom classics like Dungeon Worm, Gokibor, Trachodon, and more. Now, a really fun fact about this set is that a production mistake at the Upper Deck Entertainment card printing facility resulted in the commons from this series being accidentally included in a batch of elemental energy booster packs. Upper Deck Entertainment later confirmed the tournament legality of promotional cards, clarifying that cards that were unintentionally distributed are not legal until the official start of their promotion. The flotation ring on the Castle of Dark Illusions is, of course, infamous for that classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Narrative rule-bending moment, but if we inspect the ring closer, we can see that the ring has a Japanese kanji character on it. The character is Yami, which, as we learned earlier, is the Japanese word for dark or darkness. Now, for some reason, this kanji was removed from the flotation ring in the international versions of the anime, but were kept in the TCG artworks of the card. We may have a reason for Panic's monsters having unusual attack and defense stats. So, in the manga, all of Panic's monsters have what we'd consider as normal stats. For example, in the manga, Castle of Dark Illusions has 1,200 attack and 2,500 defense. Now, the reason Panic's monsters have strange attack and defense values is because the original anime's designers chose these specific numbers to make them round to a neat, rounded value after applying the anime's 30% field power bonus. Castle of Dark Illusions has 920 attack and 1,930 defense, which became 1,196 attack and 2,509 defense after the bonus was applied. This, of course, wasn't exactly neat, but when rounded, these stats are near close enough to what the card's manga stats were. I love looking at what the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh's original Japanese were and how they differ to the English versions. In terms of the Castle of Dark Illusions, its Japanese name is Yami Kuramashi no Shiro, which when translated reads as Castle of Darkening. We've learned a lot about the weird stats Panic's monsters have, but when it comes to the Reaper of the cards, it perhaps goes deeper than that. Now, the individual digits in Reaper of the Cards' bizarre stats can be read in Japanese as Himitsu Yama Ikusare, meaning you are going to the secret mountain. This is a reference to the acts of Shinigami, which are gods of death in Japanese folklore. Also, in my research, I came across a really interesting or bizarre take on the Reaper's stats. They suggest that its attack of 1,380 is said to be based on the bubonic plague and when it was at its peak. Now, although there were no large-scale bubonic plague outbreaks in 1380, localized outbreaks maintained the deadly impact of the Black Death, which had first swept over Europe in the mid-14th century. Then there was its defense stats of 1,930, which was supposedly based on when Nazi Germany was in power. Now, in 1930, Nazi Germany did not exist as a state. However, the Nazi party led by Hitler made a breakthrough in the September 1930 German federal election. The monster Reaper of the Cards appears in the card artwork of the anime-only trap card Double Tribute. The actual card itself appears in some of the artworks of Card of Demise. Reaper of the Cards has a completely different artwork compared to its original manga version. In the manga version, it looks a lot creepier, and the detail of it impaling a card with its scythe is honestly really cool. Now, the artwork it got from the anime and TCG, well, that was taken from the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. It comes from chapter 23 of the Yu-Gi-Oh Duelist series, from a panel where it is about to attack Yugi's set trap card. Chaos Shield came out in the OCG in 2003 as a common card in the Controller of Chaos set. It was printed in the TCG in 2004's Invasion of Chaos set as a common card. Now, for some reason, the card's TCG name changed from Chaos Shield to Yellow Luster Shield on its release. Did you know that part of the artwork for the spell card Ground Collapse is made up of Chaos Shield's artwork? When this card was released, it was totally redrawn compared to its anime artwork. Also, the international version of the anime had a different artwork that was more similar to its OCG and TCG one, which has the yellow shield thinner and the background less detailed. Battleox's Japanese name, which is also used in the manga, is Minotarasu, which when translated is a reference to the monster in Greek mythology, the Minotaur. Additionally, this card's name may be a pun on the phrase battle axe. The Tablet of Lost Memories is an ancient Egyptian tablet built by priest Seto as a symbol of his friendship with the pharaoh. The Tablet of Lost Memories depicts a scene from the ancient past where we can see priest Seto facing off in a duel against the pharaoh, and if you look closely, you can see Battleox serving as one of priest Seto's monsters. During a flashback to the ancient past in episode 52 of the anime, you can also see priest Seto summoning Battleox from his stone tablet. During Joey and Kaiba's first duel in episode 16, Yugi warned Joey that this card is resistant to fire. However, in the card game, this card obviously possesses no such ability. Ironically, in the Yu-Gi-Oh video games, Battleox does have abilities that give it the edge over fire-based monsters. In Yu-Gi-Oh Dark Duel stories, when this monster is summoned, it instantly discards all pyro-type monsters from the opponent's hand, and in both Yu-Gi-Oh the Sacred Cards and Yu-Gi-Oh Reshef of Destruction, Battleox has an ability to destroy all pyro monsters on the opponent's field. Kaiba's signature card is of course the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and a large portion of his deck focuses on how to quickly summon it. Kaiba is so fond of this card that he even has statues of it in front of buildings he owns, as well as numerous buildings and rides in Kaiba Land, USA. He even designed his own private jet to resemble this card. Now, is this obsession a little much, or is Kaiba an absolute gigachad for stuff like this? Anyway, the thing that stood out the most about this card when we first saw it, other than the fact there were only 4 copies of it in existence, was of course its huge 3,000 attack points. Blue Eyes White Dragon began the tradition of the main protagonist of each Yu-Gi-Oh series facing against a monster of 3,000 attack in their very first duel of the series, and winning the duel by defeating said monster. It also shares its 3,000 attack with the rivals of the other series, which are Chaz's Armed Dragon level 10, Jack's Red Dragon Archfiend, Kite's Galaxy Eyes Proton Dragon, Declan's DDD Doom King Armageddon, and Varys's Borreload Dragon. Did you know that Kaiba's 3 Blue Eyes each have their own name? Well, not in canon at least, but in the Nintendo GameCube game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom, the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons are named Azrael, Ibris, and Jabril. Azrael is the Angel of Death. Ibris is a mistranslation of Iblis, who is the devil, and Jabril is the equivalent to Gabriel, the Angel of Revelation. Like I mentioned, this is just from the GameCube game. Most of the video games, especially back then, had very little influence from Takahashi himself, so all of their content should be taken with a grain of salt, but nonetheless, I thought this was a really cool detail. Sticking with the theme of video games, let's look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. During April Fool's Day in 2017, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's animation was altered when it was summoned by Kaiba. The Blue Eyes is wearing a Kaiba construction helmet in this animation, which is similar to the sketch that appears when trying to log in during the game maintenance times. When Grappler was released in the OCG back in 2000's Booster 7 set, it was drawn differently from how it was previously depicted in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters series. Did you know that Grappler appears in the card artworks of Amazonas Substitution and Molting Escape? Grappler has a recolored counterpart in Drooling Lizard. Now, the recolored counterparts are a series of 100 monsters which are recolored versions of cards released before them. The official card database lists the counterparts in sequential order, and the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories was the first medium to contain all 100. As well as that, each monster was later included in 3D models in the video game Forbidden Memories, which came out later that year. Gyakutenu Megami's name when translated is Goddess of Reversal. Now, this is a very famous card as it is involved in one of the standout scene changes between the original series and the 4Kids dub. In the manga and original anime, Kaiba uses this specific card to jam his traitor's gun and take it. But why would Kaiba use this card in specific for this? Well, taking its translated name into account, it means that Kaiba made a reversal of the situation. And you're probably thinking, well, would Kaiba really use this card specifically because of its name to add salt to the wounds of his traitor grunt? Well, heck yes he would. It's the kind of extra asshole move Kaiba would play, and these details are why we love him so much. Checking out the differences between Konami's cards and the Bandai versions is always super fun. A quick FYI is that Bandai held the rights for the Yu-Gi-Oh card game for a short period before Konami obtained them. Anyway, the Bandai version of this card has 1,900 attack and 2,300 defense, whereas the Konami version has 1,800 attack and 2,000 defense. And I've got to say, the artwork for the Bandai version is stunning as well, right? I love that. Did you know that this was the only reprint in the 20th anniversary pack with no previous holographic release? The other 7 cards in the English version of the set were the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Red Eyes Black Dragon, Summoned Skull, Celtic Guardian, Buster Blader, Jinzo, and Shiba Warrior Taro, which all of course had previous holographic releases apart from Shiba Warrior Taro. The artworks for the cards in this set were all drawn by the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Kazuki Takahashi himself, and Shiba Warrior Taro was based on his pet dog Taro, who was a Shiba Inu, which is a small breed of dog in Japan. If you're anything like me, then you've probably been pronouncing this card's name wrong for a long time. And that's all thanks to the English dub.
I attack with the mighty Hitatsumi Giant.
It wasn't until I started studying Japanese that I understood how it was pronounced and why. See, the name should be pronounced Hitatsume Giant, not Hitatsumi Giant. Hitatsu is a Japanese counter meaning one or a thing, and me is the Japanese word for eye. Put them together and you get one-eyed giant. Now, what's really interesting here is that the Japanese name of this card is actually Saikuropsu, which, when translated, is simply Cyclops. And just like Battleox, this monster was inspired by Greek mythology. In this card's case, it's, of course, based on the Cyclops. The English name for this card, Hitatsume Giant, comes from Hitatsume Kozo, a one-eyed yokai in Japanese mythology. Did you know that this was the first monster played by Kaiba, besides Season 0 of course? This card featured for the first time in Kaiba and Solomon Moto's duel in the original manga and first season anime. The Hitatsume Giant can be seen in the artwork of Costdown and the monster itself in the artwork of Narrow Pass. Did you know that the Judgeman bears a resemblance to Enma, who is the judge of the underworld in Japanese mythology? It's a strong guess to say that Judgeman is inspired by Enma in some way, but there is no concrete evidence from this beyond their resemblance. Judgeman has a female counterpart, Miss Judge. What I really like about Miss Judge is the card's name is an obvious pun. Miss Judge also sounds like the word misjudge, right? For those who have a keen eye, you'll have noticed that Judgeman's full body has been shown several times throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh medium, however, rarely has it been consistent. It had 2 tiny morning stars, a purple cloak dangling from its back, crimson armor covering its entire body, and extremely squat distorted dimensions when it was summoned by Seto Kaiba in the manga and the first episode. In Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses, the armor turned purple, the cape was taken off, and the morning stars grew much larger than its entire head. In Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's World Championship 2010 Reverse of Arcadia, the armor's breastplate was indigo instead of purple, and the design was far more intricate than in Duelists of the Roses. Now, when it appeared as Johnson's Deckmaster, it had human-like proportions. The morning stars were not visible. It had a grey breastplate over a dark blue robe and a purple cloak hanging over its shoulders. This design was also used in episode 167 and in the artwork of Half or Nothing. Le Jin's design is based on an Oriental Jinn, a mystical creature which fulfills you 3 wishes that we all know, of course, is a genie. Jinns come from Arabic mythology. They are intelligent spirits of lower rank than angels, spirits inhabiting the earth but unseen by humans, capable of assuming various forms and exercising extraordinary powers. This theory is proven not only in its name, but also with its support card, Ancient Lamp. Le Jin has 2 counterparts, Lord of the Lamp and Fire Jin, the blazing genie of the lamp. Now, Le Jin has 2 different artworks which feature him in different positions with alternate backgrounds as well as different jewelry. The second OCG and TCG artwork is taken from the panel showing this monster being summoned in chapter 42 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga titled Advance and Retreat. A lot of Kaiba's monsters are based on creatures from mythology, and the same goes for Mystic Horseman, who is based on the centaur from Greek mythology. Mystic Horseman isn't alone, however, as there are other monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! That are depicted as centaurs in their artwork. These monsters are Gladiator Beast Equest, Chiron the Mage, and Xarion Universe. Just like Battleox, Mystic Horseman is another card that has followed Kaiba through the ages. In episode 52 of the anime, during the same flashback to the ancient past, a tablet version of this card was briefly seen on Priest Seto's side of the field during his battle with the Pharaoh. Mystic Horseman, along with Battleox, were both used as a sacrifice to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Mystic Horseman's Arabic name, which I'm not going to try and pronounce, translates to Mysterious Knight. In the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories, Rude Kaiser's card artwork was based off its manga depiction. When it was released in the OCG in 1999, it was drawn with a completely different artwork, which is the one we are all familiar with today. Did you know that Rude Kaiser appears in the card artwork of Excess Lesser Linker? Right, let's look at some more name translations, well, because they're fun, right? Rude Kaiser's Greek name translates to Tough Kaiser. I like that, Tough Kaiser. Want to start a fight with that guy? Ryukushin Powered's name is pretty interesting. When broken down, Ryu is the Japanese word for dragon, and Kishin means fierce god. However, the Ryukushin name doesn't make much sense, as the monster is actually based on a gargoyle, and its Japanese name when translated is, well, gargoyle powered. Ryukushin Powered isn't alone, as it appears to have a little family going on in the franchise. We have Ryukushin Powered, of course, but there's also a weaker version simply called Ryukushin, and a clown version called Ryukushin Clown. Ryukushin Powered came out in the 1999 OCG EX Starter Box as a common card. We got it in the TCG in 2002 in that legendary starter deck Kaiba, and it came out later that year in Metal Raiders as a common. In terms of its rarity, it has never been printed in a higher rarity than common. The Japanese word Sagi, which signifies fraud or scam, may have been the origin for Sagi's name, which would explain his demeanor and attitude. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime, Sagi the Dark Clown was drawn differently from the original manga artwork. When this card was released, it was drawn in a different position altogether. In fact, its artwork came from a panel in chapter 37 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, where it was summoned for the first time. Did you know that Sagi the Dark Clown has an unmasked, illegal OCG version called Masahiro the Dark Clown? It also has a retrained counterpart called Petin the Dark Clown, which shares the same naming scheme, type, attribute, level. Their similarity continues, as in the anime, Kaiba also uses both of these cards to activate Crush Card Virus's card effect. Now, we all know that the D in Lord of D's name stands for dragon.
A D! It stands for dragon!
But did you know that it stands for something different in the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The False-Bound Kingdom? In that game, this monster's name is the Lord of Darkness. Lord of D appears in the card artworks of Grief Tablet and the Melody of Awakening Dragon. Lord of D has a female counterpart in the Lady of D. They both share the same defense, attribute, type, and level. Lady of D protects dragons from battle, while the Lord of D protects them from targeting effects. But the biggest similarity the two share is, of course, that both of these monsters are joked about due to the sexual implications of their TCG names. Did you know that Swordstalker was an effect monster in the anime, with a pretty gnarly effect at that? You could add a quarter of the attack of one monster in your graveyard to this card's attack. Swordstalker can be seen in the card artworks of Convert Contacts and Speed Spell Power Baton. Swordstalker's Japanese name is pretty badass. Its Japanese name is Fukushu no Soda Sutoka, which translates to Swordstalker of Revenge. Now, I can see why they shortened it, but the of revenge part sounds so awesome, especially when you think about its anime effect as well. Did you know that Trapmaster's effect is identical to the effects of both Crimson Ninja and Reaper of the Cards? Another weird coincidence linking these three together is that all three cards have odd valued levels. Crimson Ninjas being 1, Trapmasters 3, and Reaper of the Cards being 5. In the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories, Trapmaster was drawn with a different artwork, where it looks like it's wearing a mask. And I don't know about you, but I think it looks really creepy. It scares me, man. Trapmaster's Arabic name literally translates to Master of Traps, which, for some reason, every time I hear this, I can't stop thinking about Metallica's Master of Puppets. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has the highest attack, defense, and level of any non-effect monster in the game. Now, I never paid attention to this, but the maths behind its stats are pretty cool as well, and I guess obvious for those who paid attention, but for any of you like me who didn't, check this out. So, the attack, defense, and level of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon are all equal to half of those of the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons added up, though the defense is rounded up to the nearest 100. Kaiba made summoning the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon look easy. 3 Blue Eyes, polymerization, no problem. But did you know that in a couple of the video games, namely Forbidden Memories and the Duelist of the Roses, you needed the spell card Ultimate Dragon to ritual summon this awesome dragon? Do you remember the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon from the Pyramid of Light movie and how you needed to tribute the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon specifically to special summon it? Well, do you also remember how we had to wait a year to be able to try this insane feat ourselves? When the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon, which was first released in the TCG in August 2004's Mega Pack, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon did not exist yet. It would take until the fall of 2005 for this card to be made available, which was as a Shonen Jump promotional card. This, of course, made Blue Eyes Shining Dragon unsummonable, unless you played the OCG, as the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was printed way back as early as 1999 and 2000. Rabid Horseman's Japanese name, Minokentarasu, is exactly what you'd expect of a fusion monster's name. It combines the Japanese name of Mystic Horseman, Sentarasu, and Minotarasu, the Japanese name of Battle Ox. Now, we've already talked about how the two monsters used as this card's fusion materials are based on the Minotaur and Centaur of Greek mythology, but the cool thing is that this detail is actually pointed out by Kaiba himself during chapter 27 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga when he first summoned the Rabid Horseman against Joey. Did you know that the Rabid Horseman was the first ever Beast Warrior fusion monster? In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game The Duelist of the Roses, when Rabid Horseman appears as a 3D monster, it can be seen wearing the exact same red armor as Battle Ox instead of wearing the purple colored armor from its card artwork. Misprints are always fun. Though slight, this one will upset the OCDers and those that like balance. So, all copies of D-Spell from 2004's starter deck Kaiba Evolution have the word spell not capitalized like the first part of its name. D-Spell came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 2 set. Its TCG release came in 2002's nostalgic starter deck Yugi and starter deck Kaiba as a common card. D-Spell would later be included in 2003 starter decks Joey and Pegasus, again as a common, before its release in starter deck Kaiba Evolution in 2004. Its final release to date was in 2019's Speed Duel Arena of Lost Souls, again as a common, and it's a shame because a holo of this card would have been so awesome. D-Spell's Japanese name is Maho Jokyo, which when translated reads as magic removal. Mystical Elf appears in the card artwork of Gift of the Mystical Elf. Now, the really interesting detail about this artwork is that this was the first card that shows the Mystical Elf with her eyes open. Other cards that feature the Mystical Elf with her eyes open are Bubbly Elf and Mystical Elf Solemn Mop. Gift of the Mystical Elf's card effect lets you gain 300 life points for each monster on the field. Now that the extra deck zone has been added, the most amount of life points that can be obtained with this card is 3,600. The highest number that could be reached prior to this edition was 3,000. Gift of the Mystical Elf has a damaging counterpart called Just Desserts, who dishes out 500 damage to your opponent for each monster they control. When Mesmeric Control was released in the OCG and TCG, it was completely redrawn compared to its anime artwork. And I've got to say, the glow up for this one was appreciated, as the anime one is pretty dull, right? Did you know that in the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses, Mesmeric Control was a trap card? Time for another Japanese lesson. Mesmeric Control's Japanese name is Simon Jutsu, which when translated means hypnotism. Monster Reborn is one of the oldest and most popular cards in the game. Its international artwork was changed for religious censorship, but the design was so popular that the international artwork of this card has been referenced in the design of several other cards with similar effects. Those cards are Monster Reincarnation, Xyz Reborn, Pendulum Reborn, Symbol of Heritage, and Monster Reborn Reborn. Now, did you know that Monster Reborn has not one, but two separate trap cards made specifically to counter it? Those two cards are Call of the Grave and Call of Darkness. Call of the Grave says no to Monster Reborn, and Call of Darkness says back you go to the monster brought back by Monster Reborn's effect. Quiz time! Do you know how many times Monster Reborn was used during Duelist Kingdom? I'll give you a couple of seconds. The answer is 9 times. Yugi used it 6 times, Kaiba twice, and Mai used it once. Did you know that part of Negate Attack's artwork makes up part of the artwork of the card Ground Collapse? Negate Attack underwent a couple of changes between its anime debut in 2000 and its OCG and TCG release a couple of years later. First of all was that it changed from a spell card to a trap card, and secondly was that this card's art was completely redrawn from its anime counterpart. Negate Attack's original colours were a dull purple and grey that were changed to a very vibrant red and blue. Following on from our last fact, in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Negate Attack was depicted as a trap card. However, in the Japanese closing song Borderline Battle, Negate Attack is shown as a spell card. Did you know that, aside from the Toei anime, Negative Energy Generator was the first spell card ever used in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Series? It was of course used in the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! By Kaiba against Yugi. During his first duel with Yugi, Dark Energy was the actual card that Kaiba used in the manga. However, Dark Energy had already been released in the OCG with a different effect by the time that this episode premiered. So, Negative Energy Generator was made to take its place. This card was mistakenly given the same artwork as Negative Energy during the initial broadcast of Yu-Gi-Oh's first episode's dub. They of course later fixed this problem with the retransmissions. If we look at Polarization's artwork, one of the monsters in the card's artwork has been revealed to be Synchrofusionist. Have you ever found Polarization to be a bit of a mouthful? Well, luckily I've got another Japanese lesson for you. Polarization's Japanese name is Yugo, which translates simply as fusion. Another quiz time for you. Polarization has been used throughout the series to fuse into some of the series' most iconic monsters, and a lot of them were in Duelist Kingdom. Sticking with the Duelist Kingdom theme here, this time can you take a guess how many times it was used during this legendary arc? The answer is 10 times in Duelist Kingdom. Yugi uses it 5 times, Kaiba twice, and then once each for Para, Joey, and Pegasus. In the anime and some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, Shadow Spell is a spell card instead of a trap card that it became in the OCG and TCG. The artwork and effect of Fiendish Chain is very similar to that of Shadow Spells. Now, this is interesting because it links two characters together in an interesting way. Kaiba uses Shadow Spell in the anime, while Fiendish Chain is used by Jack Atlas, who is viewed as Kaiba's Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D counterpart. Additionally interesting is that during a flashback in the second episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Jack Atlas also uses Shadow Spell against Yusei Fudo. Shadow Spell's Japanese name is Yami no Jubaku, which very interestingly translates to Curse of Darkness, which is also the name of an already existing card. The Flute of Summoning Dragon can be seen being held by King Dragon in its card artwork. Additionally, Queen Dragon Jin holds a lyre with a similar shape to this flute. It does make me wonder if there are any more dragon instruments out there like these two. The Flute of Summoning Dragon has a counterpart named the Melody of Awakening Dragon. As well as that, the Flute of Summoning Kuribo is a curry support version of this card. Did you know there's an actual type of Japanese flute called ryuteki, which literally means dragon flute? Ryuteki is a Japanese transverse fugue constructed of bamboo. It is used in gagaku, a Shinto classical music genre linked with Japan's imperial court. Now, the sound of the ryuteki is thought to depict the dragons who ascend the skies between the heavenly lights and the inhabitants of Earth. The Ancient Lamps association with the monster stated in its effect, La Jinn, the mystical genie of the lamp, is based on popular culture which associates jinns or genies with oil lamps, particularly through a few stories in 1001 Nights, aka Aladdin. This card's artwork changed when it became a monster card in the anime, as it had previously been a trap card. It was released as a monster card in the OCG and TCG, so the monster artwork was retained. Sticking with the theme of artwork, Ancient Lamp's artwork is taken from chapter 42 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga titled Advance and Retreat, from the panel showing this lamp manifesting itself after the card was activated. Did you know that the kanji on the virus in this card's artwork means death? Crush Card Virus has 4 counterparts. They are Deck Devastation Virus, Eradicator Epidemic Virus, Full Force Virus, and Grinning Grave Virus. Now, what's really interesting about these virus cards is that they ascend in alphabetical order. Crush Card starts as the first of the 5 viruses at C, and then the following cards continue in this pattern, covering D, E, F, and of course G. Did you know that Crush Card Virus is one of 2 Shonen Jump Championship Series prize cards to be banned, the other card being Cyberstein? Both of these cards were also printed in limited quantities, Crush Card having only 6 copies in existence, while Cyberstein only had 18. On top of that, Crush Card is currently also the only prize card to be reprinted as an Ultimate Rare, which was in 2010's Duelist Pack Kyber set. Defense Paralysis has a counterpart, Block Attack. As well as that, it also has a retrained anime-only version called Negate Defense. When Defense Paralysis was released, it had a name change to Stop Defense. On top of that, it was also changed to a spell card and was drawn with different artwork compared to its original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga artwork. Final Japanese lesson for you. Defense Paralysis, or Stop Defense's Japanese name, is Shubi Huin, which when translated reads as Defense Ceiling. Armored Zombie is the zombie counterpart of the monster Zanki, revived in the anime and manga by the card Call of the Haunted. But it wasn't alone, as both Dragon Zombie and Clown Zombie were also zombie counterparts of Bones' cards brought back from the grave in the same manner. Now, the interesting detail here is that all 3 of these monsters have had their levels downgraded by 2 in their undead form compared to their counterparts. Interestingly, despite being called an armored zombie, the monster actually has 0 defense points. However, the cool detail here is that Armored Zombie was the first monster printed in the OCG with 0 defense when it came out in 1999's Volume 5 set as a common card. A cool detail about this card in the anime and manga is that it doesn't actually exist as a physical card. Instead, it's just a counterpart Zanki affected by the effect of Call of the Haunted. However, later in the anime, we do see Armored Zombie shown as a normal monster card, which is a reflection on its release in the real-life card game. Let's compare the Clown Zombie card we all know with the Bandai version many are unfamiliar with. Bandai held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! For a short while before Konami and released some interesting versions of the cards we all know and love, some with some pretty interesting differences. First of all, let's look at the stats. The Konami Clown Zombie is a level 2 zombie type monster with 1350 attack and 0 defense, whereas the Bandai version is a level 3 Fiend type with 1800 attack and 0 defense. The other major difference is of course its artwork. The Bandai version has a completely different pink colour scheme and pose. In fact, the Bandai artwork reminds me of the Gamorreans from Star Wars, if they were pink of course. One thing I always find really fun is looking at Yu-Gi-Oh cards' original Japanese names and how they differ to the ones that we got. In the case of Clown Zombie, its Japanese name is Mada Sakasu Zombie, which when translated in English reads as Murder Circus Zombie, which is much darker than what we got, right? Clown Zombie came out in the OCG in 2000's Volume 7 set as a common card. We wouldn't get it in the TCG until 2005's Tournament Pack 6 as a common card, along with some other awesome cards such as Toon Cannon Soldier, Royal Decree, and Spear Dragon. Clown Zombie would also later come out in 2019's Speed Duel Arena of Lost Souls, again as a common card. Did you know that Crawling Dragon was the first Earth Dragon monster ever released? It came out in the OCG's Volume 4 set in 1999 and came out in the TCG in 2002's Metal Raiders. The Crawling Dragon itself can be seen in the card artwork of the anime-only spell card, Card of Reversal from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game The Falsebound Kingdom, Crawling Dragon is one of the only monsters, perhaps the only monster that never appears in the opponent's marshals. In The Falsebound Kingdom, a marshal is a type of humanoid character who commands teams of monsters in battle, whether they are actual human or programs from the kingdom. Marshals have a variety of stats that can influence the performance of their monsters. They gain experience if their team defeats an opposing team in battle, and can level up to improve their stats. Also, certain marshals can possess unique abilities that affect their team. Let's look at the difference between Dragon Zombie's Bandai release and the Konami card that we're all familiar with. So the Bandai version is a level 5 Fiend type with 2400 attack and 400 defense, whereas the Konami card is a level 3 Zombie type with 1600 attack and 0 defense. The artwork is also completely different, as the Bandai version has more of a black theme to it compared to the purple version we all know. It does keep the rotting flesh theme, which gives it that intimidating feel. Sticking with the topic of artwork, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 1 and 2 video games, Dragon Zombie has different artwork. In the video games, its pose is completely different, but the most noticeable difference is that it's bright pink. Dragon Zombie came out in the OCG in 1999's Booster 5 set as a common card. It would remain an anime-only card for us in the West up until 2013, when it was printed as a common card in Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, a set that featured cards played by Joey as well as cards played by some of his most famous opponents in the series. The snake hair is based on Medusa from Greek mythology. Medusa had living snakes for hair and could turn people to stone with her gaze. She was once a beautiful woman who was cursed by the goddess Athena after she was violated by Poseidon. Once turned into this vicious creature, Medusa was eventually beheaded by Perseus, who used Athena's shield as a mirror to avoid her deathly stare. The head of Medusa, with its petrifying power, was put on Athena's shield as a symbol of protection against evil. The card's Japanese name, Medusa no Bore, also gives away that it is based on Medusa, as it translates to read Medusa's Ghost. Did you know that in 3D Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games such as Forbidden Memories, the snake hair appears to have the lower body of a snake, which is different from its appearance in the anime? Another interesting video game detail about the snake hair is that, again in the game Forbidden Memories, it can't be used to fusion summon female monsters. The snake hair herself can be seen in the card artwork of the anime-only trap card Magic Reflection Armor Metal Plus from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Did you know that Zanki is the only one of the 3 zombie counterpart cards played by Bones in the anime that has never been released in the TCG? Now, it did come out in the OCG in 2000's Volume 7 set, but unlike Crawling Dragon and Crass Clown, it has never been printed internationally. Zanki's Japanese name is pretty cool, and if you're an anime fan, I think you'll get a kick out of this one. Its Japanese name is Yoroi Musha Zanki, which when translated reads as Demon Slayer, the Armored Warrior. Though it was never printed in the TCG, Zanki's OCG and anime artwork is completely different from the artwork it has in the manga. Zanki's manga card art shows a full body pose of the monster covered in a Super Saiyan-like aura with its eyes covered in shadow. Crass Clown's effect is that if it is changed from attack position from defense position, you can target one monster your opponent controls and return it to their hand. What's interesting is that this effect is the opposite of another clown monster called Dream Clown. With Dream Clown, if it is changed from attack position to face-up defense position, you can target one monster your opponent controls and destroy that target. Don't know about you, but it sounds like a lot of clowning around to me. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a much darker series than we remember as kids, and Crass Clown's Japanese name is further evidence of this. Its Japanese name, Madasakasu, when translated, means murder circus. Crass Clown's TCG and anime card artwork is much different from the one it had in the manga. Both are terrifying, of course, but the way it's looking at you face on in the manga just adds that extra level of creep factor for me personally. Now, the artwork that it has in the TCG and anime is taken from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga. It is taken from the panel in chapter 30 when it is summoned to the field. Pumpkin King of Ghosts is based off the jack-o'-lantern. A jack-o'-lantern is a hollowed out pumpkin or other root vegetable with a face carved on it and lighted by a candle or LED light that we all know as a popular Halloween decoration. The tradition originates from a 17th century Irish folktale about Stingy Jack, a trickster cursed to travel the earth with a glowing coal in a carved out turnip. Originally, carving vegetables with terrifying faces was a technique to fend off spirits and is now a popular holiday tradition. Did you know that it is implied that the Pumpkin King of Ghosts is a dad? That's right, yeah, it's said that it is the father of Pump Princess, the Princess of Ghosts. And there's no real surprise when you look at the similar names, appearances, and effects, of course. Now, Pumpkin King of Ghosts also has a relation to the card Jacko Bolan, but we don't know if he's a dad to him or a brother or whatever. Here's something interesting for you. Did you know that the effect of this card in the anime and manga is identical to that of the Castle of Dark Illusions in the TCG? Both boost the attack and defense of zombie-type monsters. This is pretty random if you ask me, because the Castle of Dark Illusions is associated with Panic, and Panic and Bones have no connection. Especially when you add in the detail that Panic played Fiend-type monsters while Bones used zombies. But anyway, there's more. In the TCG, Pumpkin King of Ghosts effect only lasts for 4 turns, which is interesting because this was the same amount of turns Bones used its effect for in the anime. Stop Defense has a counterpart in Block Attack and also a retrained anime-only version called Negate Defense. The card artwork for Stop Defense is completely different from its manga artwork. In the manga, it's a cross through a card in defense position, whereas in the TCG and anime, its artwork features a cross through a soldier holding a shield. Stop Defense's Japanese name is Shubi Fuji, which when translated reads as Defense Ceiling. Did you know that in episode 17 of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well as in the manga, Call of the Haunted was used as a spell card by Bones? However, the base of the card was coloured the same purplish colour as any other trap card, rather than green. Thus it still seemed to be a trap, despite Bones' claim that it was a magical spell card. Now, in both mediums, the card had a distinct effect, where it could summon as many monsters from your graveyard and change their types to zombie. When it was officially printed for the TCG, the effect was modified to only being able to special summon one monster and removing the section where its type was changed to a zombie. In the card artwork of Call of the Haunted, you can see these Greek words written on the gravestones. The first word is pronounced Ko-na-mi, which is obviously in reference to Konami. The second word has no meaning in Greek. However, when typed out on a standard English keyboard with the Greek language selected, the second word results in Hanako. Hanako-san, also known as Hanako of the Toilet, is a Japanese urban legend about a little girl's ghost who haunts school bathrooms, particularly those on the 3rd floor. Her origins are explained in various ways, including her death during a World War II airstrike or being a victim of bullying, murder, or suicide in the restroom. To summon her, one knocks 3 times on the 3rd stall of a school bathroom and says her name. If she answers, a bloody hand appears, dragging the caller into the toilet and to their demise. The Call of the Haunted card appears in the card artworks of the anime-only trap card Downburst from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and the anime artwork for the trap card Destruction of Destiny. Did you know that Labyrinth Tank appears to resemble the cleaners from the movie Labyrinth? Both are gigantic mechanical maze dwellers equipped with giant drills and wheels for moving around walls. When Labyrinth Tank first appeared in the anime and manga, it was a normal monster card. However, when it debuted in the OCG and TCG, it became a fusion monster. Now, it's unclear as to why they decided to switch it to a fusion monster, but based on the time that it was printed, the most likely reason was because the card game wanted players to use the fusion feature in the game. This is a theory behind why monsters such as Flame Swordsman became a fusion monster when it was printed. Now, tying Labyrinth Tank to its original roots is the fact that it has a retrained counterpart called Labyrinth Heavy Tank, which is an effect monster. The extra detail about this retrain that is cool is that it links perfectly with a Paradox Brothers themed deck based on the monster's card effect. Labyrinth Tank's OCG and TCG card artwork comes from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. It's taken from chapter 34 of the Duelist manga from the panel where the monster is summoned. Series creator Kazuki Takahashi has taken inspiration from mythology when creating some of the game's most iconic monsters. Kaiba's Battleox is based on the Minotaur, and Mai's Harpy Ladies are based on harpies, of course. As for Labyrinth Wall, well, that is inspired by the Labyrinth from Greek mythology. The Labyrinth was a complex building built by Daedalus for King Minos of Crete to house the Minotaur. Labyrinth Wall appears in the card artworks of Magical Labyrinth and Labyrinth Wall Soldier. The walls of this labyrinth appear in the card artworks of Wall Shadow, Shadow Ghoul of the Labyrinth, and Labyrinth Heavy Tank. Did you know that Labyrinth Wall was the first ever rock monster to have 0 attack points? I mean, its massive 3000 defense obviously makes up for this, unless your opponent has stop defense, of course, and then you're in trouble. You're in trouble. The Dungeon Worm appears to be based on the Mongolian Death Worm. The Mongolian Death Worm is a mythological creature supposed to live in the Gobi Desert. It's characterized as a huge reddish worm that can spit corrosive venom and deliver electric shocks. While it is a well-known figure in cryptozoology and Mongolian folklore, there is no scientific evidence to suggest that it exists. Dungeon Worm came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 5 and Booster 5 set. The card remained an anime-only card for us in the West until its print in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack, a set that featured cards used by Joey, Mai, Bandit Keith, the Paradox Brothers, and more. Dungeon Worm features in the card artwork of Worm Baits. It's a creepy looking card that allows you to special summon worm tokens. Gate Guardian was the first level 11 monster ever released. Now, what's interesting is that when it was first released in Japan, it was actually unplayable. In 2000, this card was given out as an attendance card for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories Duelist Legend event held at the Tokyo Dome. The cards needed for its special summon, Suijin, Kazujin, and Sanga of the Thunder, had not been released yet. Did you know that in some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, Gate Guardian was a ritual monster, with the ritual spell card Gate Guard Ritual, as well as its components Suijin, Kazujin, and Sanga of the Thunder, needed for its summon. Interestingly, in the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Full-Spawn Kingdom, Gate Guardian is a fusion monster. Gate Guardian has a pretty weird attack stat at 3,750, right? Well, there is reason for that. So let's look at the mathematics of Gate Guardian. So the monster's original attack and defense are equal to half the combined original attack and the combined original defense of its 3 parts, Suijin, Kazujin, and Sanga of the Thunder. Kazujin's name translates as Wind God. Now, the card's Japanese name is Fumashin Hyuga, which when translated reads as Demonic Wind Deity Hyuga. So, based on this knowledge, it will come as no surprise that the kanji on its body is the character for wind. Looking at differences between Bandai and Konami's Yu-Gi-Oh cards is always fun, and in Kazujin's case, it's no different. The smaller detail is that the Bandai monster is a level 6 monster, whereas the Konami card is a level 7. But the interesting difference is that the Bandai Kazujin is a black magic monster, which is the equivalent of a dark spellcaster in the Konami game. Speaking of the Konami card, well, that's of course a wind spellcaster card, which makes more sense based on its name, right? Kazujin has been printed in 7 Yu-Gi-Oh sets in 4 different rarities. Now, it first came out in 2002's Metal Raiders as a super rare card and was printed in the anniversary edition of that set in 2023 in the same rarity. In 2004, it was printed as a common card in Dark Beginning 1. It was also printed as a common card in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack. In 2022's Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox set, it was printed as a secret rare card. And finally in 2023, it was printed in the Maze of Memories set as a rare card. In the original manga and anime, Monster Tamer was an effect monster that could control a monster on the field and raise its attack and defense stats using its own. Monster Tamer's Japanese name is Monster Tamer Jigoku no Mamono Sky, which when translated reads as Monster Tamer, Demon Messenger of Hell. Monster Tamer came out in the OCG in 2000's Booster 7 set as a common card. Now, we wouldn't see it in the TCG until 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack set, a set that was an absolute game changer for character deck builders and collectors. Sanga of the Thunder's Japanese name is Raimashin Sanga, which when translated reads as Demonic Thunder Deity Sanga. Being based on thunder, the kanji on Sanga's head is the character for thunder. Sticking on the topic of this card's name, Sanga of the Thunder's English naming format is noticeably different from the other 2 Gate Guardian components. The 3 components for Gate Guardian Summon in Japanese are known as Thunder Devil Sanga, Wind Devil Hyuga, and Water Devil Suga. Sanga is the only one that has preserved its Japanese name. The other 2 were named after their element. Kaze and Sui, it means wind and water in Japanese. And then we've got Jin, which is the Japanese term meaning god. What's interesting is that in Chinese, Sanga means 3-piece. Now, we don't know if Takahashi was using this as inspiration or reference behind the name of this monster, or if it was just simply coincidence. But the name could reference the fact that 3 pieces, Sanga of Thunder, Suijin, and Kazujin, make up Gate Guardian. Shadow Ghoul has a pretty cool effect where it gains 100 attack points for each monster in your graveyard. Now, you're never going to do this, but let's look at just how strong this monster can get. So this card's maximum attack in a 40-card deck with only monsters could be 5,500 if all these monsters were in the graveyard, of course. Or 7,000 if all monsters in the extra deck are also in the graveyard. However, in a 60-card deck, the maximum attack is 7,500 or 9,000 if you include the extra deck. It's insane. Shadow Ghoul appears in the card artwork of Wall Shadow. Now, this was a cool nod because in the manga and anime, Shadow Ghoul was actually a fusion material for Wall Shadow alongside Labyrinth Wall. However, when Wall Shadow was printed in the OCG and TCG, it became an effect monster for some reason. Shadow Ghoul has a really cool retrain counterpart called Shadow Ghoul of the Labyrinth. Suijin's Japanese name is Suimashin Suga, which when translated reads as Demonic Water Deity Suga. There's a theme here if you've been following along, but being a water-based deity, yes, the kanji on Suijin's head is the character for water. Did you know that Suijin is the Shinto god of water in Japan? Suijin, also known as Mizugami, is the Japanese Shinto god of water. The term encompasses various benevolent water deities and spirits, including those found in lakes, ponds, and wells. Suijin is often associated with serpents, dragons, and other mythical creatures. Did you notice that Suijin has two designs? The first one is the one we're all familiar with. It's used on the card itself and in many of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. The artwork depicts the monster as a disembodied head with slender arms clothed in a purple cloak. The other is when it's featured in the anime once summoned and as a part of Gate Guardian. It's displayed as a pair of enormous blue legs and a pelvis with its head placed on its crotch. Unfortunate placement for sure. The Wicked Worm Beast's attack name is called Poison Soul. This name is what is known as a portmanteau. This is a word blending the sounds and combining the meanings of two others. Examples of these would be something like motel or brunch. In the case of the Poison Soul attack name, it's a blend of the words poison and aerosol. Did you know that the Wicked Worm Beast is the first card to have an effect that returns itself to the owner's hand? This card's artwork is taken from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. It comes from chapter 37 from the panel where the Wicked Worm Beast is summoned. As we mentioned earlier, Wall Shadow is a fusion monster in the anime and manga, fusing Shadow Ghoul and Labyrinth Wall. Though it was changed when printed, we can see a couple of interesting details tying all these monsters together. Firstly, Wall Shadow has the same attack as Shadow Ghoul and the same defense as Labyrinth Wall. Secondly, though Shadow Ghoul and Labyrinth Wall are zombie and rock monsters, Wall Shadow is a warrior type monster. Wall Shadow appears in the card artwork of Labyrinth Wall Shadow. Wall Shadow's card artwork is also taken from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga. This time it's taken from chapter 34, from the panel where we can see Wall Shadow emerging from the Labyrinth Wall to attack Yugi's Beaver Warrior. Invigoration's Japanese name is Kakusei, which when translated reads as Awakening. Invigoration's effect is that it increases an Earth monster's attack by 400 points and decreases its defense by 200 points when equipped. Now, this card has 5 attribute counterparts, and they are Burning Spear for fire, Elf's Light for light, Gust Fan for wind, Steel Shell for water, and Sword of Dark Destruction for dark monsters. Did you know that Invigoration's card artwork is inverted and used as background art for the trap card Solar Ray? Magical Labyrinth is a really interesting card because the card's effect in the anime and manga was completely different from the OCG and TCG form, as its effect was to rearrange the walls inside Labyrinth Wall, which obviously has no real-world application to the card game. So the effect on the physical card had to be something entirely different. Magical Labyrinth is a rare equip spell that does not provide any battle-related effects, i.e. attack or defense gain, or protection from battle. Equip spells are typically supposed to assist monsters to stay on the field or give them new abilities. However, Magical Labyrinth is different. After this equip resolves, the only effect is tributing the equipped monster to special summon another. Now, this equipped spell card is also unique in the fact that it can only be fitted to a single monster. That monster, Labyrinth Wall. Interestingly, the spiral in this card's artwork may be a reference to fusion summoning. The monster summoned by this card's effect is Wall Shadow, that was created in the anime, of course, by fusing Labyrinth Wall and Shadow Ghoul. In the German dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, this card is called Fusion. However, as of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and beyond, the official TCG name Polymerization is used instead. Did you know that in the Quarter Century Legendary Selection and Quarter Century Bonanza sets, this card was given a third artwork? Now, it's similar to the second artwork in design, but with Elemental Hero Bastinatrix and Elemental Hero Avian fusing instead of the generic creatures. Of course, the international version of Elemental Hero Bastinatrix is edited to have her outfit altered to be less revealing. The card's Greek name is polymerismos, which I may have butchered. However, the term means many parts, and it refers to the effect of this card to merge many fusion material monsters into a single monster. The trap in Remove Traps card artwork is the game-only trap card, Bear Trap. Interestingly, this makes this card one of the few cards that features a video game exclusive card in its artwork, along with Trap Gatherer, Trap Jammer, A-Team Trap Disposal Unit, and Trap Booster. Fun fact is that all these cards feature that same Bear Trap card. Okay, this one is for the fans of the Japanese cards. So, in the OCG, the furigana for trap card in the 1999 starter box and EX starter box is wana, not torapu. Trap cards in these sets are still called torapu kado. For those of you interested in this one, furigana is a Japanese reading aid made up of small kana characters that can be hiragana or katakana. They're placed next to or above kanji, which are the Chinese symbols used in Japanese. This is to indicate pronunciation. It assists readers, particularly children, and those learning the language in pronouncing unfamiliar or complicated kanji. Remove Trap came out in the TCG and 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set. It would later be printed in 2004's starter deck Yugi Evolution. Both prints for this card are commons. It's not uncommon for this to happen in Yu-Gi-Oh, but did you know that not only the effect, but the card artwork for Riryoku are completely different? In the anime, Riryoku allows you to select one face-up monster you control. You halve your opponent's life points, and the selected monster gains attack equal to the life points your opponent lost. However, you can't declare an attack that turn. Whereas in the OCG and TCG, the card lets you target two face-up monsters on the field. You halve the attack of one monster, and if you do, you add that lost attack to the other monster. These effects last until the end phase. As for the artwork, you can see the difference here. They have a somewhat similar theme, but the artworks are clearly different. Sticking on the theme of artwork, if we look closer at the OCG and TCG artwork of Riryoku, we can see that the monster sucking the energy out of the warrior resembles Zoa. The word Riryoku in Japanese can have multiple meanings. It relates mainly to logic, reason, or force. In the context of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, Riryoku's name when translated means force. I've always found this one super interesting, but Jirai Gumo was a trap card when it appeared in the manga and anime, but became an effect monster when printed in the TCG. It's another card that's completely different, not only in effect, but artwork too. As a trap card, its effect is that this trapdoor spider attacks enemies who set foot on a certain location. The victim is unable to use weapons in self-defense. Now, this makes sense when you think about the conditions that this card was designed for in that unique labyrinth duel. However, when it comes to the OCG and TCG, it became an effect monster of that trapdoor spider, or landmine spider as its name directly translates to. It has a very impressive 2200 attack stat for a 4-star monster, but it comes with an effect that is basically a huge gamble. Its effect is when this card declares an attack, you toss a coin and call it. If you call it wrong, you lose half your life points. Now, despite the drastic difference between the cards, what I love is that the card Prey of the Jirai Gumo is a homage to the card's origins as a trap monster. Jirai Gumo's name is derived from Jorogumo, a type of yokai. Jorogumo is a supernatural creature that takes the form of a spider that can shapeshift into a beautiful woman. The name literally translates to entangling bride or woman spider. In folklore, Jorogumo are known for luring men with their beauty, trapping them in their webs, and then revealing their monstrous spider-like nature. Jirai Gumo's OCG and TCG artwork come from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga. It comes from a panel in chapter 35 where the spider is attacking and destroying Joey's Axe Raider. Fairy's Gift was one of many Duelist Kingdom cards that was censored in its TCG release back in 2002's McDonald's promotional card set. The original artwork features full nudity, but it's done in a mythological fairy tale style way. Internationally, that didn't fly, and that nudity is replaced with a long dress, completely altering the monster's presentation while keeping the character itself intact. Two of the Fairy's Gift monsters can be seen in the card artwork of the anime-only spell card, Fairy Dust. Now, you'd think this monster would be a fairy-type monster, right? Well, despite its name and appearance, it's actually a spellcaster type. As well as that, in some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, Fairy's Gift is an effect monster that increases the player's life points by 500 when it's summoned. Happy Lover has a counterpart called Tenderness. Both of these cards are based on Cupid, as Happy Lover's flavor text describes it as a cherub capable of emitting real rays of love. Happy Lover is the familiar of Ling the Light Charmer. A witch's familiar is a supernatural being, typically an animal, that is believed to support in magical activities. The witch was thought to get guidance, protection, and magical assistance from these spirits, sometimes known as guardians. Familiars were originally thought of as either friendly spirit guides or low-ranking demonic servants who are occasionally shown as sucking on the witch's blood. However, modern views occasionally center on animal companions like cats or dogs. Happy Lover appears in the card artwork of the spell card Sprite's Blessing, alongside Petite Angel, Winged Egg of New Life, Galenduo, Lo the Prayers of the Voiceless Voices, and Dark Magic Circle. Petite Angel is another card from the Duelist Kingdom era that was censored. It had its halo removed in international prints because halos directly imply angelic religious imagery. However, when it was first released in the TCG in 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set, it was printed with its halo. It was in later prints that it was removed. Petite Angel's flavor text tells us that it is a quick-moving and tiny fairy that's very difficult to hit. This was actually referenced in the anime. During Teia's duel against My Valentine, Petite Angel is seen dodging Harpy Lady's attack before it is eventually hit and destroyed. Petite Angel can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Beckoning Light, Next to be Lost, Perfect Countercode 123, Ray of Hope, and Sprite's Blessing. Shining Friendship has two counterparts, a normal counterpart in Petite Angel that we just covered, and a rock counterpart called Shining Peace Filler. Just like its counterpart Petite Angel, Shining Friendship also had its halo censored in the TCG. What's interesting is that in the international versions of the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses, both Shining Friendship and Petite Angel have a crown over their heads in replacement of their halos while in face-up position. Shining Friendship appears in the card artworks of the cards Beckoning Light, Ray of Hope, Lightwave Tuning, and Speed Spell Explosion. Magician of Faith's Japanese name is Shinto Magician, which when translated is basically Saint Magician. However, when this card came to the West, its name was changed from Saint Magician to Magician of Faith to remove the religious word saint. This is of course because religion was something heavily censored and to be avoided at all costs. Interestingly, the same applied to Faith Bird, whose Japanese name was Saint Bird in the OCG. Magician of Faith could very well be the younger version of the monster Disenchanter. This is all due to their similar effects, similar appearance, and the fact that Disenchanter was also called Saint Disenchanter in the Japanese OCG. The runes on the Magician of Faith's staff are actually letters of the Latin alphabet. They spell out Minare Magician, which means apprentice magician in Japanese. Did you know that Breath of Light is a reference to the process of erosion? Now, in case you didn't know, put simply, erosion is the process where rocks are broken down over time by elements such as wind and water. The artwork's a cool representation of this. Breath of Light has 7 counterparts. They are Acid Rain, Eradicating Aerosol, Warrior Elimination, Eternal Drought, Last Day of Witch, Sun Shower, and Exile of the Wicked. Breath of Light's Japanese name is Kami no Ibuki, which when translated reads as Breath of God. Again, you can see why the name was altered in the TCG. In the Greek dub of Yu-Gi-Oh!, D-Spell's Greek name when translated is Anti-Magic Card. The card has also gone by the name of Undo the Magic, which really reminds me of our Reborn the Monster. Did you know that D-Spell has an anime-only counterpart called Cursebreaker? It has pretty much the same effect as D-Spell, except it targets all spell effects. Also, did you know how many times D-Spell and Cursebreaker were used in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime? Well, it was used 5 times, twice by Yugi and once by Kaiba, Mai, and Taya. D-Spell came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 2 set as a common card. Its first printing in the TCG was in 2002's Starter Deck Yugi, again as a common card. Elf's Light is yet another one of Duelist Kingdom's censored TCG cards, and it's very similar to Fairy's Gift. In its original artwork, the elf in the card is nude, presented in that same classical fantasy art style rather than anything overly explicit. However, that still went against Western standards. In the international version, the elf is given clothing, removing any implication of nudity entirely. The elf in this card's artwork resembles that of the monster Dancing Elf. Now, this is actually kind of odd, as Dancing Elf isn't a light attribute monster, meaning that it can't be equipped with this spell card, so there's no connection between the two really. Elf's Light has 5 attribute counterparts. They are Burning Spear for fire types, Gust Fan for wind types, Invigoration for earth types, Steel Shell for water types, and Sword of Dark Destruction for dark types. Silver Bow and Arrow came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 3 set as a common card. Its first TCG print was in 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set as a short print card. In case you didn't know, short prints are the same as common cards, except they are harder to find. The current ratio of finding one in a pack is approximately 1 in 30. Silver Bow and Arrow has 14 counterparts. They are Beast Fangs, Book of Secret Arts, Dark Energy, Dragon Treasure, Electro Whip, Follow Wind, Laser Cannon Armor, Legendary Sword, Machine Conversion Factory, Mystical Moon, Power of Kaishin, Raise Body Heat, Vile Germs, and Violet Crystal. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games Duel Monsters, Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories, Dark Duel Stories, and Duel Monsters 4 Battle of Great Duelists, Silver Bow and Arrow had a different card artwork that featured a different colour scheme from its OCG and TCG print. Waboku's Japanese card name is Waboku no Shisha, which when translated reads as Emissaries of Reconciliation. What's interesting is that the TCG card was simply called Waboku, which when translated is the Japanese word for harmony. Waboku is the battle damage counterpart to the trap card Hallowed Life Barrier. There is also a monster version of Waboku called Zero Gardener. Waboku was first printed in the OCG in 1999's EX Starter Box as a common card. Its first TCG print was in 2002's Starter Deck Yugi, again as a common card. This card's TCG name when translated means surprise box, which comes from the Japanese word bikuri. The card's design is of course based on a Jack-in-the-Box toy, also seen in many gags as a punch in the box. Now, a more accurate portrayal of the Japanese term for punch in the box would be bikuri boko. Interestingly, this card's Japanese name is actually Deberu Bokusu, which when translated is Devil Box. In the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist of the Roses, Bikuri Box was treated like a toon monster, though it was just a normal monster in the anime and manga. Instead of powering down in a toon terrain, it powered up. But Bikuri Box wasn't alone, as other cards such as Toon Alligator, Parrot Dragon, and Dark Rabbit received the same treatment in the game. This is more than likely due to the fact that Pegasus, who utilized a Toon monster deck, also used these monsters who look like they could have been toons themselves. The other strange change with Bickery Box was its TCG and OCG release, where it became a fusion monster that randomly required Crass Clown and Dream Clown as fusion materials. It kind of makes sense, but they had nothing to do with the Toon theme, which I personally think would have made more sense for a card used by Pegasus. Did you know that Bickery Box can be seen in the card artwork of Soul Absorption? Pegasus is a strange man, but I respect his love for comics and the fact that he doesn't hide it either. The card Dark Rabbit bears a very strong resemblance to Funny Bunny, a beloved character from a cartoon and comic Pegasus has fondly been enjoying since his childhood. It makes perfect sense that Pegasus would have created this card as a nod to his favorite childhood character. And further hints at this can be found in the card's flavor text, which reads, "He leaps up and down and all around. Nobody can lay a hand on this funny bunny." IRL, Dark Rabbit is likely based on Bugs Bunny from the Looney Tunes series and Roger Rabbit from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Dark Rabbit was released in the OCG in 1999's Volume 5 set. It wouldn't come to the TCG for another 10 years, where it was released as a rare card in the set Stardust Overdrive that came out in 2009. Interestingly, for the first time in 3 years, Dark Rabbit was the first normal monster released in the TCG as a rare card. Dark Rabbit can be seen in the card artwork of Shine Palace. It is on the front cover of the comic that the palace comes out of. Illusionist Faceless Mage was the spiritual predecessor of Dark Eyes Illusionist. In addition to their strikingly similar designs, wide pointed shoulders, under-detailed hands, a lack of a face, a cloak, especially in the manga where the black and white artwork gives them an identical color scheme of black stripes on a white body, they are also both illusion cards used by Pegasus in the same way. We saw them baiting an attack from Yugi's monster, then paralyzing and taking control of it, using the strength of Dark Magician against Yugi in the process. In the duels they were used, they are used at an identical moment, and since Dark Eyes doesn't require a support card to employ its tactic, it can be viewed as an improved version in this regard. As the creator of Duel Monsters, it comes as no surprise that Pegasus would pack some extremely rare cards into his deck. Illusionist Faceless Mage is a perfect example of this. Now, according to the manga and anime, this card is extremely rare, as Yugi claims to have never seen one prior to his duel with Pegasus. This monster has a retrained version, Illusionist Faceless Magician. Retrained monsters, also known as card evolutions, are monsters that have been reprinted with a new effect and a somewhat changed name, but retain the same base attack and defense, as well as level and appearance. Examples include changing Battle Locks to Enraged Battle Locks, and Magician of Black Chaos to Dark Magician of Chaos. The OCG and TCG artwork for Parrot Dragon comes from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, where the monster is being summoned for the first time. This was in Duel 49, titled The First Stages of Fear, where Pegasus is facing off against Seto Kaiba. Do you know what makes playing a children's card game way more epic? Well, it's calling out your monster's attack name, of course.
Dark Magician! Dark Magic Attack!
And I've got to say, I'm actually really fond of Parrot Dragon's attack name, which is Bombarding Beak. It just sounds really cool. Parrot Dragon was released in the OCG in 1999's Booster 6 set as a common card. Now, it didn't come out in the TCG until 2011's World Championship 2011 card pack as a super rare card. 7 years later, it was released in 2018's Legendary Collection Kaiba Mega Pack as an ultra rare card, and in 2019's Speed Duel Starter Decks Destiny Masters, it was released as a common card. Red Archery Girl was unfortunately one of many cards that was hit with censorship. In this card's international artwork, Red Archery Girl is given more clothing and her tail scales extend further up her waist. Painfully, her bust size was also reduced and the background was given a light tone. Our girl was of course also hit in the anime. In the English dub, Red Archery Girl is given extra clothing that covers the majority of her upper body. As we know, Red Archery Girl has a Toon form in Toon Mermaid, but did you know that she also has a retrained form in Mermaid Archer? Here's an interesting one. Red Archery Girl's Japanese name is Yumio Hiku Mamedo, which, when translated, means Mermaid Archer. Familiar to the retrained form, right? Now, this obviously makes a lot of sense looking at her design, so I've always wondered where Red Archery Girl comes from, because nothing about her design really screams red. I mean, her bow is red, I guess, but I've always thought that was kind of a strange choice over her Japanese name. I've always thought Ryoran had a really cool design to it, but the anime and manga take it a step further. When Ryoran is changed from defense position to attack position, the top part of the egg pops off, revealing the large dragon concealed within. This is interesting as the card's flavor text reads, "A vicious little dragon sheltered in an egg that looks deceptively harmless." Now, I don't know about you, but the dragon within looks far from little, right? Ryoran's name is an interesting one. Ryu in Japanese means dragon, but the Ran part doesn't really make that much sense. Ran can mean chaos, disorder, or violence, which it sounds cool, right? But when we look at the monster's Japanese name, it literally reads as Dragon Egg. Ryoran's attack name in the anime's English dub is Fire Stream Attack, which I think sounds awesome for this vicious, not-so-little dragon. Did you know that Toon Alligator is the only Toon monster that isn't actually classed as a Toon monster? I always thought that was strange. Toon Alligator appears in the second version of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX opening 99%. North American World Championship Qualifier 2015 special Marek vs. Pegasus was a scripted duel held on the third day of the 2015 North American World Championship Qualifiers in Nashville, Tennessee. On June the 28th, 2015, Darren Dunstan and Jonathan Todd Ross reprised their roles as Maximilian Pegasus and Marek Ishtar. Toon Alligator featured in the duel, however, it was used in error. Pegasus special summons this card in defense position with the effect of Toon Mask. This card is then attacked and destroyed by the Winged Dragon of Ra, which had 4,000 attack due to the effect of the Winged Dragon of Ra sphere mode. This is an error as Toon Alligator isn't a part of the Toon archetype. Did you know that Thousand Eyes Idol has the lowest stats possible for any monster in the game, being a level 1 with 0 attack and defense and no effect? Thousand Eyes Idol appears in the card artworks of Dice Crisis and Relinquished Fusion. Thousand Eyes Idol obviously has 1,000 eyes, but do you know how many of those eyes are visible in the monster's card artwork? The answer is 18, which is fair because imagine having to draw even a tenth of them, right? In the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards, as well as in the anime, Dark Eyes Illusionist has 0 defense points. However, in the OCG and TCG, it has a defense stat of 1,400. Additionally, did you know that Dark Eyes Illusionist is the first level 2 or flip monster with 0 attack points? If you look at the Dark Eyes Illusionist, you'll see that its eye is the Eye of Anubis. The Eye of Anubis, also known as the Millennium Symbol in the anime and the Millennium Eye in the OCG and TCG, appears only when a Millennium item holder uses shadow magic, or someone else is under the power of another Millennium item. This eye appears on all Millennium items except for the Millennium Key. Now, a monster featuring the Eye of Anubis, or the Millennium Symbol, is an obvious fit in Pegasus' deck. In the video games Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories and Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards, this card is specifically required for the ritual summoning of Relinquished. Dragon Piper is not only the first Fire Flip Effect monster, but also the first Pyro Flip Effect monster. It was released as a common card in 2002's Metal Raiders set. Dragon Piper has a counterpart when it comes to destroying a specific card. Now, Dragon Piper destroys all face-up dragon capture jars on the field, and its counterpart in this case is Weather Report, which has a flip effect that destroys all Swords of Revealing Light on the field. As well as that, both cards have an additional effect when it destroys their specific targets. Additionally, they both have normal monster counterparts. Dragon Piper's is Pot the Trick. In the anime, Dragon Piper had a slightly different effect than the one we got in the OCG and TCG. When Dragon Piper was switched from defense position to attack position, its effect freed all dragons in dragon capture jars. After destroying the jars, Dragon Piper's effect put these dragons under the controller of this card. Jigen Bakudan's name when translated from Japanese reads as Time Bomb. Now, its actual Japanese name is simply Time Bomber. In episode 38 of the anime, this card was called by its name, Jigen Bakudan, but in the next episode, both Yami Yugi and Pegasus referred to it as Bakudan Detonator. Jigen Bakudan came out in the TCG in 2004's Spell Ruler set as a short print card. Now, short prints are identical to commons, except they are more difficult to find. The current odds of finding one in a pack are about 1 in 30. This rarity is only found in the TCG, but it is nearly identical to the OCG's normal rare. This rarity was removed after the Ancient Sanctuary set, but it reappeared in the TCG with Phantom Darkness. In the most recent booster packs, the cards chosen to be short printed cards are the same as the ones chosen to be normal rares in the OCG. Excluding ritual monsters, the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon is the first light main deck monster that cannot be normal summoned. The Blue Eyes Toon Dragon is tied with both Toon Ancient Gear Golem and Toon Blackluster Soldier for the highest attack of all Toon monsters with 3,000 points. The Blue Eyes Toon Dragon was one of the giant card prizes given out to the winner of the Attack of the Giant Cards tournaments. These cards are approximately a meter in height, and the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon was the giant prize card of the 2013 North American World Championship qualifiers. Manga Karrarin is the only Toon monster without Toon in its English TCG name. Its Japanese name, Toon Dragon Egger, does include the word Toon, of course. It's believed that it was deliberately named as such because Karrarin uses Japanese terminology for its English name. But there might be a different reason. This name change comes from a manga chapter in which Pegasus, who knows English, mocks Yugi with broken Japanese. During this chapter, he refers to Toon Dragon Egger as Manga Karrarin, which is a grammatically incorrect translation. Now, despite the fact that the monster was previously referred to as Dragon Egger in the chapter, the anime's localization team believed that Manga Karrarin was its true name. In the anime, Manga Karrarin had a giggle that greatly resembled the giggle of Scooby-Doo. Now, whether this was intended as a nod to Scooby-Doo remains a mystery, but if it does, then that's all the awesome. I love that. Manga Karrarin could very well be one of the flagship Toon monsters as it appears on the front cover of the book in Toon World. Toon Mermaid is the Toon version of Red Archery Girl. Now, what's interesting about her name is that unlike other Toon monsters, this card does not keep part of its non-Toon counterpart's name in either the TCG or the OCG. Toon Mermaid's artwork is taken from a specific panel in the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. In chapter 68 titled Do the Impossible, Pegasus switches the Toon Mermaid into attack position, and this panel is the one they used for her OCG and TCG card artwork. Toon Mermaid also has the honor of apparently being one of the Toon archetype's flagship monsters as she appears on the back cover of the book in Toon World. In the artwork for this card, the torso of Toon Summon Skull appears to extend outside of the border. In the anime, his torso stretches into the inside of Toon World and is frequently seen attached to it. Now, that last fact brings up the question, does Toon Summon Skull have legs? Well, in the Yu-Gi-Oh video games where monsters can be seen outside of their cards, Toon Summon Skull is shown to have normal legs. And it looks really cool. I like it. Unlike other Toon monsters who retain the colour scheme of their original counterpart, Toon Summon Skull is totally turquoise, which of course is unlike the original's varied colours. Did you know that Relinquished was the first ritual effect monster to be released in the OCG? As well as that, Thousand Eyes Restrict, which uses Relinquished as a fusion material, was the first fusion effect monster ever released. Relinquished has the lowest level, attack, and defense of any ritual monster. Relinquished was also the only level 1 ritual monster until the release of Cyberverse Sage, nearly 23 years later. The hilt of Sword of Dark Rites is modelled after Relinquished's appearance. What makes this even more interesting is that Relinquished's Japanese name is Sacrifice, and Sword of Dark Rites' translated Japanese name is Sacrifice Sword. Thousand Eyes Restrict could be based on Ketev Merari, a demon in Jewish legend that I probably mispronounced, apologies. Ketev Merari is a demon with a body covered in eyeballs and shells and a big eye on its chest. Thousand Eyes Restrict is an absolute beast when it comes to making records. Well, this card achieved a lot of firsts, so let's look at them. So, it is the first fusion monster to include a ritual monster as a fusion material. It was the first fusion monster that was both limited and forbidden, and it was also the first fusion monster to be semi-limited, although only in the OCG. Furthermore, Thousand Eyes Restrict was the first fusion monster to include an effect. It was the first and only level 1 fusion monster until Full Metal Foes Alcahest, which was released over 16 years later. Thousand Eyes Restrict was the first fusion monster with 0 initial attack and defense, and finally it was the first card printed in Ultimate Rare. Like Thousand Eyes Idol, this monster also boasts the same amount of eyes, but only a set amount can be drawn into the card's artwork. So, care to have a guess how many are on show this time? Well, including the main golden eye, the 2 green eyes, and the eyes that can only be partially seen, this monster has 56 visible eyes. Did you know that in the OCG, Relinquished and Black Illusion Ritual have never been released together in the same booster pack? Black Illusion Ritual's Japanese name is Irigion no Gishiki, which when translated is simply Illusion Ritual. Black Illusion Ritual was released in the OCG in 2000 in the valuable Book 2 promotional cards. It came to the TCG in 2002's Spell Ruler set, where it was printed as a super rare card, its highest printed rarity to date. This card's TCG name, Mimicat, is a combination of mimic and copycat, both meaning one who imitates, which aligns with the card's effect. The phrase doppelganger, which is the name of this card in the anime and manga, refers to an apparition or double of a living person, which again aligns with this card's power to copy and become a double of an opponent's previously played or used card. The cat in this card's artwork appears in the artworks of Counter Meowsha and Cat Confusion. I love that. The cat in Doppelganger's artwork was such a fun and lovable feline in the series that it earned its cover card status for the 2015 Dragon of Legend 2 set. But the cat's artwork has undergone some changes throughout the series. In the manga artwork, the cat has 2 whiskers rather than 3. When this card was released as Mimicat in the TCG, it was redrawn with more detail. Its background was also redesigned, and the spell card layout was changed. There is a white outline surrounding the cat now, and 2 nails from the left hand are removed compared to its GX anime artwork. It was also completely redrawn compared to its original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Japanese anime artwork. The eye in the card artwork for Eye of Illusion is the same Eye of Anubis or Millennium symbol that we talked about earlier in the video when talking about the Dark Eyes Illusionist. Eye of Illusion was finally printed in 2024's Maze of Millennia set in both Ultra Rare and Collector's Rare. But that's not all. Did you know that this is the first OCG and TCG card to support illusion-type monsters? Eye of Illusion's Japanese name is Genwaku no Monako, which when translated reads as Eye of Fascination. The encased hexagram in Magic Neutralizing Force's Japanese artwork also appears in the Japanese artwork for Trap Displacement. Magic Neutralizing Force's card artwork has undergone quite a few changes throughout the different medias. Oddly, the dub artwork for this card has Japanese characters, while the Japanese artwork does not, which is the opposite of what usually happens, right? Now, the kanji on this card's dub artwork means barrier. The Japanese anime erased the kanji from this card's manga artwork and replaced the hexagram with another star symbol to avoid any religious connotations. When it came to the dub anime, they removed the star shapes and used stylized versions of the kanji found in the manga artwork. They also incorporated the ring from the original Dark Magician's artwork. Magic Neutralizing Force is a card that tops a lot of people's wish list for cards that have yet to be printed in the OCG and TCG from the anime and manga. And I'm with them, I also hope to see it get printed sometime soon. Negative Energy is yet another card of Pegasus's that fans would love to see get a print in the OCG and TCG. Its effect of doubling the attack of all face-up dark monsters may be a little OP, but I'm sure they can work something out. In Yu-Gi-Oh's first episode, Kaiba played Negative Energy Generator against Yugi. However, a mistake was made in the dub where the card artwork for Negative Energy was accidentally used instead. This was amended for future broadcasts. And I mean, the names are pretty much the same, so we'll let them off this time, but it'll be the Shadow Realm next time. Now, the dub version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Did glow up the artwork for this card compared to the sub version, though I'm not sure which one I like more. Let me know what you think in the comments. Did you know that there are 14 cards that specifically search for polymerization in the game? This is more than any other card. As well as that, there are an additional 8 more cards that search for any card with the word polymerization in its name, such as super polymerization, etc, etc. Polymerization has been around for a very long time, so it will come as no surprise that this card has the most errata of any card in the OCG, with 9 different errata. Polymerization has 2 very distinct artworks. The artwork for the first series anime and Bandai versions featured a green and yellow color scheme that would later be changed to the blue and purple that we are all familiar with today. Later, polymerization underwent a complete change. The card was produced in an alternate form with different artwork and a number ID. The Japanese version featured a hexagram that would be deleted from the international artwork to prevent any religious connotations, of course. The book Under the Castle in Shine Palace's card artwork is none other than Toon World, and the monster featured on the front cover of the book is Dark Rabbit. Yes. Ironically, Dark Rabbit can't be equipped by this card being a dark monster. And more ironically, this card has nothing to do with Toon World and does not support the archetype. Shine Palace was released in the TCG more than 10 years after it was released in the OCG. It came out in the OCG in 1999 as a promotional card for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2 Dark Duel Stories video game and was released in the TCG in 2009's Stardust Overdrive set. Interestingly, as we learned earlier, the same can be said of Dark Rabbit, which appears on the cover of the book in this card's artwork. Did you know that Shine Palace is the only card featuring Toon World that can be used on cards other than Toon cards? In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga chapter 51 titled Toon's Attack, Yugi speculates that since this card isn't circulated to the general public, it seems to be an original card Pegasus made solely for himself, being the only one in the world. Did you know that the book in Toon World's artwork is based on a children's pop-up book? Also, according to Pegasus himself, the page the Toon World book is open to is called Evil Castle and is the layer of Toon's Summoned Skull. Now, you'd think Toon World would be a field spell, right? Well, no, and the reason this card isn't a field spell card is because Toon World came out before Master Rule 3, where 2 field spell cards can exist on the field at the same time. Because most Toon monsters are destroyed if this card is also destroyed, making this card a field spell would have put Toon players at a major disadvantage, because the rules prior to the change made the card much easier to destroy, as the opponent could simply activate their own field spell instead of wasting cards to destroy it. This card's improved counterpart, Toon Kingdom, is more appropriately typed a field spell. Did you know that Dragon Capture Jar was the first continuous trap card released in the OCG? In video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, Dragon Capture Jar works similarly to cards like Exile of the Wicked and Eternal Drought by killing all dragons on the field. Also, in certain other Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, Dragon Capture Jar is a normal spell card rather than a continuous trap card. In Chapter 60 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, Dragon Capture Jar was actually an effect monster card. We can see that in both the original and dubbed anime, this card uses a trap card frame matching the OCG and TCG. And while it was played as a trap card in Episode 2 and functioned as a trap card in the Legendary Heroes game, it was played as a monster card or trap monster in Episode 27. Gorgon's Eye is a card that takes inspiration from mythology. Now, in Greek mythology, the Gorgon was a vicious female monster with sharp fangs and hair of living venomous snakes. Whomever looked directly in the Gorgon's eyes was automatically turned to stone. The most famous Gorgon was Medusa, who was killed by the character Perseus. Of course, the card's effect is also a reference to the Gorgon's paralyzing gaze. When Gorgon's Eye was released, it was redrawn compared to its anime artwork. The OCG and TCG version is a lot more detailed and has a much more vibrant colour scheme. Gorgon's Eye came out in the OCG in 2004's Soul of the Duelist set as a common card. Gorgon's Eye was a short print card in the TCG's Soul of the Duelist and was printed as a common card in 2006's Dark Revelation Volume 3 set. Prophecy's artwork underwent a change in the international versions of the anime, giving it a brighter colour scheme with its golden yellow background. Prophecy's Japanese name is Yogen, which when translated reads as prognostication, which is basically prophesizing future events. Again, Prophecy is another of Pegasus's cards that hasn't yet been printed in the OCG or TCG. And I really hope we get a print of this card because it has a super fun effect where you can select a random card in your opponent's hand and you have to guess if its attack is over, under, or equal to 2000. Now, if you call it correctly, you can add that card to your hand. And it's such a Pegasus card, isn't it? The big cheater. Sun Shower's effect is that it destroys all face-up zombie monsters on the field. The name and effect of Sun Shower refers to vampires' supposed weakness to sunlight, as well as the fact that corpses dry faster under sunlight. Sun Shower has 7 counterparts: Breath of Light, Warrior Elimination, Acid Rain, Last Day of Witch, Eternal Drought, Exile of the Wicked, and Eradicating Aerosol. Unlike its counterparts, Sun Shower is a trap card instead of a spell card, and on top of that, was never released in the OCG and TCG. Sun Shower was one of those typical situational cards Pegasus used in combination with his Millennium Eyes cheat powers, but when we saw it, it was actually in one of Yugi's legendary early moments. In episode 2, Maximilian Pegasus sets this card during his duel with Yugi. He of course used his Millennium Eye to read Yugi's mind and discovered that he planned to play a zombie warrior. So Pegasus activated the trap card as soon as Yugi declared his summon, but was shocked to discover that Yugi had picked a card from his deck and played it without looking at it. That card, of course, turned out to be none other than the Dark Magician. This made Sun Shower ineffective since Dark Magician was not a zombie type monster. Great move. Love to see that. When Tears of a Mermaid appeared in the anime, it had a major artwork change. The original manga artwork was a singular tear, however, the anime added a mermaid inside the tear and more detail was added to the background. Tears of a Mermaid made 4 appearances in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but it was unfortunately only ever used once in a duel, and that was Pegasus's duel against Yugi. He used it on Yugi's Beaver Warrior equipped with Horde of the Unicorn in episode 35 to nullify its attack. Again, Tears of a Mermaid is another one of Pegasus's really cool cards that hasn't been printed in the OCG and TCG yet. Its effect is situational but pretty cool, allowing you to negate the attack of a monster who had just been flipped face up, but more than anything, I really want it for the beautiful artwork. Trap Displacement's card artwork is similar to the artwork of both Muko and Soul Charge. As well as that, the hexagram featured behind the man in this card's Japanese artwork is also featured in the Japanese artwork of Magical Neutralizing Force Field. The international version of Trap Displacement's artwork is a lot more polished, but as well as that, it also has the symbols in the background edited to avoid any religious connotation. As well as that, the colour of the man's cloak is changed to purple instead of black. Now, this is probably one of the big ones when it comes to a Pegasus card that we really want printing. It looks amazing, and its effect of negating a trap's effect using that effect yourself instead is something I would love to play in a character deck duel. Now, interestingly, this effect is also very similar to a card called Curse Transfer, which ironically is another anime card that hasn't been printed yet. Maybe we'll get all these Pegasus cards printed one day. We can only hope. When you dive into the Japanese names of the cards, you often find their names are completely different from what we know and love them as, and I always have a lot of fun looking into these differences. In the case of Ancient Tool, its Japanese name when translated is Ironheart. Ancient Tool has a counterpart called Patrol Robo. For those of you unsure on the term counterpart, a card is called a counterpart of another card if it has a deliberately similar appearance or effect. This also occurs when a monster's alternate artwork is converted into a different monster, with the only difference being a color scheme switch. Now, sticking on the theme of similarities, did you know that Ancient Tool shares the same attack, defense, attribute, and level with another normal monster named Maborel? Ancient Tool came out in the OCG in 2000 in the Volume 7 set as a common card, but wouldn't release in the TCG for another 13 years, when it was again printed as a common card in Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack. Gatekeeper has a counterpart called Royal Guard. Now, I don't know if this is just me, but when I see some of these counterparts, I can't help but think that a bunch of these look like shiny forms of the original, just like from the Pokemon series. Sadly, Gatekeeper never actually saw any playtime during the anime.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
In episode 32, we can see that Bandit Keith has this card in his hand during his duel against Joey Wheeler. Gatekeeper also comes up in Keith's flashback where he spills his cards after he passes out at the bar. The card can be seen among the drop cards. Gatekeeper first came out in the TCG in 2006's Tournament Pack 8 as a common card. These packs were only released to tournament locations. 13 years later, it was released again as a common card in 2019's Speed Duel Scars of Battle set. Just like Gatekeeper, Giganto didn't see any playtime during the anime.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And was only ever seen in Keith's flashback among the cards he dropped when he passed out at the bar. Now, if we look into Giganto's Japanese name, we can see that it doesn't alter from the name we got, but did you know that this monster also went by the name Spike Clubber, which I guess makes sense looking at its design. Giganto was another of Keith's monsters that came out in the OCG in 2000's Volume 7 set that would remain as an anime-only card for 13 years for us in the West until its release in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack. This Legendary Collection set was a godsend for the anime fans and character deck builders, as they finally printed a lot of these classic cards used by the characters that we had long been missing. Okay, if you're a bit squeamish when it comes to bugs and creepy crawlies, you might want to look away for this one. Despite Launcher Spider being named a spider, as seen in the anime and several 3D games like Yu-Gi-Oh! The False-Bound Kingdom, it only actually has 6 legs, whereas real spiders have 8 legs. Spiders fall under the category of arachnids, which have 8 legs. While some spiderlings can hatch with 6 legs, they do develop 2 more as they grow. Launcher Spider has 2 card artworks. The first OCG and TCG artwork for this card are from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga when the monster is summoned during Chapter 61. This card's second OCG and TCG artwork comes from Chapter 62 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga when Keith declares an attack on Joey's Garuzes. However, its position is flipped horizontally. Again, we're looking at the Japanese name of the cards, but this time something is a little mysterious. Launcher Spider's name is exactly the same, however, its Japanese name starts with TM1. But what does TM1 mean? What does it stand for? Now, in the case of the TM1 launcher spider, TM most likely refers for technical machine. This term is used in the Pokemon universe to describe items that teach Pokemon new moves. And while the TM1 launcher spider is obviously not a Pokemon item, its name implies that it is a tool or device that, like a technical machine, can be used to teach or deploy something. In this instance, a spider-like projectile. Now, the TM1 launcher spider could be inspired by the Pokemon notion of TMs, as the original Pokemon Red and Green games were released in Japan in February of 1996, which was before launcher spider, but there is no concrete evidence of this, only speculation. Interestingly, Launcher Spider has a counterpart called BM4 Blast Spider. BM likely stands for Bomb Machine, and the card's effect, which involves destroying and dealing damage, is consistent with this interpretation, referencing a destructive nature associated with a bomb-like machine. So, is TM1 Launcher Spider a nod to the TMs in Pokemon, or is it just a coincidence? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Now, it's not uncommon to hear that cards come out in the OCG long before we eventually get them in the TCG, but what about toys? That's right, Mattel released Yu-Gi-Oh! Minifigure sets in 2002. In Series 3 of the line, which was also released in 2002, was Pendulum Machine, which wouldn't be printed in the TCG for another 9 years in 2011's Gold Series 4 Pyramids Edition set. For me, what's both super nostalgic and super cool is the monster attack names in the series. Pendulum Machine's attack name in the dub is Slashing Blade, while in the original, it's Scythe Corporal Punishment. The original always sounds a little darker and edgier, doesn't it? Speaking of darker and edgier, Pendulum Machine's Japanese name is Furi Koyaiba no Gomon Kikai, which, when translated, means Pendulum Blade Torture Machine. If we look at them side by side, we can see that Sword Slasher resembles that of the Space Marines from Warhammer 40,000. Sword Slasher has been around since the year 2000, and the Space Marines were first introduced in Warhammer in 1987. So, Sword Slasher could very well be a nod to that franchise. Sword Slasher's Japanese name is Kira Mashin, which when translated reads as Killer Machine. But did you know that this monster is also known as Saber Slasher? We briefly mentioned it earlier, but Sword Slasher came out in the OCG in 2000's Volume 7 set, but remained an anime-only card for us in the West until 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's World Mega Pack. I gotta say, God bless that set, man. How many awesome character cards would we be missing without these sets? According to Slot Machine's flavor text and level, the effect, plus the name and artwork of 7 completed, represents this card's slots landing on a positive outcome. The two cards go hand in hand with another due to its use in the anime and manga, so it comes as no surprise that they are so closely linked like this. When Slot Machine was released in the OCG and TCG, it was drawn with a completely different artwork than the one it has in the manga. However, they didn't stray far from the manga, as its OCG and TCG artwork comes from Chapter 63 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where Keith summons the monster against Joey. Slot Machine can be seen in the card artwork of Heavy Metal Raiders. However, it is not alone, and the company it's sharing are all monsters from Keith's deck. There's Pendulum Machine, Blastsphere, Launcher Spider, Space Megatron, Slot Machine equipped with 3/7 completed, and Metal Zoa. They all appear in this card's artwork, and it's awesome. Zoa is one of few cards out there whose flavor text directly references another card. Its flavor text reads, "A monster whose full potential can be achieved when outfitted with Metal Morph." Its full potential is its metal counterpart Metal Zoa, who we will be seeing later in the video, but Zoa also has an effect monster retrain called Zoa the Fiendish Beast. Now, for those unfamiliar with the term retrain, card evolutions, also known as retrained monsters, are monsters that have been reprinted with a new effect and somewhat changed name, but retain the same base attack and defense as well as level and appearance. Did you know that Zoa has the highest attack and level of all Fiend-type normal monsters? Zoa appears in the card artwork of the anime-only trap card Immortal Class, alongside Return Zombie and Lizard Soldier. In terms of its own artwork, like a lot of monsters, its OCG and TCG artwork was different from the one it had in the manga. However, its OCG and TCG artwork was taken from the manga, and in Zoa's case, it came from Chapter 61 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga when it was summoned by Keith against Joey. Garnacia Elephantis wasn't a part of Keith's Duelist Kingdom machine deck, but I'm going to include it in the video anyway. Now, it wasn't involved in the show for long, but it did see one of those classic rule-bending moments that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is infamous for. In episode 16, Kaiba speaks to Yugi about the Intercontinental Tournament in New York, and we see this card in a flashback scene. Bandit Keith used this card during his duel against Pegasus, who eventually swapped places with a boy named Sam. Keith summoned this card in attack position, but his opponent normal summoned Flying Elephant, reducing Keith's life points to 0. It's unclear how it happened because Flying Elephant was 550 points weaker than this card, but the manga explains that Flying Elephant can negate the seismic assault of Garnacia Elephantis, which of course isn't a genuine rule. This rule, like others in the Duelist Kingdom arc, is based on elemental correlations. In this case, wind beats earth due to its ability to counter the seismic attack. Did you know that Garnacia Elephantis was the first OCG card whose initial release was as a V-Jump promotional card? It came out in 2000 in July's edition of the V-Jump magazine as an ultra-rare card. Garnacia Elephantis' name came from the name of the Hindu god Ganesha, who is a widely revered Hindu deity known as the remover of obstacles and the god of beginnings, wisdom, and good fortune. He is typically depicted with an elephant head and a human body, often with multiple arms. The original Japanese artwork for Barrel Dragon, as well as the card's effect, references the game Russian Roulette. And the game of Russian Roulette actually plays a huge part in Keith's story through his time in the series. Firstly, after Keith was humiliated by Pegasus, he lost everything and spun into a spiral of depression where he would drink, gamble, and play games of Russian Roulette. But it actually gets way darker than this. In the manga, Keith's fate comes at the hands of Pegasus and this game. After he lost to Joey, Keith threatened Pegasus with a knife and demanded the prize money that he thought was rightfully his. Pegasus didn't take too kindly to this threat and inflicted a penalty game on Keith, turning Keith's own hand into a gun and forced the former Intercontinental Champion to play a game of Russian Roulette against himself, which resulted in Keith's death. Pretty dark, right? Duelist Kingdom was actually full of dark moments like this, and if you're interested in finding out all about that,
Tell me!
Make sure to check out this video here after this one, where I dive into how much darker the original Duelist Kingdom arc was.
Tell me!
Sticking with guns for a moment, the barrels and cylinders of Barrel Dragon resemble the Colt Single Action Army, a popular handgun during the Wild West era. Of course, the guns in the Japanese artwork have been altered in the international artworks of this card to appear less realistic. The background was also altered. Now, not only did the card artwork receive a change in the West, but also its appearance when it was summoned in the anime. The last change to remove any association with guns came with the monster's name. Barrel Dragon's Japanese name when translated is Revolver Dragon. Now, despite the changes, Barrel Dragon's OCG and TCG artwork comes straight from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where Barrel Dragon's attack and defense were decreased by the effect of Time Wizard during Chapter 63. Also, on the topic of artwork, Barrel Dragon can be seen in the card artwork of the trap card, Proton Blast. Did you know that in the anime, Blastsphere has 2,900 attack, which makes it the strongest level 4 monster in the game? Well, in the anime anyway. Blastsphere appears in the card artwork of Heavy Metal Raiders, along with a bunch of Keith's other monsters that we mentioned earlier. But it also features in another card's artwork that we had also mentioned earlier. Several copies of this monster also appear in the card artwork of BM4 Blast Spider, TM1 Launcher Spider's counterpart. Blastsphere's Japanese name is Sufya Bomu Kyutai Jigen Bakudan, which when translated reads as Sphere Bomb, Spherical Time Bomb. As we mentioned earlier, Metal Zoa is the metal counterpart of Zoa, but Metal Zoa also has a retrain called Metal Zoa X. There are multiple ways to summon monsters to the field in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even in Duelist Kingdom, you still had special summons, fusion summons, and ritual summons, but Metal Zoa was one of few monsters that had a summoning procedure to bring it to the field. Metal Zoa can't be normal summoned or set, it first has to be special summoned by tributing Zoa equipped with Metal Morph. In the anime, however, Keith used Magic Metal Force to transform Zoa into Metal Zoa. Metal Zoa came out in the TCG in 2011 as a super rare card in the World Championship 2011 card pack. This was a promotional booster pack that was made available at the World Championship 2011 to participants. Each pack had 2 foil cards in there, and the full set contained 20 super rare cards. Metal Zoa came out as a common card 2 years later in 2013's Legendary Collection 4 Joey's Wild Mega Pack. In 7 Completed's card artwork, the 3 cards contain 2 that say attack and 1 that says defense, which is exactly how Bandit Keith used his 3 copies of the card to power up his slot machine in his duel against Joey. In the dubbed version of the anime, the cards in the artwork of 7 Completed take on their manga appearance with the same Japanese text and white colour scheme. They also still have the coloured artwork. As for the TCG artworks of 7 Completed, although the official word for magic cards was changed to spell cards, the cards depicted on this card were still referred to as magic cards. Later editions of this card removed all text from the cards in the image. Did you know that 7 Completed is the only equip spell where the player can choose whether to give the equipped monster more attack or more defense? Bandit Keith's Pillager card is a more powerful version of the cards Exchange and Amazonas Chainmaster. Exchange makes both players reveal their hand and add 1 card from each other's hand to their own. Amazonas Chainmaster allows you to pay 1,500 life points when it is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, to look at your opponent's hand and add 1 monster from their hand to yours. But then there's Pillager. It allows you to look at your opponent's hand and steal 1 card without any cost or condition needed to be met. In the 4Kids version of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pillager's card artwork was changed from the original anime version to look more like its manga artwork. Pillager's Japanese name is Bandetto Tozoku, which when translated reads as Bandit Thief. The card's Greek name when translated is the Plunderer. Stop Defense has a counterpart called Block Attack. As well as that, it also has an anime-only retrained version called Negate Defense. When Stop Defense was released in the OCG in 1999's Volume 3 set, its artwork was redrawn compared to its original artwork in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. Did you know that in some episodes of the anime, Stop Defense was treated as a trap card, while in other episodes of the same arc, it was treated as a spell card? For example, in episode 9, Ghost Kyber plays this card as the trap card Defense Paralysis against Yugi when he switches his Dark Magician to defense mode. Whereas in episode 31, Bandit Keith plays this as the spell card Stop Defense to switch Joey's Axe Raider into attack position. Magic Metal Force is an anime-only card whose card artwork is the same as Metal Morph. In truth, these 2 cards are pretty much the same. Magic Metal Force's effect is when your opponent attacks, metallize one monster on the field, and if it was a magic attack, reflect it. Then, this card becomes an equip card, and attack and defense are raised by 400 points. Whereas Metal Morph's effect is target one face-up monster on the field, equip this card to that target. It gains 300 attack and defense, and if it attacks, it gains attack equal to half the attack of the attack target during damage calculation only. Sticking with Metal Morph for a second, the card has two OCG and TCG card artworks that feature the metal with slightly different details, positions, and backgrounds. The second card artwork of Metal Morph that came out in the premium pack set features two pairs of eyes instead of one, as well as different claws and form from the original artwork. The card was also misprinted as a continuous trap card. Magic Metal Force's Japanese name is Maho Hansha Soku Metaru Fosu, which when translated reads as Magic Reflection Armor Metal Force. In the original OCG print that came out as a promotional card for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 3 Tri-Holy God Advent Game Guide 2 in 2000, its effect was not considered a special summon, but rather the return of a monster to the field, similar to the returning of a monster banished by Interdimensional Matter Transporter. Later OCG prints modified the card to special summon the monster. When this card was printed in the OCG and TCG, it was drawn from an alternate angle from the manga artwork. Also, Time Machine's card artwork in Yu-Gi-Oh! R has a darker backdrop compared to the manga artwork for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist. In terms of its OCG and TCG artwork, it is taken from chapter 63 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist manga, from the panel where we see the Time Machine manifest itself. The Time Machine appears in the card artwork of Red Eye's Retro Dragon, reflecting that monster's first effect, as this card was used in both the manga and anime to revive Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon. When Giant Soldier of Stone was released back in 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set, it was one of the most powerful level 3 monsters in terms of its 1300 attack and 2000 defense. Now, its defense is what made it stand out and made it a better option than Mystical Elf, who was not only released in the same set, but also boasted that same 2000 defense. This was all because Giant Soldier of Stone had nearly double the attack power and was actually easier to obtain, being a rare card, whereas the Mystical Elf was a super rare card. Bandai originally held the rights for Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Konami, and the cards they released have some really interesting differences from the ones we're all familiar with. In the Bandai version, Giant Soldier of Stone is a level 6 warrior type monster that has 1200 attack and 2400 defense, compared to it being a level 3 rock type monster in the anime and TCG with 1300 attack and 2000 defense. Appearance-wise, its Bandai artwork shows the monster as brown in colour, whereas it's grey in the OCG and TCG. What's also interesting about the Bandai cards, unless the monster had an effect, the Bandai cards each had one of the game's 13 rules printed on them. In the case of Giant Soldier of Stone, it was printed with Rule 6. Even if you destroy the opponent's monster, if the defense of your monster is lower than the attack of your opponent's monster, your monster is also destroyed. The Giant Soldier of Stone can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Draw Muscle, Weed Out, Lineage of Destruction, Attack the Moon, Miracle Rupture, and Ivy Shackles. The Millennium Shield's original flavor text actually stated that it was a Millennium item. However, this is not true. The shield does not originate from the Millennium Stone like the other Millennium items, and has no importance to the main series storyline. Interestingly, the card's flavor text was changed in later prints, removing any mention of the Millennium items. Did you know that the Millennium Shield was the first monster released with 0 attack in the OCG? Also, this card along with Labyrinth Wall have the highest defense of all level 5 monsters with 3000 defense points. The Millennium Shield can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Shield Crush, Kaminote Blow, and Paradox Synthesis. What's funny here is that the card's flavor text mentions that the shield can block any strong attack. But in the card artworks of Shield Crush and Kaminote Blow, we can see the shield being absolutely obliterated. Cannon Soldier has a Toon counterpart in Toon Cannon Soldier. It also has an upgraded version called Cannon Soldier Mark II. What's interesting is that in the spell card Transmodify, we can see that Cannon Soldier is inside Cannon Soldier Mark II, which suggests that it is most likely controlling the upgraded counterpart from within. Cannon Soldier can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Autonomous Action Unit, Blasted Fuse, Covering Fire, Divine Wrath, Linear Accelerator, Mass Driver, Transmodify, Fuse Line, and Rear Misfire. The Greek name given to Cannon Soldier, which I'm not going to try and pronounce, is translated as Cannon Man. Did you know that the icon for reptile monsters in the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 Tag Force Special is based on the electric snake, even though this monster is actually a thunder type in the OCG and TCG? The unofficial Arabic name given to the electric snake, which again I'm not even going to try and pronounce, translates to electric cobra. Electric Snake came out in the OCG in 2000's Magic Ruler set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2002's Spell Ruler, again as a common card. There was a trend in the early days of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game where cards that had English names in the OCG were given Japanese names in the TCG. Sangan's OCG name was Critter, and the name the monster got in the TCG, Sangan, means 3 eyes in Japanese. Sangan can be seen in the card artworks of the cards Level Returner, Torbus from the Underworld, Torbus to Forbidden Realms, Mistake, Shared Ride, Mistaken Arrest, and Mistaken Accusation. What's cool here is that the last 5 cards are a part of the lore of Sangan. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Guide 4, a book containing a variety of information about Yu-Gi-Oh!, one of the most notable parts is the Monster Stories section, sharing lore on several different monsters, with Sangan in this case being one of them. While making a tour trip to his homeland, the Underworld, Sangan ended up on a wrong bus, being picked on by the monsters from Tribe Infecting Virus. After fleeing from the bus, Sangan shared a taxi ride with the Angel from Graceful Charity. Unknown to him, the driver, an imp from Delinquent Duo, was illegally transporting a pot of greed, and when stopped at a checkpoint, he and the Angel were arrested as accomplices. When last seen, he was in a holding cell with Witch of the Black Forest as Sangan sobs while clinging to the bars. Sangan has a conceptual counterpart called Witch of the Black Forest. The fact that both are fusion materials for Sandwich reflects this. A cool side note is that in the card artwork of Sandwich, you can see a chibi version of Sangan. In the Bandai version of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Shadow Ghoul has 2000 attack and 1400 defense, compared to the monster in the anime and TCG that has 1600 attack and 1300 defense. Appearance-wise, its Bandai artwork shows the monster as violet in colour, whereas it's green in the OCG and TCG. Shadow Ghoul was also printed with Rule 11. You can activate your face-down spell, trap, or equip cards at any time during a battle. Did you know that in the manga, Shadow Ghoul was a level 4 normal monster? When the card was printed in the OCG and TCG, it became a level 5 effect monster. Also, the OCG and TCG print of this card was the first ever level 5 zombie monster and zombie effect monster. Shadow Ghoul has a retrained counterpart called Shadow Ghoul of the Labyrinth. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, a retrained counterpart is a new card created to serve as an upgraded, often more powerful version of an earlier, usually weaker or out-of-date card. These cards are similar to the original in terms of artwork, names, or themes, but they have updated effects, better stats, or quicker summoning methods to make them playable in modern games. When Konami released this card in 1999's OCG set Volume 3, it was the first ever effect monster to be a light attribute or fairy type. The crown this monster is wearing in its TCG artwork is the same exact crown as the one King Fog possesses. Did you know that Skelengel is based on Cupid? Cupid is the Roman god of desire, erotic love, and affection, commonly depicted as a winged, chubby boy armed with a bow and arrow to pierce hearts, causing intense love or aversion. He is known for the story of Cupid and Psyche, where he falls in love with a mortal woman who later becomes his immortal wife. In modern culture, Cupid is the primary mascot of Valentine's Day, symbolizing romantic love. Which of the Black Forest was the first of its kind to be a fusion material for 3 different monsters? Those fusion monsters are Musician King, Sandwich, and Yasushi the Skull Knight. Which of the Black Forest has a counterpart called Goddess with the Third Eye? What's interesting about this counterpart is that while Witch of the Black Forest is a fusion material for 3 monsters, Goddess with the Third Eye is a fusion substitute monster, meaning it has an effect that allows it to replace a single specifically named fusion material for the fusion summon of a fusion monster. In terms of its effect, this card, as we mentioned, is a counterpart of Sangan. We spoke about their connection in that they are fusion materials for Sandwich, but a cool detail is that both monsters have a number of eyes that is equal to their levels, Sangan having 3 while Witch of the Black Forest has 4, though technically the one on her chest is fake, but it still adds up. The man in the card artwork of Judgment Blaster is armed with a bomb similar to the Fat Man atomic bomb that was detonated over Nagasaki by the US in August 1945 during World War II. Judgment Blaster is the anime counterpart of the spell card Final Destiny, though it has a slightly weaker effect targeting monster cards, whereas Final Destiny targets all cards, not just monsters. Alternatively to Judgment Blaster, you could just use Dark Hole, which doesn't require a 5-card cost from your hand. Sadly, for the character deck builders, this is an anime-only card, and it only made 2 appearances in the anime. It was first seen in episode 42 when Rebecca used the card in her duel with Yugi. The second and final time it was seen was in episode 66, where you can see it in Kaiba's briefcase just before he closes it. Did you know that the Ring of Magnetism has pretty much the same effect as the spell card Rare Gold Armor? They have the same effect where your opponent's monsters can only attack the monster this card is equipped to on your side of the field, except Ring of Magnetism reduces that monster's attack and defense by 500 points, which is arguably worse unless that's deliberately what you wanted to do. Ring of Magnetism appeared 5 times in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. It first appeared in episode 41 when Rebecca used the card in her duel against Yugi. It appeared in a flashback in episode 109, and during episode 192, the card can be seen in Rebecca's hand during her duel against Leon von Schrouder. Its last 2 appearances came in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. In episode 59, Asta Phoenix used it in his duel against Jaden Yuki, and its final appearance was in episode 67, again in a duel between Asta and Jaden. Ring of Magnetism came out in the OCG in 2000's Booster 7 set as a common card. It was released in the TCG in 2002's Metal Raiders set, again as a common card. Stop Defense has a counterpart called Block Attack. It also has a retrained anime-only version called Negate Defense. Did you know that when Stop Defense was released in the OCG and TCG, it was redrawn with a different artwork from the one it had in the manga? In the manga, the card featured a card in defense position with a cross through it, and it was replaced with the artwork of a cross through the image of a knight holding a shield. Stop Defense came out in the OCG in 1999's Volume 3 set as a super rare card. It was released in the TCG in 2002's Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon set as a rare card. Tribute to the Doomed has 4 counterparts. They are Offerings to the Doomed, Dark Core, Back to Square One, and Raigeki Break. Along with Alpha the Magnet Warrior, Beta the Magnet Warrior, and Gamma the Magnet Warrior, this card spent the majority of its North American release with the in its name capitalized. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub, during Yugi's duel with the possessed bandit Keith, Marek claims that Tribute to the Doomed is one of his personal favorites.
Tribute to the Doomed is one of my personal favorites.
This could be because the card has an ancient Egyptian theme in its artwork, and that reflects Marek's own Egyptian origins. This line was missing from the original subversion of the episode. After 892 facts, one thing becomes crystal clear. Duelist Kingdom wasn't just carried by its story, it was carried by its decks. From Yugi's legendary deck and Pegasus's tunes to the insects of Weevil, the dinosaurs of Rex, and the terrifying strategy of duelists like Bakura and Panic. Every deck brought something unique to the island. Together, they helped create one of the most memorable and influential arcs in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! But after looking at every single Duelist Kingdom deck, one question still remains. Which one was actually the best? You can find out right here, where I rank every Duelist Kingdom deck and determine who truly had the strongest strategy on the island. I'll see you over there. Till then, take care. Peace, peace!